What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the first part of a story where Issei was betrayed and fused with Venom. Alone and abandoned, he faces the torment and shame inflicted by those he once called friends. They grew weary of him, pushing them to a tragic decision to end his life. Resigned to his grim fate, he is astonished when an unexpected ally comes to his rescue, a savior he never anticipated. Together, they become fugitives, marked as traitors. Yet, he carries the burden of a curse that spells his demise. Just when all seems lost, a heavenly intervention changes everything. A loyal companion enters his life, bound by an unbreakable bond. Together, they transcend the darkness and stand united as Venom. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version. You may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male. This time, we have female Drake and female Albion. Well, with that out, let's get into part 1. In Tokyo you could see how a battle was fought between two beings from outside this world, both of them being of the same race known among those who knew of them as symbiotes. Apart from them in the sky you could see a white armor and a woman wearing a robotic suit fighting against a horde of demons, angels and fallen ones. The symbiotes had a somewhat even fight. One was grayish-black, this was Riot. During the course of the fight he was using his ability to turn his body into a weapon, his hands turned into blades, hands with spikes, etc., showing his superiority over his opponent. The other symbiote was completely black. Unlike Riot, it did not have the same capabilities, but it could still fight. Its name is Venom. The fight was deadly in the words of a normal person. Not only because of the brutality of the blows they gave, but because of the destruction of the place, being a space station being under a rocket that Riot himself planned to use to go to his planet and return with an army of symbiotes, something that Venom was against, and that's why he betrayed him. Not only because of that he turned his back on his race, he did it for someone to whom he took a strong affection, with whom at this moment he is fighting even though he is inside his body. At one point during the fight, Riot and Venom had a strong struggle causing them to separate for a millisecond, showing their hosts, who looked furious. In Venom, there was a brown-haired boy with almond-colored eyes. The boy appeared to be around 30 years old. His eyes showed hatred and anger when he saw Riot's host. On the other hand, it was another boy with brown hair and purple eyes, extremely similar to the Venom bearer, only younger, appearing to be around 18 years old, who looked at his opponent with arrogance and superiority. After that, both symbiotes resumed their fight and then both went towards the ship so that the thrusters would turn on, making the noise both writhe in pain, separating from their hosts, making them fall to the platform. These with effort got up and pounced on the other. The older brown-haired man gave a right hook to the other brown-haired man's face, then kicked him in the leg causing him to fall to his knees, and then grabbed him by the shoulders and kneed him several times in the stomach, then lifted his face to give him another blow but with more force causing him to fall back against the ground. The younger brown-haired man got up again to go against the older brown-haired man, who threw another blow at him that he stopped and counterattacked with a palm strike to the other brown-haired man's chest, sending him flying against the shuttle's propeller. The man fell heavily to the ground and upon making contact with the floor he writhed in pain, coughing blood from his mouth. The younger brown-haired man was approaching with exhaustion towards the man who continued to spit blood. As always. Weak. He roared, kicking him in the stomach. Always. He repeated the same action again, pathetic. Kicking him again with more force, making the man bleed more, a good for nothing. A nobody. He kicked him one last time and then spit in his face. It will always be like this. You will always be the bitch of the others, even that traitor. He kicked him in the face again, sending him against the edge of the platform. And you will always be mommy and daddy's spoiled child, he said in a painful way and with some mockery, making the younger brown-haired boy angry. Now you laugh, but let's see if you keep laughing when I kill you, he said, lifting him by the neck. The older brown-haired boy kicked him in the crotch and then headbutted him, causing the violet-eyed boy to let go. Then he threw him to the ground and then hit him in the face several times to the point of making him bleed a lot, staining the ground and his clothes and hands with the younger brown-haired boy's blood. After that, he lifted him by the collar of the young man's clothes and threw him towards the edge of the platform. What he didn't expect was that the boy saw a kind of grayish liquid and tried to reach it with his hand. That's all, it's over, Yamato. There's nothing you can do, said the older brown-haired boy seriously, approaching the young man. Yamato. You're wrong, it's too late to restore what I've done, They'll soon come and exterminate them all, said the brown-haired man madly. We'll see about that. he said before giving him another blow and going towards the shuttle, only to be stabbed in the chest by a blade, with Riot once again becoming one with his host. After that, Riot attracts the older brown-haired boy, even piercing his heart, then makes the man look at him so that he then opens his mouth abnormally to reveal Yamato's face. Yamato. I told you, there's no turning back, there's nothing you can do to stop the invasion, he said, watching with grace as the brown-haired boy tried to reach him with his hand, and then seeing how he died in his hands. In the end, you didn't manage to achieve your goal, brother, he said, laughing as he saw the man's corpse in his hands. Without him realizing it, a black substance began to reach the man's body and begin to enter his interior. Later, Venom, once inside his carrier, brings him back to life and delivers a powerful blow to Yamato's face, causing the blade to break and become embedded in Venom's chest, and he subsequently pulls it out with force without feeling any pain. Riot. Venom, this is your last chance, get in that rocket, he said with authority, covering the face of his carrier again. Venom. No. We will not let you destroy this world, he said, absorbing the blade and then turning his right hand into a large scythe. Riot. Then die with that, human, he said, turning his hands into two blades, launching himself against Venom. Venom, do you think we can win? A voice was heard inside the symbiote. Venom. Believe me, we will win, Issei, we have been through worse things, this will not be the exception, he said seriously, seeing how Riot was going with murderous intentions against him and his host. Issei. Then, let's give that spoiled, badly fucked menopausal whore hard against the wall, and mercilessly against the pavement. Venom. Come on, Issei. Venom launched against Riot. Issei. We. Venom. We are. Both symbiotes were already close to ending this fight. Venom. Issei. Venom. After having won the battle against RageRevan and his organization and the 666, also known as Traitors, the supernatural world entered a period of peace which did not last long for Issei Hyodo, who is now walking the streets of Tokyo after having fled from Kuo 5 months ago. The reason. Flashback. The brown-haired boy stood on the streets of Kuo with a somewhat sad look. For several months now, the girls have been further away from him and spent more time with his brother Yamato Hyodo, who is Rias Gremory's second pawn since she occupied 4 pawns in the two brothers. Not only that, after the battle, Drake, his faithful friend and companion, revealed to him that she was a woman and that her real name was Rem. This made the brown-haired boy almost have a heart attack, and even more so when she said that she loved him, but he, not knowing her feminine side, told the dragoness to meet each other to see if they could be in a relationship. Rem gladly agreed to be with him, but after 6 months she began to act colder and more distant from Issei to the point of not talking to him, causing Issei to become sad as he slowly began to have feelings for Rem. Once he got to his house, he went in and saw that there was no one there, and it was dark. When he turned on the light, he could see the leaders, along with Rias, Sona, Raquel, Femriser. You didn't expect that, right? And Serorg, together with their entourages, Valley's team, and among them were also his brother and his parents. They all looked at him with hatred and repulsion. Issei. What's wrong? I asked nervously because of everyone's gaze. Surzix. Hyodo. Issei. From now on you are no longer part of the Gremory clan, and you are no longer the pillar of the alliance, and the dragon that you carry inside you will also be removed, said the Crimson Mao coldly before Issei's stupefied gaze. Issei. This is a J-joke, right? He said, trying to deny reality. Gora. This is very real. From now on you are no longer our son, said the older brown-haired boy dryly in front of the shocked Issei. Issei. And that's not true. Gee guys, stop joking around, this isn't funny at all, he said, and then felt like some chains were holding him and he tried to get free but he couldn't. And shit. Rem, help me please. Rem. 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 I'm sorry but I can't stand you anymore. It's better that you die for having stained my name, the dragon said with hatred. Rias. Also, I need you to give me back what belongs to me, she said, raising her hand, causing 4 red spheres to come out of Issei's body, who screamed in pain. Yamato. Tell me, Rem-chan, do you want me to be your bearer? Said the younger brown-haired boy maliciously. Rem. Of course, Yamato-kun, the dragon exclaimed happily. Later, he approaches Issei and grabs him by the left arm before ripping it off, splashing the ground with blood, earning a heartbreaking scream from Issei, who fell to the ground when the chains released him. After that, Surzix approached the honey-eyed man and looked at him coldly. Surzix. Also, for your crimes you will be imprisoned in Tartaros for everything you have done, he said, and then everyone left there through a magic circle. That same day hell began for Issei. He was locked up in the Tartaros prison where day after day he was tortured. at the hands of his own brother whom he loved very much since they were children. He was also one of the reasons why he strived in addition to the Gremry girls. Now he did not know what to think about Yamato, his own brother who betrayed him and now tortured him in a savage way, and even once he and the Gremry and Citri girls had sex in front of him, which tore his heart apart when he saw how the women he loved were doing such an act with his brother in front of his nose. He would have understood if they didn't want to be with him, as much as it hurt him in the bottom of his heart. He only wanted happiness for the girls and his family, even if it means sacrificing yours. But now, he didn't know what to think. His own blood turned its back on him, took everything from him, tortured him inhumanely, all because Yamato blamed him for a crime he didn't commit, being accused of being a traitor for being allied with RageRevan and wanting to rule the factions and the human world, something to which he said he was innocent, but his words fell on deaf ears. For 7 years filled with pain and agony, Issei broke, his mind broke and he was no longer the same. During this time he was not only tortured, but he was also violated by Yamato and his father day after day, finishing breaking the mind of poor Issei, who no longer felt pain and was practically immune to pain. But not only his brother and his father, also his own mother, who after he was tortured and violated she went to his cell, technically always seeing him with a hungry and lustful look at the brown-haired boy whom from the first time he saw his mother look at him he felt fear. She forced him to have sex with her, having lost chastity with his own mother. This lasted 4 months, and without anyone noticing, Hizumi Hiyoto, Issei's mother, had become pregnant with her own son, which she was unaware of this fact, as were the others who betrayed him. Inside, all the love he felt for the girls, his family, was fading away. Now he only felt one other thing for them. That feeling was hate, resentment, thirst for revenge. Flashback end. Issei, who was now 23 years old, remembering what had happened, placed his right hand where his left arm was supposed to be, while tightening his grip due to the fury he felt. Shaking his head several times, he stopped remembering the past. Right now, he was arriving at his apartment after having finished his day of classes at the university. It had cost him a lot to enter. The first thing he did was change his name. Now his name was Ryu Takeda. He decided to change his name so as not to be sought by the factions after he escaped. After doing the paperwork and the document, he went to take the entrance exam. For that he was studying every day, even though it was difficult for him to walk with only one arm. For him it was a challenge, and he managed to pass the exam with 89%. Being so far the highest average, since the majority passed it with 70% or 81%, giving him a scholarship at the institution, something that he was grateful for. However, he also had to look for a part-time job to be able to pay the rent, and most of them did not accept him because he did not have an arm. But at least he got a job as a cashier where the owner of the supermarket accepted him regardless of his condition. Right now, Ryu, I'll call him that, but later he'll be called Issei again, was at the door of his apartment. Once inside, he proceeded to bathe and change to go to a restaurant where he always ate. It wasn't that he didn't know how to cook, it's just that it was difficult to cook. He could barely make a bento for himself, but whenever he arrived he would go to eat there. When he arrived, he sat at his usual table, which was next to the window. After that, an elderly man arrived, this being the owner of the place. Owner. Hi Ryu, I was wondering if you would come today, said the man in a friendly manner to the brown-haired man. Ryu. Hi Stan, what happened is that I had a problem in traffic and well, today I also had to work overtime, said the brown-haired boy somewhat tiredly. Stan Lee. Well, I hope you relax. Tell me, do you want the usual? Ryu. Yes please. Stan Lee. I'll bring it to you right away. With that said, Stanley went to the kitchen to prepare the food for the brown-haired boy. He looked out the window, watching as the sky darkened. His gaze showed nothing but indifference. After a while, Stanley arrived with his food, which was a baked chicken with potatoes, carrots and salad. Then he proceeded to eat without first thanking him. After eating and paying, he went back to his apartment, where all he could do was do the chores he was given and clean a little. It was already midnight and Ryu was in his bed trying to sleep, but it was almost impossible. He was like that for an hour until he finally managed to fall asleep. The next morning, the brown-haired boy was going to university, listening to the song Chop Suey by System of a Down with headphones. Upon arriving, he went to his classroom where he sat down and then looked out the window at the campus while he continued listening to his music. Unbeknownst to him, he was being watched by someone from the sky. After a couple of minutes, the teacher entered the classroom. Teacher. Good morning students, take your seats. Everyone who was standing did as she was told. Okay, a new student is coming in today and I hope you treat her with respect. He looks at the door. You can come in now. The door to the living room opens, revealing a beautiful woman with long blue hair. Her eyes were carmine-colored, her face was fine, her skin looked like porcelain, her body was very well endowed, an hourglass figure, large breasts and shapely legs. The boys who were perverts just screamed with excitement, and the others were not interested and continued doing their thing, some bookworms. Teacher. Well, introduce yourself. Hello, my name is Ain Chidorigafuchi. I hope we get along well, said the light blue-haired girl with a smile and bowing. Teacher. Okay, Miss Ain, you can sit next to young Takeda, points to Ryu who was still looking at the window. Ain went to sit next to the brunette who felt that he was next to her. He took off his headphones, revealing the light blue-haired girl who didn't have the other arm. Ain. Hello, I'm Ain Chidorigafuchi, nice to meet you, she said, extending her hand to the brown-haired boy. Ryu. The pleasure is mine, I am Ryu Takeda, he said, shaking the girl's hand. After that, 3 months had passed. In that time Ain and Ryu got along very well, being best friends, which would soon become something more. Although on the part of the brown-haired boy he was somewhat cold with her when she asked him about his life and why he is not living with his parents, he only said that he never had parents, and that he raised himself and that he lost his arm in an accident. Ain did not want to inquire further into Ryu's life. But with everything else he was a little more open. Everyone at the university knew him as the Ice Prince, for being someone cold and lonely since he entered, and with Ain that nickname lost effect on others when they saw that he smiled when he was with the Sky Blue film. Ryu occasionally took the girl to the restaurant where he frequently went. Stanley only congratulated him, saying that he has a good eye for women, embarrassing the two friends. Now in the present, Ryu was in his class with Ain while they were talking about trivial things, until the teacher enters the classroom. Teacher. Okay class, I have news for you. Everyone pays attention. You see, in about 3 months the university festival will be celebrated, but the directors made a pact with an academy so that they can celebrate here too. Ryu didn't have a good feeling hearing that. Student 1. And what academy is it? Professor. Kuo Academy. Saying that, Ryu was about to have a heart attack but was able to recover from the shock. Ryu. The fucking mother who gave birth to me, because it had to be that one. With there being thousands of academies in Tokyo, it had to be just the academy full of nymphomanian lesbians. The fucking mother who gave birth to me. The fucking mother who gave birth to me. Ain. Is something wrong, Ryu-kun? I asked, seeing the brown-haired boy's annoyed expression. Ryu. I'm fine, Ain-san. I'm just a little stressed, he said with a twitch in his eye. Professor. Well, the other news is that in 2 weeks there will be a field trip to the Oscorp companies in the United States. When I said this, the whole room was in shock, and groups of 2 will be made, so I will say the names of the members. 2 Doritos later. Professor. The last group is Takeda Ryu and Chidorigafuchi Ain. Saying that, Ryu just sighed in relief, since at least he'll be with his friend. While Ain wanted to hug the brown-haired boy but decided to hold back the urge so as not to draw attention to herself in her classroom. After an hour the bell had rang, starting lunchtime. On the roof of the building Ryu was eating with the light blue-haired girl who from time to time fed the brown-haired boy, to his embarrassment, but if it was her she would swallow her pride. Ain. Ryukun Seiya, said the girl, holding some rice with chopsticks. Ryu. Receiving the food in his mouth. Ain-san, this is not necessary. I can eat alone, said the brown-haired boy, a little blushed with embarrassment. Ain. Moo, Ryukun, why are you so bad? I just want to feed you, she said, pouting. Ryu. Okay, don't make a scene, he said resignedly. Ain. By the way, aren't you excited that we're going to the United States to see Oscorp Industries? The girl said enthusiastically. Ryu. Why are you so excited? It's just a field trip, that's all. He received a small blow to the head from Ain. Why was that? Ain. Are you ignorant or what? Don't you see that we are going to one of the best technology companies in the world? She said, somewhat annoyed with the brown-haired boy. And they also work on helping people with your problem, pointing to her non-existent arm. Ryu. I don't think it's that bad. Besides, I'm already used to this. I don't need a prosthesis, he said after finishing eating his vento. Ain. Your loss. By the way, Ryukun, why did you get tense when the teacher said that the students of Kuo Academy would come here for the festival? She asked curiously. The brunette narrowed his eyes. Ryu. I had a bad experience at that academy, that's all, he said with irritation that he was trying to hide. The light blue-haired girl noticed that, and from the way he said it, something very bad must have happened to him. 2 weeks later. At the airport you can see our brown-haired boy who was standing waiting for his excursion companion. Ryu was carrying a bag where he carried a couple of changes of clothes among other things. He seemed to be somewhat upset, since the only one missing was the girl who did not come. After 5 minutes he saw how Ain was running with her suitcase towards him, and when they were face to face he decided to speak. Ryu. Late, pretending to look at a watch in his hand. Ain. I am sorry but I didn't know what to bring, she said sadly. Ryu. Come on, we'll only stay for a few weeks. Okay, let's go, otherwise we'll be punished, he said while going with the rest of the class. Ain. Wait, she said following the boy. Moments later. The two were already on the plane that would take them to New York. Ain decided to get some sleep so she rested her head on Ryu's shoulder who was a little nervous. For his part, he looked at the clouds from the window with an empty look. He always had that look every time he remembered something from the past. Fury arose again inside him. He clenched his fist causing small black rays to surround his hand. Seeing this he had a memory of how he was able to produce those rays. Flashback. Moans were heard in the halls of the Tartaros prison. Issei was lying on the floor looking at the ceiling while above him was his mother who was naked raising and lowering her hips on her son screaming with pleasure until they both reached climax. Issei who did not care about anything had filled his mother's. Hizumi all she did was kiss Issei on the lips who had his gaze lost in a hungry and passionate way. She then separates looking at him with a smile full of lust while caressing his cheek. Hizumi. Very well my boy, you filled mom with so much joy, she said and then bit his neck leaving a mark from which a little blood came out. Now it's your turn, she said getting on all fours. Come on Issei, come with mommy. The brown-haired boy with a broken mind obeyed his mother's order. After 2 hours the brown-haired women had left Issei in the cell. After the day ended for the brown-haired boy another session of inhuman torture began. This time Yamato had not come. In his place came Surzex who looked at the boy coldly and at the same time with grace and malice. Surzex. Are you having fun in your new home? Issei didn't say anything. He just kept his gaze focused on the ground. Surzex didn't say anything, he just sketched a smile worthy of a demon when he saw how the brown-haired boy was. Then he put a bucket on the ground which began to shine until it showed a magic screen. I hope you like it, it's a gift from Resigned and Yamato-kun. He leaves the brown-haired boy. He didn't look at the screen but he managed to hear them. They were moans. He already knew who those people were. On the screen you could see Rias and Sona having sex with Yamato while the others were waiting their turn with the purple-eyed brunette. Issei still looked at the ground. His eyes were lifeless. Blood began to drip from his mouth as he felt unimaginable pain. It was as if his bones were turning to dust. He unconsciously closed his fist to the point of making it bleed at the same time that slight black rays surrounded his bloody hand that little by little became more intense. Furiously he extended his hand wrapped in electricity, firing a small beam of lightning towards the cube, turning it to dust. Once he let out that electricity, his body collapsed, and he lay unconscious on the cold floor of his cell. Flashback end. The brown-haired boy closed his eyes, swallowing his fury, and took a deep breath, stopping producing electricity. Every time he released that power, his body was exhausted, so he slowly fell asleep with Ain at his side. Several hours later, Ryu began to open his eyes only to see that the sky was dark. Looking at the time on his cell phone he saw that it was 3 o'clock in the morning. When he turned his gaze he saw Ain sleeping peacefully leaning on his arm. Seeing her he smiled happily. He was happy to have someone he can trust. Whoever his true friend was, he was internally thanking his brother and the factions for betraying him since he finally got what he wanted, a quiet life full of peace. Ryu. Thanks Ain for being my friend and being with me through thick and thin, he whispered, wanting to caress the hair of the all-for-honor-mentioned girl who, even while asleep, seemed to be able to hear what he said. Ain. I will always be, she said in her sleep, hugging Ryu's arm a little tighter. The boy could only smile as his eyes seemed to sparkle again. Without further ado, he decided to go back to sleep. 2 days later. 2 days had passed and finally everyone had arrived in New York. All of them, without exception, were very excited to visit the Oscorp Industries, but first they would have to go and drop off their things at the apartment where they would be staying for the rest of the week. Once they arrived where they would be staying, the teachers who went with them said that they would share a room with their partner. When they went to their respective rooms, several of Ryu's acquaintances told him to take advantage of the bug. You know what I mean. Our protagonist and his friend entered what would be their room. They saw that it was simple but at the same time cozy, and they began to see where they would sleep. To their great surprise, there was only a room with a small bed for one person, making the two of them paralyzed. Ryu, Ain. I saw her first. They said in unison. Huh? They blinked confused. Don't imitate me, they said with their faces very close without noticing. When they finally reacted and noticed that their faces were just centimeters away, feeling each other's breathing and then separating with red faces. Ryu. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, he said with his face red hot. Ain. And no, I'm the one who should apologize, same as the brown-haired boy. Ryu. Okay, I think I'll sleep on the couch, he said, leaving for the dining room. Ain. I was very close to his face, she thought, and then fell onto the bed with her eyes spiraling. We were very close. Moments later, the two, now recovered, met up with the rest of their class and took a bus to Oscorp Industries. Upon arrival, they were amazed to see the Oscorp headquarters building. Ryu. Wow, I didn't think it was that big, he said in amazement. Ain. But I'm telling you that it is one of the most famous companies in the world, she said enthusiastically. Teacher. Okay, students, we're going to take a tour of the entire building and I'm asking you to stay together. So the whole class proceeded to enter. The first thing they saw were the workers and those in charge of the company's finances. Then they went to another entrance where a woman who was the guide on their excursion was waiting for them. Guide. Welcome to Oscorp Industries. I hope you enjoy the tour, and before I tell you that you are prohibited from touching objects that are classified as not suitable for civilian use among other more understanding. Everyone nods with a hi. Well, let's continue, but first take these cards so you don't get lost on the tour. Handing out some VIP passes that everyone put on them. When they crossed the entrance, everyone saw what seemed to be the future. There were several shelves where there were various objects that caught everyone's attention, and the guide took them there. Guide. Well, as the first stop on the tour, we will present one of the new projects that Oscorp has been developing for a long time. Having said that, it goes to what looks like a holographic television. Pressing a button will display a series of images showing something about nanotechnology. Everyone was amazed to see the various creations of Oscorp. Ryu was interested in the prototypes that, according to the explanations, were for use by the army. Without a doubt, that caught his attention. The guide took them to the next floor where they were working on robotics and the development of new sciences and technologies. Well, here are our guests, spoke to a man whom everyone recognized. Guide. Good afternoon, Mr. Osborne, he said politely, and the others bowed. Norman. Good afternoon to all of you, and I hope you enjoy what my company offers you. He then fixes his gaze on Ryu, your boy, addressing the brown-haired boy. Ryu. Who? Me. Norman. Yeah, tell me, kid, what happened to you, seeing that he didn't have his left arm? Ryu. I had an accident 7 years ago and lost my arm, but I'm used to it now. Norman. Come here, boy, I'll show you something, he said, putting his arm on the brown-haired boy's shoulder and heading towards a testing room. The others wanted to know what was going to happen and followed the two of them. They both arrived at a room where several scientists were examining artifacts that Ryu couldn't see well. Then they went to a table where he could see a prototype of a robotic arm. Norman. What's your name, boy? Ryu. Ryu Takeda, Mr. Osborne said politely. Norman. Leave the formalities alone, I never liked them, call me Norman, he said with a smile. Ryu. Okay, Norman, he said a bit nervously. His classmates and teachers watched from a window that separated the hallway from the room. Norman, how are the tests with the prosthetics going? A man dressed as a scientist spoke. Norman. Oh, Otto, how nice, I was just about to call you. As for the tests, they are already ready, and you have the boy here who has the privilege of being the first to test them. Otto looks at the brown-haired boy. Otto. Nice to meet you, young man. I'm Otto Octavius, head of the Robotics and Engineering Division at Oscorp. He stretches out his hand and Ryu shakes his hand with the man's. Well, let's do the tests. Norman made the brown-haired boy sit on a chair, while Otto placed a kind of chip in the back of his neck. All his classmates and teachers watched this, and several recorded it to later upload it to social networks. Otto. Okay, now I just need you to relax and think about what you're going to do. I understand the robotic arm from a computer calibrating the circuits so that everything is in order. Okay, now think about what you're going to do. Ryu took a deep breath as he thought about the movements he would execute. When he was about to move his right arm, the robotic arm moved up as if it were greeting. This impressed everyone and made Norman and Otto smile. Wanting to do another case, he calculated the movements in his mind. The arm began to move its fingers. Seeing a pen, he took it with the prosthetic arm and began to write his name on a sheet of paper that was next to it. His classmates applauded when they saw what the brown-haired boy had achieved. Ain looked at this with the desire to cry while she smiled happily for her friend. Norman. Excellent, it works. With this, the project is now finished, and this is what we are looking forward to celebrating, he said while the scientists applauded to see that his work was a success. And all thanks to you, he said, hugging the brown-haired boy who responded to the gesture. Otto. As a token of appreciation, I think you deserve this, he said, holding a complete robotic arm in his hands. Ryu. Thanks, but I have no way to pay you, he said in a friendly manner. Norman. Don't worry, take it as a souvenir, it's all yours. Ryu. Thanks. Otto, with the help of some scientists, places Ryu's arm, connecting it to the microchip in the back of his neck. Otto. Okay, here are the instructions in case you have any problems. Giving him the papers, and Ryu said goodbye, thanking them both. As he left the room, his classmates rushed towards him, congratulating him, which embarrassed him a little. Then Ian came and hugged him. Ain. I told you. Ryu. Well, I admit you were right. After that they continued with the tour while Ryu tested his new arm, until by chance he saw a half-open door. For some strange reason he felt he had to see what was on the other side. Ryu. Sensei, excuse me, I have to go to the bathroom, I'll be right back. Teacher. Fine, but don't take too long. With that said, the brown-haired boy went to the door discreetly so that no one would see him, since there was a sign saying, "Authorized personnel only." Ignoring this, he entered through a long hallway until he reached another door where, when he opened it, he was surprised. There were hundreds of glass boxes where he could see somewhat peculiar spiders, since several were red and blue, and the others were black with a bit of color. This surprised him, so he thought it must be a new project, and he continued looking until he reached another section in which he could see cells that seemed to be hospital rooms. Certainly this gave him a bad taste in his mouth, and he walked past until he saw something on a shelf. It was a capsule where he could see a kind of black slime. With curiosity he went and looked closely at the object. He took the capsule to bring it closer to his face. The black slime began to move until it jumped towards Ryu, who, out of fright, threw the capsule to the ground, breaking it. The alarm sounded, alerting the brown-haired boy, who quickly took the broken object and put it in its place, and then left there without realizing that the black slime clung to his leg and then entered his body. Ryu arrived with his group, which was waiting for him. Professor, can I know why it took so long? The professor asked seriously. Ryu. I'm sorry, but I felt bad, said, scratching the back of his neck. Professor. Well, it doesn't matter. Apparently there was a fault in the laboratory, and they went to see what happened. Ryu got nervous, which no one noticed, luckily for him, so our visit is cancelled for today. In 2 days we can come again. With that said, everyone returns to the apartment, where Ryu began to feel dizzy upon entering, which worried Ain, who took him to the room so he could rest comfortably. Once the brown-haired boy lay down, Ain went to get a wet cloth while Ryu began to breathe a little calmer. After a while, the sky-blue film enters. Ain. How do you feel, Ryukun? She said, sitting on the bed wetting the cloth. Ryu. I feel a little better, he said, starting to cough. The girl approached and put her forehead against the boy's. He got nervous when he saw that their faces were very close and when he felt Ain's enormous breasts. Come on, grab her like there's no tomorrow. Come on, do it, don't be a coward. A deep voice was heard in the boy's mind, who still couldn't articulate a word or think straight. Ain. Holy crap, you're burning up with fever, standing up, causing her breasts to bounce slightly. Come on, do it, break her ass, leave her in bed for days. These things can only happen to you once in your life, do it. He heard that voice in his head again. Ryu. I knew that masturbating also drives you crazy, he thought, watching how the girl put the wet cloth on his forehead. It doesn't just make you blind, he spoke again. Ryu. Who are you? First you have to wait for the tits with legs to go away. Ryu. Don't say that to Ain or I'll. While he was fighting with the voice, Ain spoke. Ain. I'm going to prepare something to help you get better, she said, going to the kitchen and closing the bedroom door. Ryu. Okay, he's gone, now show yourself. After saying that, his right arm turned into a black substance until it took the form of a head with a terrifying face that looked at Ryu with a smile with its sharp side-like teeth. Ryu. So that black substance was you, right? He said without being intimidated by seeing it. Yes, we introduce ourselves, we are Venom, Hiyoto Issei. His smile became somewhat macabre. Ryu. How do you know who I am? He said, emotionless to Venom. Venom. I simply saw your memories of being my host, he. He laughed when he saw how the boy looked at him sharply. Tell me, don't you want to get rid of all that hate inside you? Ryu. What do you offer me? Venom. Simple power, the power you need to get revenge on them. Venom said it with hate. Ryu. Why should I trust you? Venom. Believe me, I only want the best for us. I give you my power and you take revenge on the factions and I stay in your body. If I don't have a body I can't live for long. The son of a bitch Osborne and the 4 eyes of Octavius have experimented on me. They turned my original body to dust, turning me into a mass that needs a host, he said with hatred while Ryu's body began to be covered by a mass of dark matter at the same time that a macabre smile formed on his face. So tell me, Issei, accept the deal. Entering the body that was already completely black and the matter began to cover his face slowly. If you accept, we will both get what we want. Ryu. Hehehe, you understand me right, we understand each other well, we both want the same thing. If I accept, we will get revenge, right? Venom. That's right, we will be unstoppable. There will be no one to stop us, not even the celestial dragons will be able to stop us. Ryu's face was covered up to half of Venom's face. 1M. Ryu. Then I accept, hehehehe. His laughter turned macabre. Venom. Who are we then? Macabre laughter. Ryu, Venom. We are Venom. Kuo City. Son. Forgive me, caressing his belly, please come back. Kuo City, Hyoto residence. In the residence belonging to the Hyoto family, you could see a brown-haired woman between 30 or 40 years old, but that did not mean she was an old woman. Her appearance suggested she was 20 years old, but that is not the point. The woman looked sad. In her eyes you could see the sadness, suffering and melancholy. The woman was on the balcony sitting in a chair. She was caressing her belly that is very swollen, a sign that the woman was 9 months pregnant. She was aware that the baby she was expecting was not her husband's but her own son, whom she betrayed and let him be tortured. To increase the guilt that gnawed at her, she had forced her son to sleep with her every day after her husband and her other son tortured and violated him. She felt like a slut when she realized what she had done, and as a result she ended up pregnant with her firstborn, whom she now wants to find to make up for her mistakes. If it had been up to her, she would have been dead right now for several months, since she found out that she was going to give birth to Issei's son. Her child, whom she gave life to and then left in that seedy place so that she could later sleep with him, for the simple fact that it excited her to see him suffer, to hear him beg. His screams of pain, all the suffering that the brown-haired boy received made her feel in ecstasy to the point that she couldn't stand it anymore and committed several, if not hundreds, of times that she had sex with Issei in a forced way. Just by remembering the atrocities she did, she felt the need to take a gun and shoot herself in the head, but she stood firm, not for herself or her family, but for the baby she now carries inside her. Perhaps the baby is a product of her sin, but at the same time it was what she still had of Issei after he escaped from Tartaros 8 months ago. I look at her belly, smiling with sweetness mixed with melancholy while continuing to caress her belly, feeling the baby's kicks. But that moment is interrupted by an older brown-haired man, Hisumi. Upon sensing that someone was with her, turned around and her face became one of absolute anger and resentment when she saw that it was her, now, ex-husband. Gora. Hello, Hisumi, said the brown-haired man with a smile. Hisumi. What do you want? The brunette addressed him in a blunt manner, which saddened the older brunette. Gora. I came to see if you were okay. I'm worried that you're alone in your situation, looking at the brunette's belly sadly. Hisumi. As you see, I'm fine. I don't need anyone's help, she said, looking at the sunset. If I was able to do it in these 9 months, I will be able to once he is born. Neither you nor anyone else will have the right to see my son, she said with hatred, remembering the girls that she used to see as the daughters that her other son never had. Goro. I want to help you. There was a moment of silence until the brunette spoke. Hisumi. Why? So that you could violate the baby like you did with him, right? Or like you told me to do with him when you found out, to abort him or abandon him when he was born or give him to some demon to eat him. Her words carried pure hatred towards her ex-husband. Gora. To make up for my mistakes, I know I did wrong and now I just want all this to be fixed. I know very well that this son is not mine, but at least I want to take care of him. Slap. Hisumi stood in front of Gora with her hand extended, indicating that she was the one who slapped the brunette. Hisumi. Care. How did you take care of Issei and that bastard Yamato? How did you take care of me when I was pregnant with Issei? Tears fell from the brunette's eyes. Those tears were not from sadness, but from contained fury. I know well that you were unfaithful to me with many women for a long time, and even with the mother of the bitch Rias and the wife of Serzex. How do you think I felt when I found out about that? Did it never occur to you that you had a family? But no, you always went from bed to bed sleeping with every offered whore that crossed your path. You were never by my side. You left me alone taking care of the two of you for 16 years, and you didn't even care about their birthdays. None of them mattered to you. Tell me, Was I ever important to you? Did you ever love me? Hisumi let out everything he felt. Everything he said fell like a bucket of cold water on the brunette, who lowered his gaze to avoid looking Hisumi in the eyes. He was aware of what he did and felt truly sorry. But it was too late to fix the damage he caused to Hisumi and his children. Recently he began to blame himself for not being a good father and being the cause of Yamato betraying Issei, but in that he was wrong. Hisumi. Go away. I don't want to know anything more about you. Better go sleep with Rias or the others or any other bitch. That's what you're an expert at, he said, sitting back down on the chair watching the sunset. Gora sadly left the house, leaving his ex-wife alone. Please, come back, Issei. If I can't be a good mother to you, at least I'll be a good wife. Underworld, Castle of the Mao Lucifer. Surzex was in his office doing the usual paperwork. The door opened, showing Grafia, who looked sad but still maintained her serious and stoic expression. Surzex. What's wrong, Grafia-san? The redhead said coldly, causing the maid to have a tightness in her heart. Grafia. Azazel-sama requested a meeting at Rias-sama's club and that everyone must go within an hour, she said respectfully but sadly at the same time. Surzex. I understand, you already informed Rias and Sona about this. Grafia. Hi, Surzex-sama. An hour later, occult club. Everyone was already gathered in the occult club room. Surzex, Sarah Fall and Ajuka representing the demons, Michael and Gabriel representing the angels, Azazel, Penemu, Barakil and Shemhazai representing the fallen, Odin and his son Thor, Yazaka and Kunu, who was 15 years old and was the new leader of the yokai faction. There were also Rias and Sona and the girls in their entourage who had no shine in their eyes, with a lost look and in terrible condition, just like the Mao Leviathan. Michael. Why did you call us Azazel? Asked the leader of heaven. Azazel. Well, I'll get to the point. I think I know the location of Issei and Valley. Upon saying that, the Gremry and Citri girls along with Gabriel, Pemamiya and Sarah Fall will regain the shine in their eyes. Rias. My Issei, where is my Issei? She said, taking the fallen man by the collar of his clothes. Surzex. Rias, control yourself or I will have to punish you for disrespecting a cadre, said Lucifer seriously to his sister, who, out of fear, released Azazel, and tell us where they are. Azazel. Valley is in Spain in the city of Madrid, and I only have two options to know where Issei is. Michael. And those would be? Azazel. One could be in Tokyo or it could be somewhere else. According to my sources, they saw a boy who looked like Issei who didn't have a left arm, so technically it's him, but he hasn't been seen for a few days. It's as if the earth had swallowed him, said the leader of the fallen seriously. Odin. And you already know where the damn Yamato is, said the father of all, spitting the name of the brown-haired man who was the cause of his friends suffering from perversions. Azazel. No, the bastard is very elusive. It is not known where he went, but I think he could go to where Issei or Valley are. Everyone became serious at what Azazel said. Rias. If that bastard dares to hurt my Issei, I will turn him to dust, the Gremry said angrily, and the others were the same. Surzex. So if we find Issei-kun, we will also find Yamato. I'm serious. Kunu. I will join this only for Issei but not for you. Once I find him I will take him to my faction so that they do not harm him anymore, said the Kitsune seriously. Rias. No, Issei will come with me. I won't let a bitch like you take him away from me, I threatened the blonde. Kunu. Look who says it, the bitch who opened the legs of the real traitor with just a few simple words, just like the other whores in your group, she said sharply. Yasaka. Kunu, she said, trying to calm her daughter who looked at her angrily. Kunu. You are the least indicated to speak. Remember that you also slept with him, and to top it off you are expecting a child from that bastard just like the others, including the two angels and the demon sister of the other whore. The rage was very noticeable in Kunu's voice, making her mother feel a pain in her heart just like the others mentioned, because Kunu was right about that. Meanwhile in New York, United States, Ryu's room, Issei, 11 p.m. The brown-haired boy was asleep in bed while Ain was washing the dishes after having prepared dinner for the two of them. Ryu's, Issei, dream. The brown-haired boy was in the underworld's judgment room. He could see all his ex-friends and his parents who were looking at him arrogantly. In front of him he saw the four Maos and the members of the council. His confused look turned to a serious one with contained anger that could be seen in his eyes. Surzex. Hyodo Issei, for your act of treason towards the factions by having allied yourself with the Chaos Brigade, you will be sentenced to 1,000 years in the Tartaros prison, the Mao responded seriously. After that Issei was taken to said prison, where he was chained to a cell away from the other cells. A day had passed since he was there. It was not that he cared, he remembered everything he lived there, so he thought he would suffer like back then. I was very wrong. After a few minutes the gate opened, revealing Yamato, who was looking at him with a dark smile. Yamato. Yahoo, Nissan, said the brown-haired boy with an innocent smile that caused Issei to clench his teeth in rage. Issei. What do you want, Yamato? He asked with hatred that he tried to hide. Yamato. I want to play a game, he said while taking out a rusty tweezers from a magic circle. Do you remember the anime we watched when we were kids? What was it called? Taking on a thoughtful pose. Issei. There were hundreds that we saw as children: Dragon Ball, Shirmai Mao no Testament, Konosuba, Inuyasha, High School of the Dead, Mirai Nikki, Medaka Box, One Piece, Tokyo Ghoul. He was interrupted. Yamato. That's it, Tokyo Ghoul. I just wanted to play a game from that anime, he said while putting on a hockey mask. Issei. Yamato W, what are you doing? I asked with fear. Yamato. Tell me, Nissan, how much is 1000 minus 7? Crack. Issei. Hallelujah. Yamato had cut off Issei's finger, who gave a heartbreaking scream, blood splashing on the floor of his cell. Yamato. Come on, Nissan, how much is 1000 minus 7? Crack. Issei. Yamato. Come on, how much is 1000 minus 7? He said madly. Crack. 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 This torment continued for months that for Issei were like years full of pain and agony. Yamato cut off his fingers and then put them back on with phoenix tears. Now Issei couldn't see anything. He had a bag on his head blocking his view, then it was removed, seeing that he was in a different room and was tied to a chair. Yamato. Hello, Nissan, said the younger brown-haired boy again with joy before Issei's hate-filled gaze. You know, Nissan, I'm already bored of playing Tokyo Ghoul, so why don't we play another game? He said, and then took out a bat tangled with barbed wire and savagely hit Issei in the face and repeated the same action. After the brutal beating, Yamato grabbed Issei by the hair, seeing that his face had been disfigured. Yamato. Oh, I'm sorry, I think I overdid it. I'll fix it now, Nissan, he said with acted concern, giving a headbutt to Issei's face, making him moan in pain for not being able to speak. The younger brown-haired boy came with a car battery with some cables. He left the object on the ground and connected the cables to Issei. One he connected to his crotch and the other to his tongue. Yamato. I think this will help you recover, Nissan. He said this with a macabre smile and then turned on the battery, sending strong electric shocks to Issei's body, who was convulsing and moaning in agony. Yamato turned off the battery and approached Issei. Yamato. Are you feeling better now, Nissan? Issei did not say why he could not speak and still had mild convulsions. I think we will not try again. Turning the device back on but sending more power this time since Issei received 500 volts in his body. After an hour, Yamato turned it off again. Well, I think I have to go. The girls are waiting for me at home, he said, mockingly looking at Issei. See you, Nissan, he said to reactivate the battery at 1000 volts, leaving Issei like that, who endured the shocks all night, for 6 months without rest. Another day had passed. Now Issei was in his cell with a lost look. It seemed that the shocks had turned off almost all of his brain. He couldn't see well and he couldn't feel his body. Right now he could see Yamato and his father Gora enter, who looked at him with amusement. Gora. Hello, son, you are behaving well, he said while looking at him with contempt. Yamato. Ten, Nissan, taking Issei's face, making him drink a phoenix tear, healing him. Issei. What the hell do you want? He shouted in anger, only to be hit by his father. Gora. More respect, kid, he said seriously but at the same time with grace. Yamato. Today we brought you this because it's your birthday, he said, showing a futuristic gun. It's a gift from us and from Azazel-sensei, I hope you like it, he said, shooting a ray at Issei that exploded in smoke and then showed a brown-haired girl with a great body completely naked. This was just the beginning of his true hell. Venom had a murderous look. He could see everything his host went through at the hands of his brother, and his constant violations and a wide variety of monsters such as orcs, goblins, etc. He wanted to kill him. He wanted to go and make him suffer, make him beg like a bitch like the bastards who claimed to be his friends, but more for a certain group of whores according to him. He would have fun with them in the cruelest and most painful way possible. Right now, he felt helpless for not being able to do anything. He wanted to go and kill all those bastards who messed with Issei, but he couldn't and had to swallow his anger and just watch. What the symbiote saw was a horrible scene. Issei, still turned into a woman, was now being violated by the undead. In a few words, zombies. Venom had already lost count of the times he saw Issei being sexually abused by different monsters among other races apart from Yamato and Goro also doing it, and even his own mother too after the monsters ended. He felt disgust and more hatred for seeing how he was tortured for so long. He would have preferred the other tortures, but this was already crossing the line of the sadistic. Practically what the current Sekurite did to his host had no name, and he was just waiting for the moment to find him and make him his bitch. Oh, how he would have fun with him. Now Issei was on the ground trembling while she was in a fetal position, sobbing silently. She could not even speak after all the torture she had destroyed her vocal cords. Soon all the undead were charred with Yamato looking at everything with a smile full of satisfaction and malice. He approached Issei, who was still in the same position. Yamato. I see you had fun, didn't you? Nay-san, he said to get on the same level as the brunette. Calm down. He caresses the girl's cheek, who looks at him with eyes full of fear and hate at the same time. You will not go through this again. I don't want them to stain what is mine. He fixes his gaze on where the dragon mark was. That's why I'm going to let you come with me and the others. Tell me you don't want to be one more in the family. He said this with a smile worthy of a demon, like Alucard's smile. Issei didn't say anything. He just trembled in anger that if looks could kill, Yamato would now have a huge hole in his head. The brown-haired boy, seeing this, just widened his smile and took out a phoenix tear and forced Issei to drink it. Yamato. Now you will give me an answer. The brunette continues, looking at him angrily. If you say yes, I will get you out of here and make you my wife and make love to you until you get pregnant, and then the family will be complete again. He said this and then got on top of Issei. Issei. I would never lower myself to that. I'd rather be dead than be part of your filthy family, much less be your whore. You and your entire family can go to hell. He roared as his pupils for some reason turned red. Yamato didn't see this and just smiled at what he was going to do to him. The brown-haired boy snapped his fingers, causing the mark on Issei's belly to begin to glow until several glowing tribal marks appeared all over his body, causing Issei to feel great pain throughout his body as if his entire body was burning, screaming heartbreakingly. Yamato watched this with a crazed smile as he watched the brunette writhe in pain. Venom couldn't take it anymore and launched himself at the brown-haired boy with the intention of devouring his head, but he only pierced the boy's body, which made his frustration increase, and he clenched his fists in anger. Yamato. It's painful, isn't it? You feel like you're burning inside, like every molecule in your body is slowly being carbonized, he said euphorically, which made the symbiote launch itself at him, obtaining the same result. Issei. What did you do to me? She said, crawling towards the brown-haired boy holding his leg. Yamato. Do you want to know? Well, I'll tell you. Having marked you, that makes you officially mine. Only mine, and at the slightest attempt at betrayal to me, the mark becomes a curse that makes you suffer until it breaks your mind, turning it into dust. And as you were here for 3 years wallowing with all the creatures of this place, makes the curse increase, even more if you have the dragon fall. Your suffering will be worse. He laughed evilly, seeing how the brunette continued screaming in pain. Issei suffered this torment for months until 7 years had passed in that place. 7 long years full of agony, having lost all trace of sanity. Right now Venom, sadly, approached the brunette who was on the ground. The marks were still on her body, but she was no longer screaming, which had worried the symbiote, but he remembered that this was just a dream and it was impossible for his host to be dead. With great delicacy, he began to bring his hand closer to the girl's face, but only went through it, which frustrated him more. Venom. Yamato. You better be ready. Because I'm going to destroy you. I'm going to destroy every cell in your disgusting body. I'm going to make you regret being born. You and all the factions will feel my wrath. Then, join me. Venom heard an extremely deep voice that radiated power and wisdom. Looking around, he did not find the cause of the voice, and when he looked up, he could see 2 scarlet eyes looking at him and his host. Venom. Who are you? He said, standing in front of the girl to protect her. Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you, and who am I? You will know that in due time. Venom was about to say something else, but the gate suddenly opened, revealing a platinum-haired man, a black-haired man, and a blonde girl. Hyodo. I don't think I can handle them all. There are too many. Bring it and let's get out of here. Balance breaker. Balance breaker. A light blinded Venom, causing him to cover his eyes. Real world, 7:45 p.m. Ryu abruptly got up from the bed. His body was bathed in sweat. His heart rate was over 130 beats per second. He went straight to the bathroom and began to look for some pills or some medicine. But the only thing he found was a bottle full of painkillers, Without hesitation, he took all the pills along with almost 3 liters of water. Falling to the floor sitting against the wall, he put his hand on his face trying to compose himself. Ryu. Again. Venom. What happened? He asked seriously but at the same time worried, coming out of his right shoulder. Ryu. Again. I remembered again. No matter how hard I try to forget. My mind will always torment me, he said, hitting his head lightly and starting to shed tears. Why? Why did this have to happen? What did I do wrong? Why do I always have to suffer? Why am I alone in this big gray world? Why don't I just die? I want to die. I don't want to keep having these nightmares. I don't want to feel pain again. I don't want to be alone again. Ryu's voice made something in Venom break. The desperation and pain was very evident in the brown-haired boy's voice. His torture affected him so much that it broke every trace of sanity and spirit that only wanted death. Venom strangely shed a tear from his right eye. His tear was like blood. Venom, hearing that he wanted to die, didn't want that to happen. After all, Ryu was just like him, a nobody in the eyes of others and only the object of ridicule. Without hesitation, Venom completely left Ryu's body and then gave him a hug to appease his host. Venom. You are not alone. Remember that you have Ain and me. We will not abandon you. We will always be there to laugh, suffer and cry by your side. Do not think that you are and will be alone. Increases the strength of the hug. I know what it is to suffer. I know what it is to live in torment. You are not the only one who decided to leave everything behind. Sometimes suffering, deception, betrayal is a test to prove that we are not weak. If you fall into despair, you are nothing more than garbage. But if you survive, you are ready to move forward again. Even if it hurts to forget. You have to be strong to overcome it. And you will take a step towards a new future. Ryu was staring into space, his tears still falling from his eyes that little by little began to recover that shine that once lay in them. The words of his new companion sank deep into his broken heart, causing a feeling to spring up inside him, one of happiness. Without a doubt, and quickly he reciprocated Venom's hug. Ryu. Thanks. Thanks, Venom. Ryu cried, grateful for its new companion. Venom. Always until the end. They both stayed like that for a few minutes in a comfortable silence, which was soon interrupted when Ryu's cell phone started ringing. Ryu. It's Ain-san, answers the call. Hello Ain-san, what? He couldn't finish when he heard her scream. Ain. Ryu-kun. Something explodes. Ryu. The girl stops being heard. Ryu. Ain. Ain. He exclaimed with concern and anger at the same time. If you want her, come here. I know it's you. You can't hide from me forever. Call cuts off. Ryu's eyes were covered by his hair. That voice he knew perfectly, the voice of the one who caused all his torment. Venom re-entered the body of the brown-haired almond-eyed man to cover his body with a mass of dark matter. Ryu. Venom. Let's put an end to my nightmares. Ryu. Venom. We're coming for you, Yamato. With Ain moments before. The light blue-haired girl, after finishing washing the dishes, went to see how her partner was doing. Seeing that he was asleep, she had no choice but to sleep on the couch. After all, her friend was sick, and she, not wanting to get sick too, decided to sleep there. The next morning, Ain went to see if Ryu was awake, but he was still asleep and saw that he was sweating, which worried her. When she checked him, she saw that the fever had returned and changed the wet cloth on his forehead. After a while, the brown-haired boy stabilized and the girl, now relieved, went to make breakfast, but when she left the room, there was a knock on the door. She went, and when she opened it, she could see her teacher. Ain. Good morning, sensei. I greeted a little sleepily since it was 7 o'clock in the morning. Teacher. Good morning, Ain-san. I just came to tell you and Takeda-san that in an hour we will go out to explore Central Park, he said, surprising the girl with crimson eyes. Ain. I don't know, sensei. Ryukun has been very sick since yesterday and his fever is coming back and getting worse, so I don't think I can go. Teacher. Don't worry about Takeda-san. The trip will be until 3:30 p.m. and then we will return, he said with a kind smile. Ain. It's okay, sensei, she said, already resigned. After an hour, the curly-haired girl was already ready. She was wearing a white blouse, a necklace with a heart on her neck. She was wearing dark blue pants that clung to her legs and white sneakers. Having already left some food for the brown-haired boy when he woke up, she left with the rest of her class. Once everyone was together, they went on the bus that took them to Central Park. During the whole trip, the teacher didn't leave her side. One might think it was harassment, but he said it was to take care of his students. After the trip, they all went to a shopping center where they went to a McDonald's and ate. Ain for her part was talking to some girls until the same teacher approached her and asked her to accompany him. The light blue-haired girl followed him until they left the place and went to an alley, much to Ain's confusion and some fear. Ain. Sensei, what are we doing here? She asked, trembling slightly. Teacher. Tell me, Ain-san, how close are you to Takeda-san? He said with a crazy smile. Ain. Why are you asking me that? She spoke with some anger if the guy in front of her would do something to her best friend. Professor. Just out of curiosity, tell me what you are like. Ain. I am her friend, and if she plans to do something to me, I will not allow it, she threatened, making the man laugh. Teacher. So you know what he really is? The girl gets confused. Ain. What does that mean? Professor. That friend of yours is nothing more than a monster, a traitorous demon who must be eliminated. The girl becomes more confused and is a little surprised. Ain. Monster. Demon. Teacher. If you don't want to get hurt, give me Ryu Takeda, or as his real name is Issei Hyoto. A slight purple aura covers him. Ain. No, I'm not going to give you Ryukuen. If you want him, it will be over my dead body, she said seriously and determinedly. Teacher. It's a shame. In that, he hits the girl in the stomach, causing her to spit saliva with a little blood falling to the ground, holding the hit area. When the professor was about to end Ain's life, a communication circle appears in his ear. Professor. I understand, I will do what you tell me. The circle disappears. Well, if you do not give us Issei Hyoto, we will make him come to us. Later he snaps his fingers, causing a teleportation circle to take them somewhere else. Ain had fallen unconscious. Unknown location, 7 p.m. The sky blue-haired girl felt wetness on her cheek, and when she opened her eyes she saw that she was in some kind of dark ditch. She looked over and saw a metal roof and several broken pipes. Trying to get up she couldn't, and saw that she was chained by the neck and began to get scared. Taking out her cell phone, she tried to call the police, but there wasn't much signal. She tried about 15 times, but it was no use, so with the little credit she had left she called Ryu's number, waiting for him to answer. Ain. Please, Ryukuen, please answer, she begged, sitting on the cold floor with her knees on her chest, afraid that something would happen to her. So you are my Nissan's friend. Ain looked towards where the voice came from, seeing that in the shadows a young man who looked just like Ryu appeared, which surprised her, especially when she heard him call him Nissan. Ain. Who are you? Moving away as far as the chain allowed. Yamato. I introduce myself. I am Yamato Hyoto, current Sekiryute, the new hero of the supernatural world and the human world, he said arrogantly. Ain. What do you want from me? Yamato. I just want my Nissan to come to me, said in front of the girl. Ain. Nissan. Why, you are Ryukun's brother, she said surprised. Yamato. Ryu. Hee, look how cowardly Nissan is to hide his identity to avoid facing his punishment. She laughed with grace and malice at the same time. That guy Ryu lied to you. His name is Issei Hyoto, and yes, I am his twin brother. Ain is even more surprised. Ain. What do you want to do with him? Yamato. Simple, I want to end his suffering. I want his head on my wall as a souvenir, he said with a smile worthy of a demon. Ain. I won't allow it. I won't let you hurt him even if he lied to me. He may have had his reasons and I respect that. But I won't let you hurt him, she confronted the brown-haired boy. Yamato, seeing this, activates the boosted gear and with it fires a dragon shot towards a wall, turning it into rubble, causing Ain to be terrified. Yamato. Then let's see how much you can take to protect him. With that he launches another dragon shot near Ain, sending her against a wall, still with the chain tied around her neck. Where are you going? Don't you see that we're going to play a game? He began to launch several dragon shots left and right while Ain escaped from them. Then he sees that Ryu had answered the call, and with desperation and fear he speaks. Ain. Ryukuen. Yamato launched another attack that sent her flying and falling to the ground. He grabbed the chain and pulled it towards him. Ryu. The girl dropped her cell phone so the purple-eyed brown-haired boy could quickly take it. Ryu. Ain-san. NSIDS. Yamato. If you want her, come here. I know it's you. You can't hide from me forever. Breaks the phone with his hands. Well, while you come, I'm going to have fun with you, he said while dragging the light blue-haired girl to another side of the place while begging to let her go. With Venom. The symbiote followed the tracking signal from Ain's cell phone call and upon arriving saw that it was an abandoned hangar. While at the door he could see several subjects covering the area. Venom. What are their smells? Ryu. They are demons, I recognize their auras, and from what I can feel they are strays, be careful. I speak from inside the symbiote. Venom. Eyes, lungs, pancreas. So many smacks in such a short time. Licks his mouth with a long, sharp tongue. Dinner is served. Venom, without warning, launched himself against the demons while inside Ryu took a glass of soda and a container of popcorn. Without mercy or pity, Venom with his claws pierced the demon that was on its back. Then with his other hand he began to insert it into the same wound and began to pull, slowly separating the demon, who screamed heartbreakingly, alerting the other demons, who watched in horror as a black monster split one of them in two, sprinkling the ground and his body with the demon's blood and entrails. Without warning, he launched himself against the others, who reacted and began to launch magical attacks against Venom, who turned his right arm into a shield, covering himself from the projectiles that formed a curtain of dust. The demons, seeing that the monster was not approaching, were relieved, but a kind of rope held one of them by the neck and pulled him into the fog of dust. As they dispersed, they saw how their partner was embraced by Venom, who exerted force, making the demon's bones creak, and he began to cry and vomit blood until finally his head exploded and the blood came out in jets from the force. As if it were a coincidence, it began to rain and the lightning showed the scene that traumatized the demons present. Venom threw the decapitated body towards one of the demons and launched himself against the others, who attacked him with swords and spears. One of them launched a strike with the aim of cutting off his head, but Venom, without looking, made another form of him come out of his body, and with his claws he split the demon as if it were butter and returned inside his body. Two of them launched themselves from behind with spears, but the symbiote spun quickly and grabbed them by the heads and exerted force that made them explode, while a macabre smile took over his face. He soon felt someone pierce him in the back, and as he looked over his shoulder, he saw another demon pierce him as he trembled in fear. Venom caused a part of him to break loose and fall to the ground as he took the form of a snake with his face that when it hit the ground it jumped onto the demon's head, devouring his face until only the skull was left covered in blood, and returned to Venom's body, who saw this with a smile worthy of him. Venom. Time to play, my children. The night was dyed red, screams and pleas that fell like flies before Venom, who walked towards the entrance of the hangar with blood dripping from his jaws. With a strong kick he knocked down the door and saw how more demons were aiming at him with magic circles charging their attacks. Venom aimed at the demons so that hundreds of symbiote snakes came out of his back against the demons that launched their attacks, but it was useless. None of them did anything, not even to Venom's children, who devoured them in a sea of blood and organs before the satisfied gaze of Venom and Ryu. Passing through the river of blood, he went straight to where he smelled Ain and his prey. He arrived at a kind of dark room with few windows through which the moonlight entered, illuminated by a cage hanging from the ceiling. Venom and Ryu saw that a person was in that cage and recognized him almost instantly. Ryu, Venom. Ain-san, meatball breasts. Venom jumped until he reached where the girl was. Ryu. How are you? Venom. She's asleep. There's nothing serious wrong with her. After saying that, with a swipe he made a hole through which he took Ain out and fell to the ground with the girl in his arms and re-entering Ryu's body. Ryu. Ain. Ain, wake up. The girl began to wake up, first seeing her friend's face. Ain. Ryu-kun, she said, regaining consciousness a little. Ryu. Sigh, thank God. Venom. Remember that he is dead. Ryu. True, then thanks to Great Red. Looks at the girl. Are you okay, Ain-san? Asks worried. Ain. Why yes, Ryu-kun, but now, how are we going to get out of here? And how did you find me? Standing next to the brown-haired boy. Ryu. I had to track the location of where you called me. Now follow me, we will leave where I entered, he said, starting to walk with the girl. Are they leaving so fast? Both boys stopped dead. Ain, recognizing the voice, grabbed Ryu's arm, who was shaking as he clenched his fists, and Venom was going crazy. Venom. It's him, come on, we have to kill him, he roared in the brown-haired boy's mind as he turned his gaze to see a silhouette emerging from the shadows. Ryu. What are you doing here? He said dryly while Ain hid behind his back. Hello. Nissan said, showing himself in the light of the night. Ryu. Yamato. A silence covered the place. Both brunettes looked into each other's eyes without losing sight of the other for a single second. Yamato. You haven't changed at all since the last time we saw each other, only that you have returned to normal thanks to the traitors who still believed in you. Ryu. And you're still as arrogant as ever. Ain, seeing this, stepped back in fear of seeing something she found hard to believe. Yamato. Tell me, Nissan, are you leaving or are you staying to play with your brother for a while? Balance breaker. Ryu. Of course I accept, Yamato. Boosted gear. A black space like the infinite void, nothing inhabited that place since time immemorial, where the only thing that lies in that place is a being that everyone fears, the one with the power capable of killing gods, the fearsome dragon of the domination of the Crimson Purgatory, or also known as Drake, but its true name previously hidden from all, Rem. Sobs were heard in the void, the sound of falling tears echoing as her hands covered her face. Looking up with her warm tears still falling down her cheeks with just one thought. I'm sorry. Her crying was reborn in the darkness of her loneliness. Real world. Venom. Yeah, Amaatu. The brown-haired boy responded to Venom's attack by launching himself at him. Boost. With great ease, he hit Venom, sending him into a wall. Without warning, Yamato launched himself against the symbiote, giving him a knee in the stomach, going through the wall. Ain looked at this in shock. She barely assimilated what had happened. Now she knew that this thing about the demons was real, but now she was seeing how Ryu, her friend, had become a monster and was now fighting against the one who claimed to be his brother. Now she didn't know what to think about the information she received. She needed answers, and Ryu or Issei would give them to her. While this was going through his mind, Venom was standing using his shield arm to cover himself from Yamato's blows while increasing his power with each boost. That resonated in the place. Already tired of being mocked, Venom stretched out his arm, taking Yamato by the helmet, and crashed him into the ground, leaving a small crater. The brown-haired, in an attempt to stand up, received a kick from Venom that sent him flying, but he was not going to give him a break. Venom grew his arms, making him stronger. With brutality, he hit the brown-haired still in the air, crashing him against the wall. Yamato recomposed himself and launched himself again against Venom, slamming his fist against the face of the symbiote, which by not wanting to let go caused several of its snakes to entangle Yamato, being both sent out of the hangar. Ain, seeing this, followed them while calling the authorities, who would arrive in about 2 hours. With Venom versus Yamato, the symbiote received a strong blow to the jaw, sending it against a tree and falling to the ground. Yamato. So you had another toy? You surprised me, he said as the helmet disappeared. But it's not as strong as mine is. Venom. I'm not a spoiled toy, he said, raising his gaze that reflected a hatred he never thought he felt. Yamato. Oh, you have your own conscience, who would have thought so? His voice reflected mockery, which made Venom's eyes turn red. Tell me, don't you want to have a worthy bearer? If you come with me, those who hear your name will be afraid of you. Do you accept? He smiled triumphantly. Venom. Only if you let yourself be fucked by the black guy from WhatsApp and by a horde of homosexuals with AIDS, and you claim that you are a faggot who sucks anyone's balls. Issei laughed inside at what Venom said. Yamato. I'm going to make you swallow your words, parasite. Silence reigned again. Yamato felt the atmosphere grow cold and felt that he had to leave there. As for Venom, the symbiote had its gaze down, while emanating an aura of death that made Trahexa sweat and shit in fear. Oh no. Ryu thought. Parasite. That word echoed in Venom's mind as Ryu thought of one thing. Ryu. Oh well. Venom. Parasite, parasite. He roared in anger as he lunged at the brown-haired boy. Venom brutally gave him a powerful blow to the helmet, sending the brown-haired boy flying through 2 trees. When the brown-haired boy recovered his composure, he didn't have time to cover himself from Venom's tackle, flying through several trees with his body. When they collided for the last time, the symbiote slammed him into the ground and made his right fist bigger like a large hammer, beginning to mercilessly hit Yamato, sinking the ground beneath them and finally delivering another great blow to the Sekirute, who with effort stopped the blow with his hands. Boost. Venom, seeing how a green and purple aura surrounded the brown-haired boy, quickly jumped away and landed on the branch of a tree. Venom. Did you notice that? Ryu. Yes, it seems that he is forcing the dragon to give him power, or else the aura would not have that color, the brown-haired boy said seriously. Venom. It's the first time I faced the Red Emperor, or should I say the Empress of the Bitches. You were with her, at least you know her weak points. Ryu. You have 2 options to destroy his armor. The first is to break it by hitting it, and the second looks at his prosthetic arm. You have to tear off his arm. Venom, upon hearing the second option, just licked his lips, or teeth, as he thought about how he would do that option. Venom. So it's time for dessert. Yamato got up from the ground and saw that Venom had come down to the ground, so he fired a dragon shot that he couldn't dodge. Venom squeezed the crimson sphere, making it explode in his hand before Yamato's stupefied gaze. Venom and Ryu remembered something and nodded in agreement on what they would do. Venom began to form tentacles on his lower back and then pointed at the purple-eyed brown-haired boy. Without warning and with fury, he attacked Yamato, opening his jaws. Yamato, seeing this, just counterattacks, but Venom jumps into the air, attacking with 4 limbs. Slowly, Yamato's armor began to crack until Venom struck one last time. The brown-haired boy on the ground began to get angry. He was being outnumbered and he wasn't going to allow that. He stood up furiously as the cloak of power on his body increased. Yamato, you've had enough of me, I'm going to destroy you. At full speed he appeared behind Venom, who did not react in time, and received a strong blow to the face that sent him to the other side of the forest, leaving a large ditch. The brown-haired boy in the blink of an eye was already on top of the symbiote that still did not seem to get up. Taking him by the neck, he began to gather the energy of Ascalon in his hand to seriously injure Ryu, but to his surprise it had no effect. Venom, seeing what he was trying, only smiled mockingly and grabbed Yamato's arm, covering it with dark matter, and then squeezed his arm, causing the brown-haired boy to scream in pain. Venom with his free hand began to hit him in the head under the helmet, cracking it little by little. Yamato was already beginning to get fed up, and as he could, he stopped Venom's fist at the cost of a bone breaking. Boost. With this, Venom could not free himself in time and received the attack full in the face, sending him back to the forest clearing with a huge hole in his face that was slowly closing. When Venom was going to counterattack again, Yamato was in front of him in the blink of an eye, with a sword coming out of his left glove, then slammed it into his face, then tied him with magic chains, then kicked him in the chest and pulled him towards him. Yamato mercilessly tore Ascalon from Venom's head with brutality and then hit him with ferocity, breaking Ryu's bones beneath his partner's body. The damage was so much that Venom involuntarily entered Ryu's body, leaving him unprotected. Yamato, until you finally show your cowardly face. Ryu fell to the ground after such an inhuman punishment, but Yamato grabbed him by the neck with Ascalon in hand. Yamato. Goodbye, Nissan. Ain had watched the entire fight. She was stunned to see the brutality of his attacks, but now, she was broken. Her eyes were lost at that scene, tears falling to the cold forest floor. Her friend had just died in front of her eyes. Something inside her broke. Her eyes widened and her body trembled from fear and deep hatred towards the brown-haired man with purple eyes. Her mind told her to get out of there, but her heart told her otherwise. Grabbing a piece of cut tree, she launched herself at the brown-haired boy full of fury. When he saw what she was trying to do, he just laughed and threw Issei's lifeless body to the ground. She easily grabbed the piece of oak, looking at the girl's face with amusement. Yamato, do you want to kill me? She just growls angrily. You're going to need more than just a stick to kill me. Upon saying that, she tightened her grip and shattered the wood, leaving Ain defenseless. The brown-haired boy could only smile arrogantly and then grabbed the girl by the neck. Yamato, if you don't want to go with him, come with me, he said to see that Ain was looking at him with more anger. If you accept, I will make you feel the best of pleasure. He licks his lips, seeing the young woman's very well-endowed body. What do you say? No bro, get yours. Yamato and Ain saw with surprise that it was Ryu who was staring at the ground. The purple-eyed brunette let go of the girl and tried to catch his breath. Yamato, I'm impossible. I killed you, he said in disbelief, only to feel someone touch his shoulder. When he turned around, he saw Venom. The symbiote bit his left shoulder and then slowly pulled until it separated Yamato's arm from his body in a large geyser of blood. Yamato fell to the ground with a heart-rending scream as blood formed a huge pool beneath him. Venom spat on the brunette's arm with a disgusted expression. Ryu, what did it taste like? Venom, like shit. Yamato, how are you still alive? He said, trying to find something in his clothes. Venom, you were looking for this, showing a phoenix tear and then crushing it with his hand. Ryu, Venom returns. The symbiote obeyed and returned to its body without first raising its middle finger to Yamato. Ryu didn't say anything, he just looked at his brother with darkened eyes. The moment was somewhat uncomfortable, he didn't know what to do. In front of him was his brother in a terrible state, ready to make him pay for everything he did to him. Ain walked away for fear that another fight would break out. Ryu, before I kill you, I want to know something. Yamato, what do you want to know? He spoke with difficulty as he stood up with great effort. Ryu, what happened to them? Yamato, to those who helped you. His brother's silence was his answer. Valley escaped, but that cost him the life of someone precious to him. In Issei's mind came the image of a blonde girl, someone he considered a sister. Ryu, Lavinia, he whispered as guilt consumed him, but at the same time, his hatred towards Yamato and the factions increased. And what about them? What happened to Raquel and Tobio? Yamato just smiled like a man in response to Ryu's question, causing the almond-eyed brown-haired boy to stand still as a light layer of lightning covered his right hand. Ryu, you broke them like me. Right. Yamato only responded with silence, holding his removed limb as his expression turned grim. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. A different voice whispered in his head that not even Venom could hear. Ryu, you are a cursed whisper with tears falling from his eyes, tears of blood. The other brown-haired boy prepared a magic sphere ready to end his brother's life. When he threw it, a black ray destroyed the sphere, burning the ground. Ryu, Yamato, the brown-haired boy began to walk while several rays surrounded them, up to here. The cycle ends. His eyes were now red, looking coldly at the other brown-haired boy who was terrified to see him. In the blink of an eye, Ryu appeared in front of Yamato and punched him in the chin, charged with electricity, sending him into the air. With his prosthetic arm, he grabbed him by the foot in the air and then slammed it into the ground with great force, creating another crater. Releasing his foot, Ryu made a great leap and then dived and performed an acrobatics to step with monstrous force on Yamato's torso, destroying the armor completely. Yamato spat out a lot of blood, Ryu still on the ground, the wound with his foot charged in black electricity with red tones. The electricity reached Yamato's nerves, causing him to scream in agony, while his body conditioned by the electrical charges that could exceed 1,000 or 2,000 volts. Bored of the torture he got rid of, Yamato desperately got up with difficulty and tried to escape, but Ryu with his arm covered in dark matter caught him by the foot, dragging him towards him. Lifting him upside down in the air, he covered his prosthetic arm with dark matter forming claws and then cut off his leg from the knee. Yamato roared in agony. Ryu let go of him and he began to crawl to escape his executioner. Ryu, where are you going? Kicks the brown-haired boy, sending him against a rock and leaving him sitting. Don't you see that we're going to play? He brutally hits Yamato, breaking his jaw. With his only arm, Yamato throws a punch that Ryu catches and then breaks his hand. Crack. It was the sound that echoed through the forest. Yamato gave a loud scream but was silenced because Ryu stepped on his leg, turning it into dust, then gave him another blow with his robotic arm in the temple, fracturing his skull. Then he placed his foot on his chest, applying pressure until he broke all his ribs and sternum, reaching his heart. Then he proceeded to give consecutive blows to Yamato's face to finish with a kick that made him go through the rock, taking him to the other side of the forest again. Yamato began to panic. Fear flooded his being, so as quickly as he could he tried to make a teleportation circle, but he was held by something black, being Ryu, who attracted him before he escaped. Ryu, we're going to have a lot of fun, Ototo, he said with a broken smile as his crimson eyes glowed with darkness. Ryu brutally slammed Yamato into the ground, creating a crater more than 7 meters wide and 9 meters deep. Crack. Yamato no longer felt his body. He felt nothing. That blow broke all his bones and turned his spine and vertebrae to dust. Ryu got on top of him as if he were an animal about to devour its prey. Ryu, tell me, Ototo, how much is 1,000 minus 7? The brown-haired boy put his finger pointing at Yamato's right eye, charging it with black electricity. The other brown-haired boy didn't answer, so he aggressively sank his electrified finger into his right eye socket, beginning to fry his head from the inside, destroying his eye and damaging his entire nervous system. The brown-haired boy screamed and screamed like never before. The pain was too much. So much that he just wanted to die so he would never feel such torment again. Ryu slowly pulled out his finger, making the pain stronger. When he pulled it out, he saw that there was nothing left but a black space. Ryu, tell me, have you ever felt what it's like to have something up your ass? His smile became very macabre. Venom came out of his back to take a large piece of wood from a tree and give it to the honey-eyed man. 4 tentacles came out of his back, grabbing Yamato and lifting him into the air, turning him around. Ryu placed the tree fragment on the ground while preparing his foot to later kick it, burying the wood in Yamato's ass. Venom. Goal. Yamato just screamed in pain. His scream echoed throughout the country, literally. Ryu. Tell me, how does it feel, Ototo? He said, trying to laugh since there was literally nothing left of the trunk. Yamato. Now, please. Kill me. I scream in agony, not wanting to continue with this. The tentacles released him, but Ryu grabbed him by the neck while he was being covered in dark matter. Ryu. Look how the roles were reversed. Before I was your punching bag and now you are mine. His body was covered except his face. What irony. Now I know what you felt when you tortured me. You violated me. I know now what it feels like, and let me tell you that it is something unique. his teeth sharpened and his eyes turned white. Yamato. Why you? You're not Issei. Who the hell are you? He said with difficulty. Ryu, Venom. We are Venom. And now. When he was about to deliver the finishing blow, something hit Venom in the back, a sniper bullet. When he turned around, he saw several police officers and FBI agents pointing their weapons at him and a helicopter illuminating him and Yamato. Venom. You dare to interrupt my dinner, you will pay for it. Venom buried Yamato in the ground, leaving him unconscious. After the massacre, Venom was about to eat a policeman until he heard a scream, and when he turned his gaze he saw Ain, who was looking at him with fear. He threw the policeman against a tree without realizing that the man ended up being split in two by force. Venom entered Ryu's body, who looked at him with a stoic look, but the sadness was noticeable in his eyes. Ryu. Ain-san, Ain. What are you? SUS was broken. She couldn't believe what she had seen, and now she was starting to be afraid of Ryu. Ryu, I know. Venom. Issei, Yamato. The brown-haired boy remembered that and turned to where his brother was, seeing that there was no one. Ryu. Damn. He exclaimed, falling to his knees and hitting the ground. Venom. Those cops let him get away. The symbiote roared in anger. Ain. Ryukuen, tell me what you are, she exclaimed, already fed up with the suspense. She wanted answers and she wanted them now. Ryu. Ain-san, we will talk about this at the hotel. It is not safe for us to be here, he said, getting up from the ground, approaching the light blue-haired girl who stepped back. Ain. Get away. She started to shake with panic. Ryu. Calm down, Ain-san, I'm not going to hurt you. He raised his hands to give the girl confidence. Venom. To hell with this, I'll take care of it, covering Ryu's body, scaring Ain. The symbiote grabbed her by the waist and began to release her from tree to tree at full speed while Ain screamed. Venom arrived in the city and later went to the roof of the apartment where the two young people lived and returned to the brown-haired boy's body. Venom. I'm exhausted, I think I'll sleep a little, have some luck explaining everything, was what he said before cutting off communication with his host. Ryu. It's okay, rest, Venom. While in his mind Venom was walking through a black place, an infinite void, he walked for around an hour until a green flame of fire was directed at him. Venom simply slid away with ease as a large dragon appeared in front of him. Venom. We finally meet Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor, or should I say Rem, the Empress of Sluts, he exclaimed, making the dragon angry. Rem. Who are you and how are you here? Her voice reflected hostility towards the intruder. Venom. I am your executioner. Ryu and Ain were in the living room sitting at the dining table. The brunette had his gaze down, not wanting to look his friend in the eyes after what he witnessed hours ago. For her part, Ain looked at Ryu with authority. She knew well that the brunette did not want to tell her anything about his past, and she understood it. But now that she had seen the brutal fight between Yamato and Ryu, she wanted to know what her friend was hiding from her. Ryu gathered his courage and spoke. Ryu. Where should I start? Ain. From the beginning, I want you to tell me everything in detail. Her voice was firm. The brown-haired boy sighed. Ryu. Well, I'll tell you everything. To start with, my name is not Ryu Takeda. My real name is Issei Hyoto. He is interrupted. Ain. So it was true that you and that boy are twin brothers? Issei. Yes, unfortunately we are brothers. I speak with irritation. Ain. Why? The answer confused her. Issei. Yamato betrayed me 7 years ago. Not only him but also those who claimed to be my friends, even my own family, turned their backs on me, blaming me for something I didn't do, and sent me to a place where I lived hell in the flesh at the hands of Yamato. He roared, clenching his fists while Ain was surprised by what he said. Ain. What happened that made them do that to you? What did they blame you for? Issei. For you to understand, I will have to tell you everything from the beginning. The brown-haired boy began to write his life, how he went from being a high school student with the dream of being the king of the harem, to a reincarnated demon servant to the demon king's sister, and how he saved her from her engagement. The battle against Kokobile, in which he had the help of his brother until the Hakuryuku arrived. The meeting of factions and the attack of the Chaos Brigade where he faced the White. The fight against Loki where he saved Yamato from being devoured by Fenrir. The fight against his mistress who was controlled by a clone of him created by Loki. The kidnapping of the leader of the Yokai faction, and the fight against the leader of the Heroes faction, the fight against Sarog Bale, a super demon who was not born with the power of his clan, the battle against the evil dragons. Everything he lived until the day he was betrayed, his life in Tartarus, he left nothing hidden. Ain was stupefied by what the brown-haired boy told her. Today she had already confirmed that the existence of supernatural beings was true, but that deities such as the dragon gods, the gods of Greek, Hindu, Nordic, Egyptian, Japanese mythologies, among others, existed, that the biblical god is dead as are the 4 demon kings. However, when she heard everything Yamato had done to Issei, she felt angry, she was horrified. It was inhuman what the brown-haired boy suffered, how someone could do that to a person and more so to his own brother, which caused the hatred she felt at that moment for Yamato to increase and be engraved in her. Ain without hesitation went to Issei and gave him a strong hug, taking the brown-haired boy by surprise. He felt her wet chest, and when he looked closely he saw that the light blue-haired girl was crying. Ain, I am sorry I misjudged you, she said between sobs. Issei, what do you mean, Ain-san? Ain, that you were a bad person. What? Yamato, when mentioning him the girl's anger was noticeable, said that you are a monster, and seeing what you became and how you massacred him and killed all those policemen, I began to be afraid of you, that you were someone who likes to live taking people's lives for fun. But with what you told me I could see that I was wrong, she said while hugging the brown-haired boy tighter. Issei, Ain-san, was the only thing he could say. Ain, if you need to cry or vent, I'm here for you. No, Issei-kun, she said looking at him with a smile, still with tears in her eyes and a small blush. Issei, thanks Ain-san, he said to hug her tighter while they were both like that for a few minutes in a very comfortable silence for both of them. I don't know why I want Venom to make a comment now, he thought with some grace. At that point they break the hug while Ain goes to the bathroom. Ain, I'm going to take a bath, sleep well Issei-kun, she said as she left the room leaving the brown-haired boy alone, who sat on the couch with a heavy sigh. Issei, good thing he took it well. Venom comes out of his shoulder looking at him analytically. What's wrong? Venom, why didn't you take her? Issei had a big drop on the back of his neck. Issei, when will be the day when you stop saying stupid things? Venom, and when will be the day that you stop being an emo at school? Issei, changing the subject, you weren't sleeping, he said raising an eyebrow. Venom, better get into your mind, I have to show you something. His voice sounded serious, which confused the brown-haired boy before entering it. Issei laid down on the couch to close his eyes and fall deeply asleep. Issei's mind. The brown-haired boy entered a black space, and seconds later Venom appeared with a smile that he always has. Issei, what's happening that you bring me here? Venom, nothing, we just have an unwanted guest. He snapped his fingers so that the place would then turn into a kind of white room. Issei, what do you want to show me? Venom just pointed back and turned his gaze to then be surprised. Rem. In front of them was a large red dragon that was badly injured, its body covered in cuts revealing flesh and a bit of bone and a few bite marks. Its wings were separated from its body, and its right eye was missing. Issei. How is it here? He asked with shadowed eyes while trembling slightly. Venom. While we were having fun with Yamato, the bitch entered us when we were about to kill him. We had a lot of fun while you and the busted girl were talking he said wickedly. Issei just remained silent, his eyes still covered by his hair, while a slight smile formed on his face, a very sinister smile. He slowly walked in front of the dragon's snout as his smile widened. The dragon slowly opened its only eye to look at the brown-haired boy. Rem. Issei. Hello. Rem-chan. Unknown location. You failed me. I am sorry, master. But nothing, you couldn't get rid of the mouse. Now you couldn't against a dirty human, and to top it off you lost the glove of the red dragon Yamato. His voice was filled with rage. Yamato. He wasn't human. I don't know what he is. Please, master, give me another chance. Are you pathetic like your brother, asking for another chance only to fail again? Don't make me laugh. Tell me, what would you do if I gave you another chance? The brown-haired boy just looked down as a malicious smile formed on his face. Yamato. He will be a father, and my mother has his son, looks at the subject with a smile. I can give it to you. After all, the child is part dragon, I know that. And how does it benefit me to have a child here? Yamato. Because at that time he still had the blood, flesh and power of Great Red in office, so the child must have inherited those powers. His face showed madness. If we have him and subdue him, the factions and the entire world will be at our feet. The man stared at the brown-haired boy who was laughing softly, a greedy smile forming on his face. Well, you convinced me. I hope what you say is true or else I will kill you, he threatened, raising his aura. Yamato. Hi. RageRevan-sama. Underworld, Gremory Mansion. At the Gremory family castle, a meeting was being held between those who were complicit in Issei's betrayal. Rias and her peerage along with Sona, Serorg, and Valley's former team, were all in the room in silence until Rias broke the silence. Rias. They have been successful. I ask only to receive a negative response from everyone. Serorg. No matter how much we search we can't find it, Bale said seriously, arms crossed, irritated by the presence of the girls. Sona. Also, I already sent Saji to Tokyo but found nothing, and Benya went to the Elysian Fields but did not find his soul in case he died. The heiress Citri spoke seriously, but inside she was extremely sad for not finding the man she fell in love with. Rias. And you have been able to find Valley? I asked the members of Lucifer's grandson's team. Biko. Yes, we went to Spain, but every time we found him he would leave the place and disappear as if he had never been there, Sun Wukong's descendant responded. Rias. I see. She lowered her head as she began to shed tears until Akeno put her hand on her king's shoulder. Akeno. Calm down, Rias, we will find him, she said with a warm smile to calm her friend and lover. Rias. I know, Akeno, but I want to have him by my side now. I don't know if I can continue without my Issei, she said through tears. Serorg. Enough, Rias, mature a little. Everyone looks at him surprised. Crying won't bring you Issei. All of this wouldn't have happened if you hadn't rolled around with his brother in search of comfort when he and Valley left the hospital when they woke up from the coma, and then you and the others including your Sona hadn't moved away from him and let themselves be influenced by Yamato like he did with all of us 7 years ago. Mature once and for all. Issei is no longer in your life and never will be. Let him live his life if you truly love him, and the same goes for all of you. I'm out of here, he said and then left the room. The girls just lowered their heads, beginning to shed tears, but the most affected was Rias since what her cousin said was true. She, upon finding out that Issei was in a coma, was devastated, thinking that he would never wake up, and sought comfort in Yamato, with whom she ended up having sex for days and months until Issei woke up and decided to forget her slip with Yamato if it weren't for the fact that after a week she began to feel different. She wanted to feel what she felt with the brown-haired boy with purple eyes again. So behind Issei's back she satisfied her sexual appetite with her fiancé's brother, and after a few weeks Akeno, Sona and the others discovered her and asked for an explanation. As she convinced everyone to have experience with the brown-haired boy, and they all accepted without realizing the big mistake they made. And to make matters worse, all of them were waiting to give birth to Yamato's children, which made them feel horrible since they wanted to carry Issei's children. There. Issei, but it was too late. The damage had already been done, and now they could only look for their loved ones so they could have their happy ending. Rias. No, I will not give up. I will find Issei until the end of the world so that he returns to my side, she declared, and all the women who loved the brown-haired boy nodded. Back with Issei and Venom. Venom delivered a powerful blow to Ram's snout, sending her against the wall, causing her to slowly regain consciousness. Once she was recovered, she looked ahead, ready to attack the intruder. Only to see a brown-haired boy she knew very well, the one she fell madly in love with. Rem. Issei. A crimson glow covered the dragon and then revealed a very beautiful redhead with a great body. Issei just stood there with his eyes still covered by his hair. The redhead with tears of happiness threw herself at him to give him a big hug while she cried with joy at finding the man who stole her heart. Rem. Issei. He repeated his name with a broken voice. The brown-haired boy slowly returned the redhead's hug. Issei. Hello, Remchan, said the brown-haired boy with a loving smile. Rem. Issei, my Issei, I finally found you, she said without stopping hugging him, then took him by the face and gave him a loving kiss on the lips. The kiss lasted about a minute. When they separated, Rem looked at the brunette with love while Issei had a smile on his face. Issei. Remchan. Rem. Tell me, Issei, with a blush on her face. Issei had his eyes closed while still having that smile that showed affection. But Rem, the redhead, was static. Her one eye dilated, blood falling to the ground in small drops forming a small puddle beneath the two of them. Rem slowly looked down in disbelief as Issei, her beloved Issei, had pierced her stomach with his hand. Rem. Issei. Why? Tears began to fall from his only eye, which slowly lost its shine. Issei just remained silent, then proceeded to slowly pull his arm out of Rem's body, who fell to her knees holding her wound. Issei. Come on, Rem-chan, get up, grabs her by the neck with his hand wrapped in dark matter. Rem. Issei, why? Her voice broke in her tears when she saw that the man she loved had hurt her seriously. She felt her heart breaking when she saw the expression of hatred on the brown-haired boy's face. Issei. Why? For leaving me. He slams her hard against the ground. For leaving me alone in my torment. He began to strangle her. For despising me, knowing full well what we went through, and you changed me. You betrayed me. Issei's voice carried pure hatred as small tears fell from his eyes. Rem. Issei. I'm sorry. The brown-haired boy loosens his grip. Issei. Don't lie to me. What does he feel? Tell me. He roared as his face changed to Venom's for a moment. Rem. I'm sorry I hurt you. I'm so sorry for what I did to you. Sob. I didn't think clearly what I was doing. Yamato had played with me, saying that I was always a weapon for you. Sob. I felt devastated knowing that you saw me like that. Sob. I got so angry with you that my heart hurt every time I ignored you. I wanted to talk to you and tell you how much I love you, but in my head that lie resonated that let me get carried away by my anger more and more. Sob. I realized that I made a mistake. But it was too late. It hurt me to see how you suffered in Tartarus, to see how you suffered the curse of the mark. I wanted to get out and get you out of there, but I couldn't. Sob. In these years I wanted to look for you and be able to be by your side, have a family with you and live away from a world without chaos, full of peace for us alone. Issei. The redhead cried, seeing how Issei looked at her with indifference. Issei. Believe me, Rem, the whole time I found out you were a woman, I fell madly in love with you. I promised to get you out of the boosted gear so we could be together. But when you turned your back on me, I felt like my whole world was falling apart. My love for you was dying every day I was in Tartarus. And now, I not only feel nothing for you. I don't feel love. I don't feel affection. I only feel hate. Rem, hearing those words, felt her heart break into pieces. Issei's words made her tears fall like waterfalls, and fear flooded her when she heard that he hated her. Rem. No, Issei, I really love you and I'm willing to do whatever you tell me, but please, don't hate me, the redhead cried, willing to do anything to be with her beloved brown-haired boy. Issei. Whatever I say. His eyes were darkened. Rem. Why, yes. Please, Issei. The brown-haired boy approached his ear to whisper something. Issei. Then, would you die for me? Rem, upon hearing this, felt fear as she saw how Issei's body vanished and Venom's head appeared on the ceiling, looking at her mockingly. Venom. Let's see what dragon meat tastes like. Multiple symbiote snakes began to emerge from the walls. Rem stood petrified as fear took hold of her, letting out a heart-rending scream. Issei slowly opened his eyes as a smile formed on his face. Issei. Goodbye, Rem. He had already finished cutting something that tied him to the past, but he still had more to go to finish his revenge, and he didn't care if the human world prevented him from doing so. He would make sure that the world paid for getting in his way, but he wouldn't do that unless it was necessary. There were still some loose ends, and he would take care of them one by one, and Venom would gladly help him. And as the main course, the cherry on the cake, Yamato would be the last victim in his goal. He had already started with someone, and now he already had in mind who would be the next to fall. Issei. See you soon, father. His journey has just begun, and he wouldn't do it alone. Unknown POV. 2 years, 2 fucking years locked in a fucking cell, 2 years without seeing the light of the sun, 2 years full of pain, being here as hell. Day after day they experiment on me as if I were a monkey. It's always been like this since I've been here, where the first day they brought me they tied me to a stretcher and locked me in a dark cell without a single window to let the sunlight in. Who am I? I feel disgust for my name, disgust for being the son of such bastards. I don't plan on saying my name and I never will. I'd rather cut out my tongue and pull out my teeth with my fingers than mention my name. But still, I'll say it. My name is Yuki Rito. I am currently in a padded cell, and why am I here? I simply killed 3 doctors with a scalpel and left one without eyes. I never thought I would say this, but it felt very good. I do not know how to describe it. One thing is to kill an insect, but to kill a person. For me it was satisfying. It was a unique sensation of pleasure, and my body asked for more, and I did it. When I killed one, I killed the others in cold blood, and the other one that I left blind, I would have cut off his head if it were not for the fact that some guards held me, and then other doctors put me to sleep with a sedative. When I opened my eyes, I was already in this cell, and I was here for 3 whole days without food or water. I was already used to being like this in these 2 years that I have been locked up. And why am I here? Before I was a simple high school student in the city of Xianan. One would think that my life was normal, but no, my life was chaos. And because very simple, I had engaged to Lala, the daughter of the Deviluk king. How I got engaged was by accident because Lala appeared when I was bathing and I accidentally touched her breasts, and that on her planet is like a marriage proposal, and I had to accept or else her father would come to destroy the earth. And the other thing was because her sister Momo had the idea of making me a harem, and boy did she achieve it. In it were Lala, Momo, Nana, Yui, Haruna, Run, Yami, Maya, Nemesis, Mikado, Tirja, hell, even my own sister Mikan. You would say that I am the happiest man in the world surrounded by beautiful women. Well, to a certain extent that was true. I was happy to be with the women I fell in love with, but not everything is rosy. One day I had gone with Mikan to do the shopping, but I accidentally forgot my wallet in my room, and Mikan forgot the list of everything, so we went back home. When we arrived, we saw everything was off, and it was strange because it was 8 p.m., and it was not yet time to sleep. So we entered and went up to the second floor. In that we began to hear strange noises. Those were moans. Surprised, we went to where the noises were coming from and saw that they were coming from our parents' room, and the door was half open. I was the first to see what was happening, and when I looked into the space I saw something that shattered me. I saw Lala, Momo, Nana, Yui, Haruna, Run, Maya and Nemesis fornicating in my parents' bed with a guy whose face I couldn't see because Haruna was on top of him moaning like a whore, but I saw that he had brown hair. I walked away almost instantly with a gasp, falling to the floor, sitting down. Mikan, seeing how I reacted, looked at what was happening in the room, and her face adopted an expression of fury. She was going to come in to kill them, but I stopped her and took her out of the house, letting the bitches continue with their thing. We walked about 10 blocks away and Mikan asked me why I stopped her. Being an idiot at the time, I didn't say anything. I just sat on the sidewalk while I started to cry. I have to admit I was empathetic. Mikan just hugged me in comfort. We were like that for about half an hour until we decided to leave. Unfortunately, our parents were on a trip and our friends from the academy were on vacation, so we had no choice but to go back home. When I arrived, I saw how Lala was waiting for us at the door with a smile. I just walked past entering the house and Mikan looked at her angrily, and we both went to the room where I locked the door and lay down on my bed, where I shed tears as much as I could until I fell asleep. When I woke up, I saw that Mikan was talking to Mikado, Tirju and Yami. They seemed to be angry and Yami was calm, but her eyes turned red, a clear sign that she was upset. When they saw that I woke up, they quickly hugged me and began to tell me that they were sorry and that they would never leave me. I just cried with happiness, seeing that they still loved me as I loved them. After 2 weeks, they didn't leave my side all day. Even 3 days after I discovered Lala and the others' betrayal, we gave ourselves body and soul. It wasn't to cheer me up, but as a sign that they will always be by my side, and even though it wasn't necessary in my opinion, anything but some attempts to kill me by Yami make me think twice. After several days, we moved to another house for us alone. One day me and Tirju went to the supermarket, but when we were going to the line, some thieves came in and told us to lie down on the ground. One of them saw Tirju and grabbed her by the arm, looking at her with perversion, and in a fit of rage I hit the guy, making him let go, but even in my anger I began to hit him savagely, and his companions had left, leaving him alone, and I alone continued hitting him to the point that I took his gun and shot him all over his body until I used up the bullets in front of the fear-filled gaze of everyone who saw how I murdered a man. When I realized what I did, I froze. My hands were shaking and tears began to fall from my eyes. When I turned my face, I saw how people were scared and Tirju looked at me with fear. I tried to get closer, but she moved away from me, which hurt me to see how I looked after what I did. When the police arrived, I turned myself in. I knew I was being very cowardly if I escaped, and I wanted to prove that I was not a coward, so I turned myself in to face my punishment. After being taken to jail, I had to wait a week for my trial, and during that time I was visited by Mikan, Mikado and Yami, who only looked at me with sadness and wanting to cry. Well, Yami didn't show it until she left the police station. I just told them that everything would be okay. Tirju wasn't going to see me. I must have scared her too much that now she doesn't want to see me anymore. Which broke my heart to see that I lost someone else in my life. When the day of the trial arrived, I saw how everyone was in the room. My parents, Lala and the others, and next to them there was a boy who was hugged by Lala and Haruna. I know it was him, the bastard who slept with all of them in my house. Now I saw him well, dark brown hair, purple eyes, his face showed evil hidden under his smile and friendly look. I don't know how I know it, but something tells me that guy is someone dangerous. I could see Tirju in a more distant part, while her face showed sadness, something that made me feel bad about myself. The trial began and I sat next to my lawyer. More than 2 hours passed. The time had come for the judge's statement after a debate between 95% of people who accused me of being guilty of killing an innocent person. Seriously, what happens to people? That guy was a thief, a capable murderer, and they say he was innocent. It makes me sick to see what justice is like. And here in Argentina, a thief or rapist is barely arrested and 2 days later he is already free and does it again, and that really makes me angry. But the other 5% was from Mikado, Mikan, and Yami who defended me, but their words fell on deaf ears. Guilty. That was the statement of the judge who gave me life imprisonment. When they were taking me to where I was going to be, I saw how the girls who still loved me looked at me with eyes about to shed tears. I just smiled and thanked them for everything. Then I passed near Lala and the others who looked at me as if nothing was happening, which made me angry. Then I saw how my parents looked at me with disappointment mixed with disgust, which destroyed me when I saw how they looked at me. Then I saw the guy who was with Lala who looked at me with a smile full of evil. I'll take good care of the girls, don't worry about your sister, the doctor and the 2 blondes, I'll take good care of them. That's what the bastard said while smiling with evil and perversion, which made me even more angry. Once I was in my cell, I just waited and waited for days for the moment when I would be released and I would go with Mikan the girls and try to fix things with Tearju. After 4 weeks, my parents came to see me. I just smiled when I saw them come, but they just looked at me coldly. You are not worthy of being our son. You are a coward. Girls deserve someone much better than you. I don't know how Mikan ended up with such a piece of trash. Between those and more insults were coming out of my parents' mouths. I felt devastated. I couldn't believe what was happening. Not only did I lose the others, now my parents leave me alone, telling me worse things that I still remember. When they were leaving the place, my mother said that the boy who is now with Lala and the others was much more of a man than me and a much better son than I could have been. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. And when she mentioned his name, the name of the bastard who took everything from me. Yamato. Yamato was his name, the guy who took everything from me. And now he will pay dearly for what he did to me. A month after I went to prison, some policemen said that they would take us all out of there. The prisoners just celebrated. I had a bad feeling about this, so I decided not to let my guard down. They took us all to a strange place, a base in the middle of nowhere, which I found strange since it looked more like a research center. When we passed the gate, I could see the name of the base. Life Foundation. That name implied that this place was a laboratory, and we were the guinea pigs. And just as I thought, this was our new prison. We were taken to new cells with several amenities, a comfortable enough bed, a fridge with drinks, mostly diet sodas, a sink, a mirror, a toilet, and a modern clock to tell me the time, because in the other prison I had lost track of time. After a week I saw them take a prisoner away to who knows where, but what I saw was not going to be anything good since the man did not stop screaming. After that no one saw that man again, which scared me as well as the other prisoners trapped. For 3 months, little by little the prisoners were disappearing. It was overwhelming for those of us who remained, but that day I was next. I was scared. I wasn't going to deny it. I was taken to a room where there were a lot of machines. In the center of the room there was a kind of cell made of glass where there was a stretcher, a heart rate machine, among other medical things. They laid me down on the bed and held my arms and feet. I was scared and tried to get out, but I couldn't. I saw how one of the doctors who was there took a syringe with a greenish liquid and injected it into my neck. I didn't feel anything until after about 5 minutes my body began to burn. It was unbearable. I was having convulsions. Foam began to come out of my mouth while my skin began to turn somewhat greenish. It was hell. I felt like I was slowly losing control of my body. I felt weird. I felt like my body wanted to launch itself against the doctors and kill them all. It was strange but at the same time satisfying, and I don't know why. After several minutes my body returned to its normal color, and the foam stopped coming out of my mouth. In pain I opened my eyes to see how the doctors were saying something that I didn't understand because I was somewhat stunned, and then the people outside the glass cube began to applaud. Then I fell unconscious due to the pain in my body. When I woke up I saw that I was in my cell, but I had a headache, so I went to wash my face. When I washed my face I looked in the mirror and saw with surprise that my left eye was green with dark red edges. Surely that was the side effect of what they injected me. However, that was not the only change. My body gained a little muscle mass and I grew a little. Now I am about 1.78 centimeters tall. Besides the fact that I was always in a bad mood, my face almost always showed anger, which surprised me quite a bit because that must have been another side effect of the liquid. After looking in the mirror, I saw how the guards took the prisoners somewhere else, and from then on I never saw them again. The same guys came again and took me back to the same room. I asked what happened to the other inmates, and the doctor's response paralyzed me. We killed them all. I couldn't believe what I heard. Had they killed them all for no reason? What was going on? Why they killed them all and I was still alive? After asking hundreds and hundreds of questions in my head, I finally understood what was happening. All this time they were experimenting on us, and those before me didn't survive, and since I was the first to pass, they decided that I would be their new guinea pig. Now everything made sense as to why they brought us here. This place is our grave. For 2 years it was just as I thought. They experimented on my body, injecting me with all kinds of substances. Viruses, among a lot of crap. It was hell. My body always had changes for every shit they put in my blood. But I always managed to come out alive when what I wanted was to die so as not to suffer this torment. My mind was slowly breaking down. My sanity was very low, so much so that on several occasions I was close to committing suicide by hitting my head against the wall. I broke the mirror to stick it in my throat, but they always put me to sleep with a smoke drug that came out of holes in the walls. 3 days ago I was going to be taken back to that stormy room. Before arriving I saw a table with surgical objects. As I passed by the table I grabbed a scalpel and quickly cut the throat of one who had me by the arm, splashing my face and the floor with a geyser of blood coming out of that guy's neck. I didn't know why, but it felt good. It was an irresistible sensation. My body and my mind asked for more and more. So I continued with the other guy who, when he saw what I did to his partner, got scared and tried to run away, but I grabbed him by the arm and then made a long and deep cut from the wrist to the elbow, causing the guy to fall to the ground screaming in pain, surely cutting a nerve which caused the adrenaline in my body to boil, and I began to stab him multiple times until I killed him due to lack of blood. I must admit I felt like never before. It was like a drug that I would never tire of. I see how the other guy was at the door entering the code to leave, but I threw the table at him, causing his legs to be crushed and making him scream in pain. I approached and stuck the scalpel in the guy's eye, who wouldn't stop screaming. I just smiled vehemently and took a syringe and stuck it in the other eye. Blood painted the walls and the floor. I must admit, the color red. Crimson red is my favorite, so much that if I could I would paint the world that color that runs through our veins. When I was going to kill him, a guard grabbed me by the neck and another doctor came with a sedative which he injected into my neck, and I fell deeply asleep. When I woke up, I was already in this cell with a straitjacket, and since then I have been here waiting for the moment when something they would put on me again would kill me once and for all. NPOV Rito. The brown-haired man was sitting on the floor leaning against the wall of his cell, fast asleep. But then someone hits him, causing him to wake up instantly. When he could see clearly, he saw that the one who hit him was a guard who had a gun in his hand. Guard. Come on, there are people waiting. He spoke with authority, making Rito look at him, wanting to kill him. Rito stood up angrily, and was led by 4 guards to the room where he was being experimented on. When he arrived, a guard pointed a Glock 17 at the back of his neck. Guard 2. Don't do anything suspicious or you'll get a hole in your head, he threatens, and another guard takes off his vest. Rito was placed on a full-body platform where he was tied down while a doctor turned on a television that was in front of the brunette. Doctor. As you will see, Mr. Yuki, this will be a different test from the others, points to the screen where a recording was paused, to begin with. 2 days ago in the United States there was rather a fight between 2 beings that we do not know. The recording begins showing a red armor fighting against a black monster, which impressed Rito, as you will see. These 2 individuals from what we saw are not human, but he, pausing the recording pointing to the black monster, is not from this world. We know that well, since about 4 months ago a meteorite fell in San Francisco. This reached the ears of many political and scientific sources, which entered a period of war, you could say. Rito. He says that thing came in the meteorite. I'm serious. Doctor. That's right. However, when we thought we had outwitted the politicians, it was too late, since the Oscorp company got there first and had taken one of those beings. Being him. He pointed to Venom again. But we picked up another being like this specimen, but apparently he's dead, but we still kept him. The recording continues, seeing how the monster in black showed superiority against the red armor. Then they go on to see how they tear off the arm of the guy in red, and then see how a boy who they didn't see well was massacring him with electric shocks. We don't know why, but it may be that the black being is the one who gave the boy those strange rays from there. Then it shows how he destroys what's left of the armor, revealing the guy's face, making Rito furious. Rito. Yamato. Was the boy's thought, which was loaded with hatred towards the brown-haired boy with purple eyes. The recording shows the entire fight until it ends when a police officer shoots Venom. Doctor. Just yesterday, some of our researchers went as quickly as possible before Oscorp arrived and took the evidence of what happened, turns off the TV, at the scene. They collected some fragments of the red armor along with a small fragment of the black being. We have been studying them until today, and we discovered something extraordinary. Rito. They brought me here just to tell me that you discovered the cure for your horrible face. Go fuck yourself, he said mockingly. Doctor. Very funny, but what we discovered is that the armor has life and we were able to combine it with the small portion of the being called Venom. In that they bring a briefcase where when opening it Rito saw a capsule with a red and black substance which moved from one side to the other. That's why we decided that we would do a test to see if it's possible to make more of those beings, and turn them into international weapons. The guards left the glass cell and the doctor pressed a button, opening the capsule and quickly leaving. The red liquid fell to the ground and then went towards Rito, who was scared when he saw how that thing was approaching him and began to sweat in fear. However, the red liquid stopped in front of the brown-haired boy, who gave a sigh of relief. Doctor. It seems that he did not survive long after being exposed to oxygen, he said with a hand on his chin. But suddenly, the red liquid jumped onto Rito's face. He tried to get out of there and remove that thing, but it was too late and the liquid entered his mouth, causing him to cough heavily. After a few minutes, Rito fell unconscious. Rito mind. The brown-haired man opened his eyes only to see that he was in a black space. He looked everywhere to see if there was an exit. But then he heard a voice full of madness and evil. So you are my new host. The voice was thick and scary. Rito. Who is there? He asked seriously as everything around him began to turn scarlet red. Who am I? You wouldn't say who are we? He spoke mockingly again. Rito. Stop joking and show yourself, he shouted only for a reddish mass to begin to cover him. Who am I? I have no name. Show myself. I am in you. Nothing more. Rito. What do you want? I speak coldly. I want what you want. Revenge. Rito. Revenge. My father seeks revenge against the factions and against your prey. I speak with malice while Rito's body was already completely covered by a red and black mass leaving only his face. Rito. Yamato, whisper with shadowed eyes. Yes, he wants to kill every demon, angel, fallen and other races that live under our noses, but we don't realize it. That's why you must be the first to kill Yamato, and thus you will live in peace with those girls. Rito. Kill Yamato. Yes. Tell me, you agreed to be my bearer and I give you the power to kill Yamato, and the alien bitches. His voice became dark and full of evil and the red mass began to cover Rito's face. Rito. I accept. A wild smile formed on his face. So, who are you? Rito. We are Carnage. Real world. Doctor. It seems that he did not survive the experiment, he said with disappointment. Guard. Wait, doctor, it's moving. The doctor sees how Rito started to move his hand. Doctor. Excellent, it worked, release him. The guards enter, and then release him. Guard. Well, back to your cell, we'll see you next time, dwarf, he said and then saw that he couldn't move Rito, who raised his gaze slightly. Rito. Why don't we meet in the other neighborhood instead? He spoke in a deep voice so that later his hand was wrapped in a red mass, and he transformed it into an axe to then cut off the guard's head before the astonished gaze of the few present. When the other guard was about to escape, some tentacles came out of Rito's back which wrapped around the guy with a deadly force that ended up cutting him into several pieces, splashing the floor with blood and flesh remains. Everyone began to leave the room to save their lives. Rito. They will not escape. Their hands turned into claws and then they went after their victims. As he walked through the corridors, the guards shot at him with pistols, shotguns, machine guns and stun grenades, but none of them hurt him, although the grenade gave him a headache. He mercilessly killed everyone brutally, slitting their throats, splitting them in half, forming a path of the dead where the previously white corridors were now red. Seeing how the people who were there tried to leave through the door at once, he smiled maliciously. Rito. Time to eat. Rito began to kill them all and then eat them until leaving a small lake of blood and entrails on the ground. Rito. Still missing. Where is that fucking doctor? The doctor had been the first to leave and was now in his car trying to put the key in and get out of there. But in panic he threw the key away and grabbed it only for Rito to be at the door and hit it, breaking the glass and grabbing the doctor by the collar of his shirt and throwing it against the wall. The man tried to get up and was impaled in the leg by a kind of red and black stone, causing him to scream in pain. Soon Rito landed in front of him, sitting, like Spider-Man, looking at him with a smile worthy of a lunatic. Rito. Oh sorry, I didn't see where I shot, he said mockingly, watching the man try to escape and then start to spin the projectile around the guy's leg. Doctor. Please stop, he begged desperately. Rito just frowns as the red and black mass begins to cover their bodies. Rito. I said the same thing when you were experimenting on me, now look how you writhe like shit begging for mercy. I speak angrily. Doctor. Please. Let me go. You will never see me again. If you want, Issei can cure you of what you have, he said with fear. Rito. Pass, thanks to the shit that I now have up to the balls made me stronger, so I thanks idiot. His body was already completely red and black. Doctor. The parasite, I can get it out of you, but please don't hurt me. He didn't finish speaking as Rito transformed his hand into an axe, cutting off his right arm, making the man scream in pain. Rito. Parasite. Grabs him by the neck and stands up, lifting the doctor. I'm not a parasite. I'm Carnage. Carnage then opens his mouth in an abnormal way and then eats the upper part of the man. Carnage. Well, now what are we going to do, Prince? He said mockingly and then threw away what was left of the man. Rito. It's not obvious. We'll get out of here. We have to go to Sianen for the girls and then kill that fucking bastard Yamato. I speak angrily, remembering the brown-haired boy. Carnage. Okay, first, let's go get your whores. He started running at full speed to go to his host city. Rito. Don't tell them that. I speak angrily because of how he told his girls. Now not only was one looking for the same person, the path of Issei and Venom can be interrupted by Rito and Carnage in search of Yamato. That can unite them, or it can confront them. Only destiny will know what will happen to them when they are face to face. And that moment is not far from happening. What will happen now that there are two symbiotes in the world? Are the human and supernatural world not safe from these two mortal beings? It will be known soon. Several days later, Venom was on the roof of a building more than 50 meters high. His gaze was directed towards the people walking through the streets of New York. Luckily it was night, and no one could see him. Issei. Venom. I speak from inside the All for Honor mentioned. Venom. What's going on? Issei. I have a question. Venom. And what is it? Issei. Why are you here? And how did you get here? He asked his question, which made Venom close his eyes. Venom. When the time comes, I'll tell you why I'm here, and how I got here. You know very well that I'm from another planet, and I got here in a meteorite, he answered seriously, not wanting to tell the reason why he's on Earth. Issei. I see, and on your planet there are many more of yours. Venom. Yes, but we are slowly fading away. Issei. What do you mean? Venom. My race is in danger of extinction, our solar system is on the brink of destruction, and I decided to escape. Issei. But what about your people? Don't you care about your race? Don't you have family there? He asked, exclaimed to his companion. Venom. I don't have a family, I'm just a fragment of another symbiote, nothing more. We don't need to reproduce like you since our reproduction is asexual. And even if we have offspring, we don't feel affection for them, we simply don't care if they die or they want to kill us. What is for you a child? For us it is nothing more than shit, he responded naturally. But I am different from my race, he spoke in a low voice, confusing Issei. Issei. Different. Why? This was the first time he heard Venom speak like that. Venom. Why I don't like killing. There was silence around Venom as Issei was impressed by his companion's response. Issei. You don't like killing. Venom. No. I'm not like mine, my race is known throughout the universe because we are what you call parasites. The anger was evident in his voice. That's how you know us, for being a species that needs a living being to survive. Because my race is deceptive. Once we are inside a host, we influence them to commit atrocities, such as murder, theft, among other things, which make us a despised species for taking advantage of the being in which we live. Issei now understood Venom's point. His race liked to make the people they associated with suffer, and he had other kinds of thoughts. He didn't like being like his species, and if that were the case right now, Venom would have incited him to kill or even do worse things to innocent people, including Ain. Venom. If I kill because it is necessary, not because I find it fun. That is why I commit these acts, sitting on the roof to see the starry sky. Issei. So if you don't like killing, why do you help me in my revenge? Venom remained silent until he spoke. Venom. Because that's what they deserve, you know, Issei, you're like me. Issei. What do you mean? Venom. Because you. It was always you, Issei. That's why. Issei was surprised to hear that. It seemed that they were made for each other, and destiny wanted to unite them as an inseparable duo. Venom just continued to look at the night sky in silence, as did Issei. Issei. I think we should go. Remember that the day after tomorrow we will leave for Tokyo in the morning. Venom. Okay, let's go. He got up from the ground to take a big leap in the air. From his back came out 2 large black dragon wings with blood-red tones. He then went to the apartment by air. Venom. At least the idiot's flesh was good for something. I speak, feeling the wind hitting his face while Issei just looked at the city from inside Venom. The symbiote arrived at the window of the room where the brown-haired boy and the light blue-haired girl lived, then entered Issei, who went to the zone for all to sleep. The next morning, the brown-haired boy was waking up when he smelled an extravagant smell. He got up from the couch to go to the shower, where he showered and changed into a red short-sleeved shirt, revealing his prosthetic arm and his other arm full of scars, black pants, and black and white Nike brand sneakers. He went to the kitchen watching Ain cook, then he sat at the table to wait for breakfast. The girl noticed his presence and greeted him with a smile. Ain. Good morning, Issei-kun, greeting to the brown-haired boy. Issei. Good morning, Ain-san, returned the greeting. It smells delicious. What is it? Ain. It's just a pork curry that my mother taught me, she said before serving the food on 3 plates and putting them on the table. Issei. Wow, it looks very tasty, but why are there 3 dishes if there are only 2 of us? I asked, confused. Ain. Well, in your case you count as 2 people, right? The brown-haired boy raises an eyebrow. The 3rd plate is for Venom. The all for honor mention comes out like lightning from Issei's body. Venom. Nobody had ever worried so much about me, he spoke, crying, comically drawing a drop of sweat from the 2 young people. The 3 proceeded to eat while Issei and Venom were amazed by the taste of the food from the Celestial movie and ate like the devil himself. After eating, Venom returned to Issei's body, which was about to leave. Ain. Where are you going, Issei-kun? Issei. I'm going to take a walk, and I'll see if I can find any stray demons around after what happened with Yamato. See you later, Ain-san, he said goodbye as he closed the door, leaving the girl with Carmine eyes alone. The brown-haired boy was walking through the streets while listening to his music quietly but at a low volume because otherwise he would get a bad headache. Now he was in a park where he decided to sit on a bench to wait for nightfall. Issei. Well, now just wait, he thought, and then his cell phone rang. Seeing that it was a call from a stranger, I answer or I don't answer. Venom. Pay attention. Issei answered the call only to hear the voice of someone very familiar. Hyodo. Issei. I knew it was you. Kuo City, 10:45 p.m. On the streets of the city you could see a blonde girl with emerald eyes who looked sad. The girl was going to a special address, the Hyodo house or mansion. The blonde, once she arrived at her destination, saw how most of the lights were off and how the mansion was a little deteriorated by the passage of time. The blonde just smiled as this place brought back good and bad memories of what she experienced in that house. With some nervousness, she stood in front of the door of the mansion and then rang the bell with trembling hands. After a few minutes, the door was opened by a brunette woman. Hizumi. What do you want at this hour? Asked the brunette. HHH, oh hello. Oka-san, said the blonde nervously. The brunette sharpened her gaze when she saw who it was. Hizumi. What are you doing here, Argento-san? Her voice became hostile towards the girl who wanted to cry when she saw how the one who was once her mother treated her. Asuya. See, can I come in? I speak shyly. Hizumi. It's okay. She stepped aside to let the blonde pass. Asuya shyly entered the mansion's living room, seeing how the place remained as she remembered. But something that caught the blonde's attention was seeing how in one part of the living room there was a crib and a baby stroller. Still confused, she saw how the brunette sat on one of the sewn for alls while sighing in tiredness. She sat on the other sewn for all under the brunette's serious gaze. Asuya was extremely nervous. She was going to see her parents, to say hello and see how they had been doing since the last time she saw them 7 years ago. Asuya. Ito. How has Oka-san been? Stuttering, trembling slightly. Hizumi. I've been fine, Argento-san, he answered sharply. Now tell me why you came. He spoke with irritation. Asuya. I came to see how you were, she answered, but then noticed that the older brown-haired boy wasn't there and didn't even come to the room when she arrived. Where's Ota-san? The brown-haired boy just closed his eyes. Hizumi. We got divorced. was his answer, which made Asuya go into shock. Asuya. Wawa what? She was petrified to hear such a revelation. Hizumi. It was the best for both of us, he cheated on me many times. But now that he is no longer here, things are calmer, she responded, gently rubbing her belly. Asuya, noticing what the brunette was doing, could see the woman's bulging belly, which caused her to be in shock again. Asuya. But Oka-san, why you're pregnant? She exclaimed, feeling several emotions, concerned for the brunette's condition, and happy to see that she would soon be a mother again, but for some reason she felt a great pain in her heart. New York, hours later. Issei was walking through a park calmly with his hands in his pockets. The sun was setting, giving way to dusk. Venom. Are we sure we can trust them? Issei. Yes, they are the only ones we can consider allies, he answered mentally. Venom. What if they betray us? The symbiote asked seriously. Issei. I will kill them, he replied without hesitation. After that talk, a few more hours passed where night had already fallen on the city. Now Issei found himself on top of a building, standing on an antenna while the cold wind hit him from the back. His eyes were closed. He took a deep breath as a thin layer of black lightning surrounded him. He opened his eyes, showing that the iris was bright scarlet and the scare black. He raised his right hand as he began to gather electricity in his palm, only for the lightning around him to disappear and his eyes to return to normal. Unable to keep his balance, he fell downwards at high speed to a great height. Venom, seeing this, took control of Issei's body with dark matter and then stuck to the wall of the building, leaving his claws marked on the concrete. He then climbed back up to the roof and then lay down on the ground, returning to the body of his host, who was breathing raggedly. Venom. What happened up there? Issei. My body is very heavy, he said while trying to get up, but he couldn't, and he couldn't move his robotic arm either. Venom. Maybe it's too sudden that you use that thing. Your body has just assimilated the symbiosis, which is why you are more delicate than a feather. I speak from the brown-haired boy's shoulder. Issei. But how could you use them on that occasion? He spoke, remembering when he used those rays when he fought against his brother. He had to admit that it felt incredible. He felt like with that power he could do anything. He felt stronger, faster. That power was incredible, but apparently using it came at a great price. His body always ended up worn out. He barely felt his body for the most part, because the electricity not only gave him power but also caused great damage, further affecting his nervous system, sending all the discharges to the connection pathways from his brain to his body, which could leave him either paralyzed or in the worst case dead. After half an hour, Issei got up with difficulty because his body still hurt. He slowly walked to the edge of the roof, stretching and then cracking his neck. Venom. We do it again. Issei. You already know the answer. Issei stepped back and then ran towards the edge, doing a back flip and then falling. Issei plummeted at a rapid speed, feeling the cold wind hit his face. Seeing that he was somewhat close to the ground, he stretched his right hand towards a building, covering his hand with dark matter, stretching his arm towards that building and swung as if it were a rope and then letting go and doing another backflip in the air. Issei gave a cry of excitement as he did the same action again and then jumped onto the roof of another building. Venom. I keep saying it's amazing. Issei. Yes, even though it's a movie, it's much more fun to do it than to watch it. I speak, breathing heavily from the adrenaline. Venom. I don't like that guy from the movie, he said in a rough voice. Issei. Spider-Man. Scratching the back of his neck. Venom. I don't like him. Issei ignored Venom and walked towards the edge, seeing that on the other side there was an alley. A smile formed on his face, and then he jumped to the ground. Once he touched the ground, leaving a small crater after having covered his feet with dark matter, he began to run at a leisurely pace, but then he went with speed, jumping over a pile of garbage. After passing that obstacle, he saw how there was a large step, so he jumped, holding on to use his hands to get to the other side. After doing exercise, the brown-haired boy became tired and ended up lying on the floor, sweating profusely without realizing that he was somewhere else. Issei. Wow, that was incredible. I'm progressing more and more. I speak tiredly and at the same time with enthusiasm. Venom. Where did you learn that? What is it called? The symbiote spoke. Issei. Parkour. It's something I've been doing for about 5 months. I could only jump and walk for a moment on the walls, but I couldn't climb a building because I was one-handed, he said, and then sat down and saw that he was in some kind of slum. Where the hell did I get myself into? He exclaimed. Venom. I don't know, you tell me. Issei. Okay, Okay Hyodo, we have to stay calm, first remember where we came from. I looked around seeing that there were only 4 paths, 2 to the left and right and 2 forward and back. He didn't say anything while Venom gave himself a facepalm for what happened. Venom. Idiot. Issei. Okay, take a deep breath, take a deep breath. How the fuck am I coming back? Resigned City. Rito was in a bar sitting at a table in the corner with his head between his arms. He was wearing a white shirt and a black jacket with 2 gray lines on the arms. Like Leon Kennedy's in Resident Evil 6, dark jeans and white and black sneakers. The brown-haired boy looked up, showing empty, lifeless eyes. Dried tears could be seen on his stoic face as he clenched his fists tightly. Rito. Why? New York, with Issei. The almond-eyed brown-haired boy was walking down that alley with his hands in his pockets, his gaze on the ground as he tried to remember how to get back to the apartment. As he walked he could see how in the distance he could see cars and pedestrians, so he breathed a sigh of relief. When he left the alley he could see that he was in the worst place. He could see how the streets were traveled not only by cars but also by prostitutes who stopped the drivers and got into the cars. The blocks there was not a single house or business. The whole place was a brothel, which disgusted him and Venom. Venom. What is this shit? I speak with irritation when I see that the place they were in was a red light district. Issei. It seems that we are in a fox's nest. Let's go. I feel disgusted being here, he said to walk quickly to get out of there. Along the way, the prostitutes looked at him with lust and provocative smiles, hinting at him to spend some time with them, which made Venom want to kill them, but he couldn't since it would attract too much attention and he was wanted after killing the police officers on that occasion for forgetting to destroy the helicopter. Issei ignored everything and continued on his way. He walked for about an hour and didn't come out, which started to make him desperate. Venom. Issei looks to your left. The brown-haired boy saw how in another larger alley there were several trucks. He was confused, but Venom made his sense of smell sharpen, sensing 2 smells coming from those trucks. Venom. What's there? Issei. The smell is strong, so it must be drugs, but the other one is of people. He watched as the trucks disappeared from his sight. He soon began to run towards the direction of the vehicles. Venom. What are you doing? I asked with confusion. Issei. There are people in those trucks. We can't leave them. We have to help them. His body began to be surrounded by dark matter and then left the rest to Venom. Venom. Let's go then. He started climbing the walls of the buildings to get there faster. The black symbiote positioned itself on the edge of a building, watching as the drivers spoke with some men in suits and then opened the trailers of the trucks, revealing not only several kilos of drugs but also how in the other there were young women dressed in very revealing clothing. Venom. What's going on down there? Issei. They are selling those Venom girls quickly. We have to get them out of there or it will be too late, he exclaimed seriously. The symbiote, upon hearing what was happening, became enraged by such an act and mercilessly went towards them. All the men who were there began to lower the girls, who tried hard to get free, but they pointed their weapons at them, which scared them. A girl of no more than 10 years old bit the finger of the person holding her, and ran away from there. Man. Damn brat, now you're going to die, he shouted to point his gun at the girl who kept running to pull the trigger. The girls were scared to see how the girl was going to be killed and just closed their eyes with tears falling from them. The men already gave the girl up for dead, but out of nowhere a black thing appeared covering her, causing the bullet to bounce. Slowly the black mass took the shape of an arm and then showed Venom, who had the little girl in his other arm. Everyone was terrified to see him more because of that wicked smile on his face that even several guys urinated from fear. Venom carefully put the girl on the ground, who looked at him in terror and trembled abruptly. Venom. Don't worry, we'll take care of it, I speak, showing half of Issei's face and then covering it again. The symbiote turned his gaze towards the subjects who pointed their weapons at him, shaking like jelly. One of them accidentally pulled the trigger, hitting Venom in the face, who caught the bullet with his teeth and then spit it out. The others began to shoot, while the symbiote turned his arm back into a shield to protect the girl. After the rain of bullets ended, Venom returned his arm to normal to give a sadistic smile. The men tried to reload their weapons as quickly as they could, but out of fear they dropped their magazines and lost a few bullets. Venom took advantage of this and launched himself at one of them, who didn't have time to react and was split in 2 as the symbiote ate his upper part, leaving his legs falling to the ground. Another man, who was able to load his weapon, which was an Uzi, began firing bursts of bullets, but none of them hurt him. Venom approached him at a leisurely pace and then grabbed him by the neck. Crack. With a movement of his hand, the symbiote broke his neck. 2 others began to shoot him in the back, so he threw the lifeless body of the guy to the ground. When they tried to get up, they saw how Venom was falling on them, so that later their heads and torsos exploded, leaving a large pool of blood and organs on the ground. Quickly, Venom went against one who had a shotgun, and then grabbed him by the foot. With the guy in his hands, he began to hit the others, causing the guy to die instantly from the constant blows to his head and back, breaking every bone in his body. Dropping the corpse, he saw the rest of them escaping in cars and motorcycles, so he was going to chase them until there was nothing left of them. But he remembered the girls, so he turned his gaze towards the women, who were terrified and gathered in a corner. He approached from a distance so as not to scare them. "Venom, you can go, you are now free from these idiots." I speak only so that he could feel that they were holding his hand. When he turned his gaze, he saw the girl he saved looking at him with a smile and stretched out her hand, offering him a chocolate. "Girl. For you, Mr. Monster," she said with an innocent smile which made Venom look strange, and he took the chocolate, making the girl smile widely, and he remained silent, not knowing what to do. "Issei. Thank him, don't be rude, I speak the brown-haired one." "Venom. Thanks," he responded, while the girl smiled with joy, and the girls who were afraid of her approached with a little more confidence. "You are free now, you can go home," he said calmly. The girls just thanked him and began to run away from there to get to their homes. "Girl. What is your name, Mr. Monster?" she said, still next to Venom, who showed half of Issei's face again. "Issei, Venom. We are Venom." After saying that, he jumped onto the roof of a building and ran towards his prey. The girls who were still there and heard everything only thought one thing. "Thanks, Venom. With the parasite. I mean symbiote." The All for Honor mentioned was jumping from roof to roof, watching his victims escape. So he made a last jump towards the street, falling on top of a car and then jumping into another on the roof until he finally reached a black van that was used by 5 of the guys he was chasing. Upon hearing a noise on the roof, 2 of them opened the door to look up, only for 2 symbiotic snakes to grab them by the face, throwing them to the street. One of them took a Uzi and began to shoot at the roof until he ran out of bullets. The holes in the roof caused it to break, letting a body fall out, that of a man who was the driver. The 2 remaining ones turned their gaze towards the driver's seat only to see Venom driving the van. The one with the gun was thrown out of the windshield and onto the street, only to be run over by the van, ripping off his head. The other tried to escape by jumping out the back, but couldn't because Venom grabbed him by the feet with tentacles and then slammed him several times against the walls of the vehicle, putting half of his body in the hole in the roof. The stunned man regained some of his senses only to see how they were going to pass through a low tunnel. In the other van, the driver looked away towards the other vehicle only to see. Due to his distraction, he did not notice the car in front of him, ending in a chain collision, leaving several people injured and others dead. Venom stopped the van and then left without first locking it. Among the pile of destroyed cars, Venom approached the one he was looking for only to see that they were gone and that they had left a few corpses in the vehicle. He heard a noise and saw how the same guys ran quickly to escape from him, something he would not allow. Venom was about to go after them if he hadn't heard a strange noise. "Venom. What's that sound?" "Issei. It's like it's a..." "Issei, Venom. Rocket. Rocket." Saying that, a red blur passed by Venom, causing the noise to enter Issei's body, who was also affected by the loud sound and fell to the ground on his knees, covering his ears loudly, moaning in pain. When he recovered, he got up a little stunned. "Issei. What the fuck was that?" he exclaimed, shaking his head slightly. Venom. "I don't know, but they are getting away from us," said so that Issei would run towards where the guys were going only to hear gunshots. Upon arriving, he saw a spectacle for his eyes, a guy in a red suit killing several of the subjects who were shooting at him with submachine guns left and right. The guy in red, upon seeing how a barrage of bullets were falling on him, just jumped back and entered an overturned truck. "Wait," I said, sticking my arms out the window while the guys pointed their guns at him. "Maybe you're wondering why the red suit. It's so the bad guys don't see me bleed." That friend understands the concept. He's wearing brown pants. I pointed to the man in the pants who looked at his garment, understanding the insult, and angrily fired the remaining bullets in his gun. "Well, I have 12 bullets, so you'll have to share. Let's count them," I said the last bit to myself while taking out 2 Desert Eagles. Firing a bullet from each gun, he hit 2 in the head and they fell dead instantly. Falling on his feet on the asphalt, he landed on the roof of the truck. One of them, who was riding a motorcycle, passed by the guy in red, firing a UMP-9, hitting the guy in red in the arm. "There's shit," he said with his finger in the wound, leaving a hole through which he sees how the same man approached again. "Son of a bitch." 10-9-8. He shot 3 times but didn't hit him even once. He jumped on the car to aim at him but the man left his sight. Bad Deadpool. Bad Deadpool. Another guy was behind him without realizing it only to receive a shot in the head. 7. Good Deadpool. Deadpool ducked, avoiding a hail of bullets from another guy who was shooting at him with a Scarl until he ran out of bullets. The anti-hero ran until he was behind a truck and looked out the window. The man had already loaded his gun and fired another hail of bullets at Deadpool, who gave a small scream of fright and threw himself to the ground. The guy climbed up on the windshield and saw the killer in red lying down looking the other way and pulled the trigger only to realize he had no bullets. Deadpool. Someone's not counting. 6 shot to the guy's head, killing him. 2 others took cover behind a car. Deadpool looked out, watching as one was about to throw a fragmentation grenade. As if everything had gone into slow motion, the anti-hero fired the 5th bullet, hitting the grenade, causing it to explode, killing them both. Deadpool. Yes, I like. 5. He exclaimed, doing several dance steps only for another guy to shoot him, causing him to fall to the ground. The guy approached slowly only to receive another bullet in the head. Deadpool. 4 said, and then got up in pain, aired right in the ass, growled to get up and go to the corpse and shoot. 3-2. Imbecile. Was it worth it? The last 3 started shooting at him, and he got behind a car. The last ones went towards him only for Deadpool to appear doing a spinning jump next to the 3 of them. With the last bullet, the 3 of them fell like dead sacks of potatoes. The anti-hero stands up and inhales the smoke from their guns. Deadpool. Ewa, sighs smoke. Tonight I'm going to touch myself. At that moment, the same guy on the motorcycle comes towards him, but a black ray hits the motorcycle, making it explode. Deadpool sees where the ray comes from only to see a brunette who was standing on a truck. Issei. You missed that one. Deadpool. Thanks, but I don't need some brat to save my ass. Issei. And we don't need a man with a pimp's voice and dressed in a cheap Spider-Man cosplay to do our job, I speak mockingly. Deadpool. Do you want me to put a bullet in your ass, motherfucker? He threatened, pointing his empty gun. Issei. No thanks, I've already felt worse things, he said neutrally. When Deadpool was about to say something else, a car explodes, revealing a man who was armed to the teeth, literally. Next to him was a woman in a black suit with 2 mini-machine guns and a painted left eye. Venom. Great, more crazy people in hero suits. What the hell is going on here? Issei. Believe me, I don't know what's going on either. This day has been crazy. First, I ended up in a nest of sluts. Then we saved some girls from being forced into prostitution. Then we started a chase straight out of a Rambo movie. We see Ferris Spider-Man, and now comes a poorly taken version of Terminator but gayer, and a Black Widow straight out of that Netflix series. Did I miss anything else? He thought with a poker face, because to be honest, this day was the craziest of his entire life. Cable. I told you not to jump on that missile, it would have destroyed you, the half-robot guy spoke. Domino. Leave him alone, if he dies we're free of him, the girl in the black suit whispered. Cable. I think you're right. Next time, remember that the missile should be nuclear, the man whispered. Deadpool. I can listen to your conversations if you don't mind, he said with annoyance that they were planning to kill him. Hey you, points to Issei who was about to leave. Issei. What's wrong? He said to see the anti-hero. Deadpool. Tell me, are you some kind of X-Men or what? Issei. X what? Deadpool. Tell me, what's your name? Issei. It's Issei, he said with some discomfort. Deadpool. Issei. Oriental. No, I say your code name so people will be afraid of you and respect you. I don't know how. Stormbreaker or something like that, don't you believe? He said, looking at Cable and Dominion, who had a drop of sweat. Issei. Do you really want to know? A smile formed on his face. Deadpool. Get ready kids, here comes your epic superhero name. Issei just smiled, and then the 3 of them just opened their eyes wide and their jaws literally hit the floor. Deadpool. Oh damn, what the fuck happened? It's like I saw my grandmother having sex with my cousin and nephews. What the fuck is that? Venom. We are Venom. And I'm not going to let that insult go, said to go against Deadpool. Deadpool. Guys. I turned to where the 2 were only to see no one. Sigh. Well, let's go for the big fish. I take out my swords to go against the symbiote. Resigned City. A few days earlier, Rito was standing on a tree branch where he had a perfect view of all of Resigned. His gaze was nostalgic. but also angry and sad. He had returned to find his girls and be able to have a peaceful life. Rito. I'm back. Then he hears a crack. Confused, he looks at where he was standing, and then the trunk breaks, causing the brown-haired boy with mixed eyes, remember that his left eye is green, to fall face down to the ground. Carnage. Fall down, ha 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 ha. The crimson symbiote mocked the misfortune of its host. The brown-haired man got up with pain on his face and then walked towards the city. Once he entered the streets, people looked at him like a weirdo and some quickly moved away from him. Rito, seeing how people reacted in his presence, looked at his clothes, seeing that he still had his clothes from when he was in Life Foundation. Being a white t-shirt and pants of the same color, and he was barefoot, all stained with the blood of his victims. The brown-haired man only felt uncomfortable seeing himself like that until the symbiote inside him spoke. Carnage. Let me go out, I'll get you some clothes, Prince. I'm talking, bothering Rito a little because of the princess thing. The brown-haired boy just goes to an alley out of sight of people, and that Carnage takes control, covering Rito with the red and black matter, so that he later climbed to the roof of a two-story house. The brown-haired boy could see a rope with clothes on it, so he thought that Carnage would borrow it. But he was wrong, since the crimson symbiote transformed his hand into an axe and launched itself against a man who was passing by a street almost devoid of traffic. Before the man could scream or anything else, Carnage with the axe cut off the man's head and then returned to Rito's body. Rito. Was it necessary to kill someone? We would have taken the clothes from before, he exclaimed, annoyed. Carnage. That's sissy, and besides, this bastard's clothes would look good on you. I can't let my host dress like an old lady, the symbiote refuted. Rito, with a tired sigh, proceeded to take the clothes off the corpse and then put them on, the same clothes as in the previous chapter. Rito. Good as I look. Carnage. Not bad, you look tougher like this, now what? Rito. First we go look for Mikan, Mikado and Yami, then we look for Tirja to fix what happened 2 years ago, he said, to get out of there running so that no one would see him with the corpse. Carnage. Okay, but where are we going? Rito. To the Yuki house, said coldly like an iceberg, going towards said house. On his way to his old home, he passed by his old academy as he cast a nostalgic glance at the building as he remembered the good and bad times he went through. He decided to go in for one last walk around and ask about Mikan, Yami, Tirju and Mikado. The students passed by the corridors, the men looked at him angrily, and the women blushed and had a nosebleed along with unholy thoughts. Rito did not give it importance and continued his way, going through the whole academy from corner to corner. After finishing his visit, he went to the director's office. When he opened the door slightly, he saw that the director was signing some papers. Then he knocked on the door, drawing the director's attention. Director. Oh, hello sir, can I help you with something? He asked, stopping his work while looking at Rito. Rito. Sorry for the inconvenience, but I wanted to know if you could tell me where I can find Tirju Lunatique and Mikado Ryoko. I speak brown. Director. Are you one of them? Rito. Just an old friend, he responded with hidden pain for saying that, since if he said he was the boyfriend of both of them, they would know it was him, and he didn't want them to find out. Director. Well, Tirju-sensei went to lunch and Mikado-sensei stopped working here 2 years ago, he said, surprising Rito with the redhead thing. Rito. I see. What about the students Yami and Mikan Yuki? Director. Well, they haven't come to the academy for 2 months, he responded, which generated some fear in Rito. Rito. Okay, thanks, he said, and then walked away. The brown-haired boy ran out of there to quickly go to his old family's house with concern in his chest, while inside Carnage was serious for the first time. Carnage. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? He thought, having a possible idea of what happened, after all being son of Venom. A small part of his and Issei's memories were in his mind already, seeing that his host could go through something similar. The brown-haired boy arrived at his old house, seeing that everything was still the same. With some nervousness, he rang the doorbell of the house. After a few minutes, the door was opened. Rito expected to see it was his mother or one of the girls, but instead there was a blonde woman with brown eyes dressed as a housewife. Woman. Can I help you with something? I asked politely. Rito. Excuse me, do you live in this house? Asked the brown-haired boy. Woman. Yes, me and my 2 children live here. Why? Rito. Do you know what happened to those who lived here before? Woman. Yes, they put the house up for sale and moved to another city. she said, which caused Rito to become alarmed. Rito. Why you know where they went? Woman. I really don't know where they went. I'm sorry if I couldn't help you, she apologized with a slight bow. Rito. And no problem, sorry if I bothered you, goodbye, he said to leave there while the woman said goodbye to him entering the house. The brown-haired boy went to a park where he sat on a bench. He was worried. Mikan and Yami had left with the others. Although he didn't care about the others, and his parents to who knows where, he didn't know what to do, but for now he had to find Mikado and Tearju to help him look for Mikan and Yami. He quickly went to where the redhead was staying, but to his surprise and worry, there was no one there. Everything that belonged to Mikado was gone, which scared him, thinking that she had been kidnapped or something worse, so he let Carnage take control to search for the redhead throughout the city. For hours, Carnage had been searching the entire city for his host's wife, but unfortunately, he hadn't found her. Now Carnage was on the roof of an apartment. It was already 8 p.m, the lights illuminated the city, giving the symbiote a beautiful view, but Rito didn't care about that. He wanted to find Mikado and Tearju, but it seemed that neither of them were in the city. Carnage. Calm down, Prince, we'll find them, they can't be too far away, he said calmly, looking at the city covered by the dark night. Rito. I hope so. I couldn't stand it if they forgot about me. He spoke in a melancholic way. He was afraid of what he thought was true. Carnage didn't say anything because he knew that if they had forgotten him, it would be a hard blow to the heart of his host. The brown-haired boy was very fragile both in mind and spirit. After all, the 2 years in Life Foundation had made him lose hope of living, of being free. But he remained firm, not for himself but for the women he still loves. If that were to happen, Rito would already break completely. It wasn't that he cared about his life. If he died, he would have to look for his next container, but for some strange reason, he didn't want to separate from Rito. Carnage, still immersed in his thoughts, looked down at the street, seeing the people. But one person caught his attention, almost golden blonde hair. Only he could recognize that color, as it was part of Rito. Carnage. Prince. He said, calling the brown-haired boy's attention. Rito. Stop calling me Prince, he exclaimed, annoyed. Carnage. Look what The brown-haired boy looked from inside his partner, seeing a blonde woman who was looking for him to fix things. Rito. Tearju. The symbiote jumped down from the building and then went back inside Rito, who ran towards the blonde. If there weren't so many people, he would have already arrived with the blonde. Through the crowd he could see how she turned a corner, so already fed up with the people, he had to use a little strength acquired by Carnage passing by Tearju. Once they were at the corner, he could see how she was waiting, sitting on a bench. Rito, seeing her, could only think one thing. Rito. Beautiful. Tearju looked beautiful in the brown-haired boy's eyes. The light from the posts illuminated her, making her hair shine, making her look like a goddess. The most beautiful goddess who stole his heart. When he was about to approach slowly, he saw how she turned her gaze towards him, which made him stand still, looking into her eyes. Tearju just smiled tenderly, and with a slight blush, Rito only felt his heart beating 1,000 times an hour. With happiness at seeing her smile at him, he ran only to see something that completely destroyed his life. Tearju didn't see him. She didn't smile at him. It wasn't him, but someone else. The green-eyed blonde stood up with a smile as she looked at the person in front of her. A man of 20 or 25 years old, with black hair and red eyes and a scar on his cheek, wearing a formal black suit. The man, seeing the blonde, just smiled as she did, and then kissed her. POV Rito. No. 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 This is not real. It must be a dream. A damn dream. This is a fucking nightmare. End POV Rito. The brown-haired boy was paralyzed, doing nothing but watching, seeing Tearju, the woman he loves, the one who gave him the strength to overcome the betrayal, see her in front of him, joining her lips with those of that man. He didn't know what to do, or think. He just stood rigid like a statue, releasing tears of pain from his eyes already devoid of life, reflecting a deep emptiness. Carnage just looked at this seriously. He already had an idea of what was going on. He expected Rito to do something, but all he did was turn around and walk away aimlessly, just going where the wind took him. Internally, the Crimson Symbiote wanted to get out, to kill Tearju and that man. The wound in its host's heart had opened again, and now nothing could heal its already broken heart. Carnage was bloodthirsty, a ruthless killer, the result of the union between Venom and part of the energy of the Red Emperor Dragon, being the representation of hatred, anger, pride and greed of both. But this time, he felt sorry for Rito. He didn't know why, but perhaps it was due to the brown-haired man's kind personality, who was slowly succumbing to madness, loneliness, and his own darkness. For Rito's part, he continued walking aimlessly. He looked like a zombie. His eyes were covered by his hair. Tears ran down his cheeks full of pain, agony. All the feelings he swallowed in his prison, now they were released in tears. Without realizing it, he had arrived at the forest. He sat heavily against a tree looking at the sky full of stars. Silence reigned over the place. Only the wind hitting the leaves was the song of the night. Carnage didn't want to see his host like that, no matter how strange it seemed, so he just sighed and left Rito's body to sit next to the brown-haired boy. Carnage. Yo, Prince. Rito. Why? Rito's whisper was heard throughout the forest. The symbiote just kept quiet, letting Rito vent. Rito. Why? Why is this happening to me? What have I done wrong? Why is the world against me? Why do those I love always end up turning their backs on me? Why do I? Why? I? His voice was broken. The pain and frustration were very evident. First he finds out that his sister and his murderer left the city with his parents. He discovers that Mikado had disappeared, and now he saw how one of the women he loved sought her happiness in someone else. I had nothing. I had no one. I had no place to call home. He was alone, surrounded by people who have what he doesn't. Now he didn't know what to do. He had returned to look for them and live peacefully. But fate did not want his life to be comfortable. He lost everything he had, and now he had nothing left to go on for. Or maybe yes. Looking down at the ground, his eyes continued to shed tears. Memories of his life passed through his mind, since he met Lala, the good and bad memories of him and everyone by his side. Until that day. The day her life went to shit at the hands of one person. Rito. Yamato. That Sai carried resentment. There was nothing else. She wanted him dead. She wanted to make him suffer, paint the earth, lakes, oceans, paint the world with his blood, use his guts as a tie, his organs as Christmas decorations. She longed to find him and destroy his life just as he did with hers. Carnage just watched the brunette take out his sorrows. But he could see something strange in him. Rito's eyes had turned blue, a bright neon blue that waved like fire in his eyes, while a minimal kind of turquoise smoke began to come out of his body and a strange mark appeared on his face. Rito, after a few seconds, fell unconscious. Carnage looked at this seriously. It was strange what just happened. He saw Rito's memories and never saw that he could do what he just did. What's more, he never felt that inside the brown-haired boy, although this also reminded him of his father's host. The symbiote only re-entered the brown-haired boy's body to then cover his body with the red matter and leave from there to a place where Rito rests comfortably. Kuo City. The only sounds of sobbing could be heard in the streets that were no longer busy. A girl was sitting against a wall with her knees to her chest. Asuya had spoken to her mother, but it didn't turn out the way she expected. Flashback. Asuya was watching as her mother had a gloomy look. She was both surprised and worried for Hizumi. On one hand she was happy and on the other she felt pain and sadness. The brunette just stayed with a dark look. The blonde felt the atmosphere tense. From one moment to another Hizumi got up and approached Asuya. Slaff. Asuya was lying on the ground, her hand holding her right cheek on which a hand mark could be seen. Hizumi had her hand raised with her gaze still shadowed. The blonde was trembling as a few tears fell from her emerald eyes. Hizumi. Don't call me that again. I speak seriously, looking at the blonde who backed away even on the ground. Asuya. But Oka-san, she was interrupted by another slap from the brunette. Hizumi. I told you not to call me that. I'm sick of you. Grabs her hair tightly, causing her to scream in pain and begin to shed tears. Because of you I lost my son. I lost my only son because of your fucking fault. Since you came you only brought evil to my family. You and the others are just damn witches. Hizumi began to slam Asuya's head against the ground several times, causing some blood to come out of a wound on the blonde's head, who was crying profusely. Soon the brunette beat her, and then held her belly, making an expression of pain. Asuya, not caring about being hurt, tried to help Hizumi, who only pushed her. Hizumi. Get away from me, witch. She spoke with disgust, which made Asuya only shed more tears when she saw how her mother treated her. Asuya. Ooka-san. Hizumi. I'm not your damn mother. I regret having let you live here when Issei found you. If I knew that you would only bring misfortune, I would have kicked you out of this house and I wouldn't have to see your damn face every day. The brunette's voice only reflected hatred towards Asuya. Asuya tried to speak, but out of nowhere she found herself cornered against the wall, being grabbed by the neck by the brunette who had her eyes covered by her hair. Asuya could see how a slight green aura surrounded the brunette. She looked up at the blonde, showing that her eyes were no longer brown. They were now a bright emerald color, while her hair fluttered due to the aura. Hizumi. But if I kill you, maybe everything will be fine and Issei will come back to take care of our son, she said with a macabre smile. Asuya was shocked when she heard what she said. Asuya. What? It was the only thing she could formulate in her mind before such a revelation. Hizumi. As you heard, my dear Asuya, this child that I carry in my womb, placing her free hand on her belly, is not Gora's, but Issei's. I am going to give birth to Issei's first child. It's not great, don't you think? She spoke with amusement as she saw the blonde's expression, who didn't believe what the brunette was saying. She couldn't believe this, she didn't know anything, and no one knew that Hizumi was going to have a child with Issei, her own son. More tears began to fall from her eyes. She didn't believe any of it. It had to be a vile lie. It was all a dream, a nightmare. She denied it, but no matter how hard she tried, it was true. Asuya. Ooka-san. Tell me that's a lie. Please, she begged with her eyes closed tightly. Hizumi. Believe me, this child is Issei's, my Issei, said mockingly towards the blonde. Asuya. Why Ooka-san? The sadness was very evident in her voice. Hizumi. Why? It's simple, it was just a whim, but without realizing it I ended up falling for Issei, and as a result I'm about to give him a son, and when I return I'll be his only wife. He doesn't need you or anyone else, I'm enough for him. Hizumi began to tighten her grip on Asuya's neck, who only denied everything. From one moment to the next, the aura surrounding the brunette began to gather on her right arm, with which she strangled the blonde, who began to fear for her life. Asuya. Ooka-san. I know where Issei-san is, she said as she could due to lack of air. Hizumi became furious upon hearing this. Hizumi. You're lying. He squeezed Asuya's neck harder. Stop lying, you damn witch. You don't know anything. He roared in anger. Asuya. It's true. I know where it is. The brunette loosens her grip since she doesn't notice any lies in her words. Hizumi. Tell me where she is and get out, tell me. He exclaimed, no longer wanting to see the blonde who fell to her knees. Asuya. He's in Tokyo. Issei-san is there and will go look for him soon, she said between tears. Hizumi just listened to this attentively. Now she knew where her son was, and so she could form a new family with him. Hizumi. Get out. Asuya looks at her with her eyes already red from crying so much. Get out of here. Neither you nor anyone is allowed to come to this house, she exclaimed furiously, causing the aura to intensify, scaring Asuya, who, out of fear, left the house crying, letting her tears get lost in the air. Flashback end. Asuya was still in the same place, letting out everything she felt. It seemed that nothing would ever be the same again. Everything changed so drastically, so dark, so gloomy. Little by little, the hope of being able to fix everything was fading away. It seemed that everything was doomed. Everything was like a dagger for her. Her heart was breaking, as well as her hopes of regaining the forgiveness of the one who gave his life for her. What will happen in the future? What will happen when she is in front of her beloved? Only fate will know. New York. In the middle of the road there was nothing but destruction. The sound of guns firing was what resonated, as many people had escaped to avoid being in the crossfire. Where the shooting was taking place, a red blur shot out at a car, becoming embedded in it. On the other side you can see a woman in a black suit throwing several punches that were easily dodged by Venom. Domino threw another punch at the symbiote's face only for him to take her fist and then throw it at Deadpool, who readjusted his broken neck so that the woman fell on top of him. Venom was about to launch himself at them only for a grenade to explode on his back. When he turned around he saw Cable, who reloaded his gun with another grenade and then shot him. To the surprise of the three, Venom took the grenade with his mouth only for it to explode later. Deadpool. Is he dead? Why don't they celebrate? At that the cloud of dust dissipated, allowing the three to see how Venom's face was reconstructed, and then he fell to his knees, returning again to the brown-haired body. Issei. The shell of your mother symbiote. Venom, don't do that again, he complained, holding his head from the strong pain of the explosion. Venom. I don't have a mother. Issei. Whatever the fuck is your mother, your father, your cousin or your grandmother, don't do it again. I speak with noticeable irritation. The three of them just saw this with a drop on the back of their necks. Deadpool. This kid is crazier than me, he said, touching Domino's, but only for her to take one of her swords and cut off his head. Ayoayoa, what was that about? He said, rolling on the floor only to be kicked by the woman, leaving him next to the brown-haired boy. Ah, hello. Issei. How do you live without a body? I speak normally. Nothing impressed him anymore. Deadpool. Oh, aren't you surprised that I'm dead after being decapitated? Issei. I've seen and experienced things that nothing surprises me anymore, he responded, taking the anti-hero's head. Deadpool. Interesting, tell me, don't you want to join the X-Force? He said the last part as if it were an important secret. Issei. No thanks, starting to kick Deadpool's head, going around the world several times. Deadpool. Ouch, stop kicking me, I'm not a soccer ball, he said angrily. Issei. Then, grabbing the head and starting to hit it against the floor like a basketball. Deadpool. I'm not a basketball either, snotty boy, rolling on the brown-haired boy's finger. Put me down and attach my head to my body. Issei. Okay, but first I want to make a note, he said, to hit the head about 7 times and throw it against a sign and make it fall inside an overturned car. Venom blew a whistle inside and raised a sign that had the number 10 written on it. Half an hour later. Now Deadpool is seen in one piece while Issei was sitting on the floor still with a headache. Cable approaches the brown-haired boy while putting his robotic hand on a gun that was behind him. Issei. You don't need to shoot, nothing is harming me. Cable just lets go of the gun handle and looks at Issei seriously. Cable. Okay, I have 2 questions for you. I'm serious. While Domino sat on the roof of a van and Deadpool sat cross-legged like a child next to the time traveler. Issei. Well, I'm all ears. Cable. First tell us your name. Issei. My name is Hiyoto Issei, I'm from Japan, he replied. When Cable was going to speak, Deadpool interrupted him. Deadpool. And what are you doing here? Issei. Well, I'm on a field trip with my college friends to see Oscorp Industries, he answered the anti-hero's question that interrupted Cable again. Deadpool. And tell me it's true that Japanese women are very beautiful and have good bodies, he said with a perverse tone which earned him a disgusted look from Domino. Issei. I don't know, you tell me. Deadpool was about to ask another question, but Cable, fed up, hit him with the butt of his gun, knocking him out. Cable. Okay, now without interruptions, tell me, what was that thing you turned into? Issei just put on a serious face at the question. Issei. I have a parasite in my body, it's nothing serious. Venom. Parasite. The symbiote came out of the brown-haired boy's back and then strangled him. I am not a resentful emo parasite, I am a damn fucking symbiote. He roared, strangling the brown-haired boy. Cable and Domino's sweat dropped, and Deadpool just laughed as he rolled on the floor. After 3 minutes, Venom stopped strangling the brunette, who was rubbing his neck. Cable asked again. Cable. Okay, tell me what that thing is, pointing to Venom, who was on the brown-haired boy's shoulder. Venom. That hurts me, cheap copy of Terminator, he said mockingly. Well, I'm Venom and this emo next to me is my host. Issei got a vein in his head because of what I called him. Issei. I'm not an emo. Venom. Yeah, right, and I'm Michael Jordan. Issei. You're going to pay for this. Cable. And what are you, Venom? I asked, ignoring what happened less than 7 seconds ago. Venom. I am an alien from another planet. My race is known as Kinter, but the name symbiote suits us better, he replied, surprising the 3 members of the X-Force. Cable. And what are you doing on Earth? Where I come from there are no specimens like you, he said seriously. Venom. Where do you come from? Cable. I'm from the future. Issei and Venom were surprised by what he said. Issei. You speak of the future. His eyes were darkened. Cable just nodded. Tell me something. Do you know about the existence of the paranormal? Cable. If your question is regarding demons, angels, fallen ones, I know of them. Issei. I see. Cable. Why do you ask? And how do you know about them? He puts his hand back on the gun. Issei. Because I was part of them, but now I'm not. Cable. What do you mean? No longer. Issei. To sum it up, I plan to bring Armageddon to the factions. They are all going to burn. His voice conveyed madness, his eyes glowed scarlet, and a small sphere of black and red lightning formed in his outstretched hand. The 3 of them just broke into a cold sweat. In front of them there was not a normal man, no, in front of them there was a psychopath, a murderer. It was not only because of his way of talking about the features, but because of the air he gave off. The brown-haired man transmitted an air of death so palpable that it would make the Grim Reaper himself look ridiculous. Deadpool for some reason felt identified with him. For some reason he reminded him of himself when he was looking for Francis for what he had done to him in the past. He felt the same way when seeking his own revenge. He hid his madness behind that mask of black comedy. But the boy in front of him did not hide his hatred. When he saw him he thought he was someone calm. But with the fight he had with Venom and how he spoke of the supernatural something of which he had no knowledge, he could see that hatred and resentment at first was only pain and agony. Sighing, he got up from the ground, standing in front of the brown-haired boy, who returned to normal. Deadpool. How old? Was the only thing he said. The anti-hero's voice sounded serious, which made his companions become serious as well. Issei. 7 years. He understood what the man in front of him meant. The three of them just shuddered. 7 years had been the pain of the boy in front of them, but they still wondered what caused that hatred. What was the trigger for that feeling to detonate? Venom couldn't stand to remember what his host experienced in that place. Just mentioning or remembering something of what he saw only made both his anger and bloodlust increase. Deadpool was about to say something else, but out of nowhere Issei began to spit blood, falling to his knees on the ground holding his chest. The anti-hero held him before he fell completely, only to see how the brown-haired boy's veins could be seen taking on a black color on his neck. Cable. What's wrong with him? He said so that later, with the red assassin, they would lay him on the ground, the three of them seeing how Issei's veins were black. Venom. No. I know, was what he said weakly before returning to the brown-haired boy's body. Domino. He needs to be taken to a hospital so that. Issei. No. He exclaimed, trying to get up but couldn't. It won't be necessary. I have to go back home. After speaking again he spat out more blood and fell unconscious. Before falling, Issei could see how behind the X-Force there was a black figure, which looked at him with a smile full of evil with eyes as red as blood. Resigned City, with Rito. The brown-haired man was still in the bar with his head in his arms. He didn't know how he got there or how long he had been there, but he didn't pay any attention to it. There was no one in the establishment anymore, only him and the bartender who was cleaning the tables since it was already closing time. The man noticed the brown-haired man's presence and went up to him. Man. Excuse me, but it's time to close, he said so as not to receive any response from Rito. Listen, don't bother me. Slash. The man remained silent. Drops of blood fell to the ground slowly. His head slid down his neck until it fell to the ground along with the rest of his body. Rito had his hand outstretched. His fingers were red and it wasn't from blood. Rito. You are very annoying. His voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Rito stood up from his seat with his eyes covered by his hair. He slowly walked to the bar and then went to the pantry to take out a bottle of whiskey. After taking out the bottle he sat at the bar and took out a glass where he poured the drink. As he took the first sip, he felt strangely relaxed. For this being his first time drinking, he had to admit that the whiskey tasted good. For minutes full of silence, Rito continued drinking, trying to forget everything that had happened that day. Carnage just remained silent. He didn't want to interrupt the tranquility that his host had now, but even so, he was already fed up with the silence. Carnage. Prince. Rito. What do you want? He drank another full glass of whiskey. Carnage. What do we do now? Rito. I don't know. I leave the glass on the bar to take the bottle and take a long drink. Carnage. You're not going to do anything. Rito. No. That's too much for today. I came back here just to waste time. Takes another drink from the bottle. Sometimes I think this happens to me for not being a real man. If I hadn't been such a coward in the past, everything would be normal right now. I would have finished high school and gone to college, looked for a job, gotten married and had a life with them. But here's the result of my cowardice. Alone, in a bar with a dead man and drinking whiskey. Hee, don't you find it funny? Laughs to take the last drink, finishing the bottle completely. Carnage. You know, Prince, there are better things to drink than to take away your sorrows. I'm not good at that. But tell me, what was your greatest desire? Rito. I don't know, well maybe yes, but it was something stupid. I leave the empty bottle on the bar. Carnage. Come on, I swear I won't laugh. Rito, to be able to be a singer. There was a moment of silence between them until. Carnage. Haha. The crimson symbiote exclaimed in laughter upon hearing Rito's dream, which had a large vein in his head. Rito. I'm serious. I speak with a twitch in my eyebrow. Carnage. Ha 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 ha. Seriously, the mockery was very obvious. Rito. As sure. Carnage. Then prove it. Look there on a table, an idiot forgot his guitar. Why don't you play something so you don't look bad? Rito got up from his seat and went to grab the guitar. When he took it out of the case, he saw that it was a black and dark red acoustic guitar. Rito proceeded to sit at the table and start tuning the guitar. Once he finished, he gave a long sigh and then played a song. After finishing, the brown-haired boy dried the few tears that fell from his eyes. Carnage was now silent. His host had shut his mouth upon hearing him sing that song which carried his feelings. He had to admit that his dream of being a singer could come true if Rito set his mind to it. After being like that for a few minutes, the brown-haired man put the guitar in the case and put it on his back, then grabbed the body and took it to a garbage container. Carnage. Where are we going, Prince? He asked as Rito walked through the dark streets of Sainan. Rito. Let's go to Tokyo. New York 2 days later. Right now at the city's airport, a group of students is seen, where our protagonist stands out the most because he was wearing bandages on his neck and one tied on his forehead. Next to him was Ain, who looked angrily and worried at her friend. Flashback. After Issei fainted, the members of the X-Force didn't know what to do with him. Cable. I think we need to take him to a hospital to see what he has, he suggested, just so Venom's face would come out of the brown-haired boy's shoulder. Venom. No, he's not in danger, it's just a side effect of using that power, so we have to take him to where he lives. The symbiote spoke tiredly. What the hell is going on? He thought this because of what was happening to him and Issei. Cable. Okay, tell us where his house is. Venom. Of course the name of the street is. Take a map and go to hell. Flashback end. That same day, Ain found Issei lying at the door with a note on his forehead that said, "Fuck the one who reads it." Minutes later, the two were already on the plane. Ain decided to talk to find out what happened to Issei. Ain. Issei-kun. The All for Honor mention looks at her. What happened the day before yesterday? She asked seriously. Issei. Did you see the news? Ain. Yes, about a chain collision on a highway. What does that have to do with it? Issei. Well, there's the answer to your question. He looked out the window again, making Ain have a vein on her forehead. Venom. I'm hungry. Issei. Calm down, we'll eat. Venom. I hope so, or else your liver starts to look juicy and appetizing. Issei just gulped in a cold sweat. Underworld, Castle of the Mao Lucifer. In this place a meeting was held where all the leaders of the factions were present, including the gods of the Olympians and the Hindus, with Zeus, Hades and Athena representing Olympus, and Shiva representing the Hindus. Later Cerzex spoke. Cerzex. I imagine you are already aware of the situation, speak the Siscon. Zeus. Of course, that's why we attended this meeting. The king of Olympus spoke seriously, and Shiva just nodded in response. Athena. How serious is it? The goddess asked because she had been informed a lot about the situation. Cerzex. Quite a lot. Right now we are against the bars. We don't know when they will make their first move, he answered. Shiva. How long has it been since the last attack against us? Azazel. No more than 48 hours. Zeus. I guess they want to make an alliance with us to get out of this, isn't that right? I look at Cerzex. Cerzex. Indeed, our ranks have decreased by 60%, so we need your help, he said, only for Zeus to shake his head. Zeus. Sometimes I think this is a child's game, they always fight. Looks directly at the others except Shiva. This is a war that does not concern us, you yourselves saw it years ago, we will not be part of this. He proceeded to get up to leave, but Cerzex stops him. Cerzex. This also harms you, it is not known who you will attack first, that is why we must be on the same side, he said, only so that the gods of Olympus would see him, and the others with annoyance. Zeus. Whatever, I'm already on one side, I won't form an alliance with people who only turn their backs on innocent people, he spoke while silencing the other leaders and then left there. Shiva. I'm leaving too, I won't be part of this either, he left through a magic circle. The others just stayed silent, it seemed like they were alone. Cerzex. Damn. The redhead hit the table in frustration. Seraphal. What are we going to do now? The Mao asked with concern. Surzix. We have no choice but to do this alone. No one will help us against Clippeth. I'm serious, the Crimson Mao. Azazel. We just have to wait a month and we will go for Issei. We just have to hold on, the former leader of the Fallen responded. 2 days later, Tokyo Issei's apartment. Issei was at the door of his home. With a sigh he opened the door seeing that everything was as he left it. After that he entered closing the door. Venom. Nice place, looks very comfortable, symbiote speaking. Issei. Well yes, this is enough for me or good for us. Opens the fridge taking out a bottle of Pepsi brand soda. After drinking, he went to his room with his bag and suitcase and then lay down heavily on the bed. Several minutes passed, the brunette had his eyes closed, his expression was serious. Since he arrived in the United States, several things had happened, including seeing his brother again and almost killing him. But in the end he escaped. If he hadn't been playing with him, Yamato would probably be dead right now. Something he still regretted, but he still took the satisfaction of having made him suffer just as he did to him, but that was only the beginning of what awaited him. Issei was slowly falling asleep but was suddenly woken up by a noise. As he got up he saw his suitcase moving from one side to the other. His mind clicked, did he have a suitcase? That was the question that arose in his mind. Cautiously, he began to open it only for a large vein to appear on his head. Oh, hello Issei. Issei. What the hell are you doing here? With Ain. The sky blue-haired girl was in her room lying on the bed completely relaxed. Suddenly she began to remember her stay in the other country, and also remembering what she discovered there. It clearly seemed crazy, but it was all true. Obviously she was not going to say anything about it, and about her best friend being fused with an alien, or they would think she was crazy, even her own family. Then someone knocks on the door. Oni-chan, a female voice was heard on the other end. May I come in? Ain. Come on in. The door opens revealing a girl with Ain's hair and eyes of the same color. Tell me what you want. I'm very tired, she said as she lay down face down. Several days later, Tokyo University. On the roof of the institution was Issei who was eating his vento and Venom who was on his shoulder was eating a pizza, being the fourth he has eaten so far. Issei. Sigh, it's good to be home again. I speak as I finish eating. Venom. By the way, why isn't the Busta one with us? He said, opening another box of pizza and eating again. Issei. She said that she and her family were going to see a relative so she won't be back for about 2 or 3 weeks so now it's just you and me my dear Venom. He said somewhat dejected at being able to spend time with the girl. Venom. That sounded gay. Issei. Why do you always misinterpret everything? Venom. At least I know a little more clearly. I have almost no knowledge of human speech. I refute the symbiote. Several hours later. Classes had already ended. Issei was packing his things ready to go to his apartment, but then he was called by a group of 4 boys. Boy 1. Hey Takeda-san, come. He spoke, calling the attention of the brown-haired boy who went towards them. Venom. Takeda. Issei. Remember that Ryu Takeda is my name here. Only Ain-sen knows my real name. Venom. I remember now, I had forgotten. The brown-haired boy arrived with the boys. Issei. Is something wrong? Boy 2. We wanted to know if you would like to come with us to a party. It's going to be fun, he said kindly. Issei. I'm sorry but I have things to do, thanks anyway, he said and then left. Venom. Why didn't you accept? Issei. I simply don't want to go. I'm not one of those who like to waste time on something like that, he responded mentally. Venom. That's emo. Issei. I'm not a damn emo. After another argument between them ended, Issei went home and then headed to Stan's restaurant to eat his favorite dish. During his walk he was calm listening to the song Let It Die by Starzer. As he walked, Venom was serious inside. There was something that wouldn't leave him alone until... Venom. Duck. Issei, hearing this, quickly crouched down, watching as a crimson axe passed over his head, cutting off a few hairs. Moments before. On the streets you could see a light brown-haired boy walking with a guitar on his back. Rito walked calmly seeing the city of Tokyo for the first time. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr back of his neck nervously. After that, he checked the pockets of his clothes to see if the wallet of the guy his partner killed was there. Fortunately, he found it, and saw that it was a total of 5,000 yen. Carnage. Sniff, sniff, hell, you can smell the poverty even in here. Rito. Sigh, well, it's better to keep the money, puts away the wallet and continues on his way. Rito continued on its way in search of a place to eat. Carnage. Prince, I feel something in the air. Rito. What's going on? He stopped walking and stood on the sidewalk. Carnage. Why don't you smell it instead? The symbiote sharpened Rito's sense of smell, causing him to begin to smell the place. Among the scents of the people, he detected one. He recognized that smell perfectly. Rito. Carnage. Carnage. Let's go for that asshole. Rito, not caring that people saw him, let Carnage take control, causing all the people around him to get scared and run away. The Crimson Symbiote took a great leap, falling on the roof of a building, then began to run like an animal on all fours. When he stopped, he stood at the edge of a building, looking down at the people passing by. Rito. Where is it? He exclaimed angrily. The symbiote continued to stare until its eyes landed on someone. Carnage. We found him. After saying that, his hand turned into an axe which he then threw at the brown-haired boy to cut off his head. Current moment. Issei, after dodging that attack by instinct, jumped, this time dodging a barrage of red and black projectiles again. Feeling danger again, he saw two axes coming towards him. From his back came a tentacle of dark matter that took him against the wall. Issei. What the hell was that? Venom. There's another one here. Issei was going to ask, but Venom makes another tentacle come out of his stomach that took him to the ground, dodging another rain of projectiles. Issei. Well, I'm fed up with this. Venom. Venom. Understood. Venom took control, ready to kill the poor guy who dared to attack his host. In that, he sees how something falls to the ground, only to see something that left him surprised. Carnage. Hello. Father. Silence reigned on that street with no traffic left. Only two, or rather, 4 individuals were there, facing each other with different expressions. On one side were Venom and Issei, who had no idea what was happening. Out of nowhere, another symbiote appears and attacks them to kill. And to the disbelief of the Clintar, and even more so for Issei, he had called him father. For Carnage's part, he looked at his father with amusement, but for Rito's part, he was furious. In front of him was the one he was looking for to make him pay for what he had done to him. However, he was very wrong. His hatred clouded his mind, and at any moment he would lose control of himself in order to kill Issei for believing that he was Yamato. Venom. Who are you? The dark symbiote asked without letting his guard down. Carnage. I am your firstborn, was the response of the Crimson Symbiote. Venom. Firstborn. I don't remember splitting up. He said the last part to himself, but it was heard by Carnage. Carnage. Why don't you remember that occasion better? Venom began to remember the fight he had with Yamato several weeks ago, remembering that moment when the brown-haired man nailed Ascalon to his head, causing not only the blood of his host to come out, but also a few of his tendrils to detach from his body. Venom. Now I remember. What the hell are you doing here? He threatened just so his son would laugh like a psychopath. Carnage. Very simple. I'm coming for your head. In the blink of an eye, Carnage was already in front of Venom, hitting him in the face, sending him flying against the building. Without wasting time, he went against the other symbiote. Venom entered the middle of the building, breaking a window, causing the people there to become scared and run away. Adjusting his broken jaw, Venom didn't have time to fully get up when he received a kick to the ribs and was sent against the wall, cracking it. Carnage quickly lunged at Venom, but the latter threw a rope from the back of his hand, holding his foot and then pulling him towards him, causing him to fall back to the ground. Once he was in front of him, he grabbed him by the neck and slammed him hard against the wall, then released him to kick him 300 style. Carnage was thrown out, destroying the wall and being sent back into the street, landing on the hood of a car. Without warning, Venom fell on him, stepping on his torso, destroying the entire car and accidentally killing the people inside it. The dark symbiote grabbed Carnage by the neck and then threw him again, but he turned his hand into an axe, cutting off Venom's hand and managing to break free from the grip. Venom regenerated his severed hand and roared at Carnage, who also roared at his father. Venom launched himself again at the other symbiote, tackling him against the wall. Carnage fell to the ground sitting down, which Venom took advantage of by kicking him in the stomach. Carnage quickly grabbed his foot with his arms and slammed Venom against the wall, going through it, then threw him outwards, causing him to skid on the street, leaving his claws marked. When Venom was about to attack again, Carnage appeared in front of him again with his hand made into a sword. he quickly managed to take the blade with his hands, both struggling while the ground cracked beneath them. Venom forcefully broke the sword and then kicked Carnage in the chest, causing him to fall to the ground several meters away. Carnage got up again, and then grabbed 2 light poles and pulled them out with force. He threw one at Venom, who managed to dodge it with ease, but he didn't expect the Crimson Symbiote to hit him with the other pole, destroying it, and sending him flying into a huge sign. Carnage jumped on top of Venom, looking at him with grace. "Carnage, have a nice life." With that, he threw the other symbiote into the street, and then went behind the sign and kicked it out of place to land on Venom. Carnage began to retreat, but out of nowhere a piece of metal pierced his torso from behind. Turning his gaze, he saw how Venom was going towards him with a motorcycle holding it by the rear wheel. Venom hit Carnage with the motorcycle as if it were a bat, making it explode, sending the other symbiote flying. Carnage ended up crashing into a car. When he was about to get up, another car was launched against him, causing an explosion. Venom was on the other side, being the one who launched the car. "Issei. Is he dead?" "Venom. It's the safest. After all, fire is another of our weaknesses." Both see how a figure comes out of the fireball, being Rito, who had parts of his body covered by Carnage. Issei just closed his eyes and Venom looked at him as if nothing had happened. Carnage then came out from his host's shoulder, looking at Venom with amusement. "Carnage. Now you're more than dead, father," saying that he returned to Rito's body, which began to emanate turquoise smoke. The brown-haired boy looked up at the dark symbiote with anger in his eyes, which were turning bright blue. "Rito. This is your end." Turquoise fire formed in Rito's hand, while behind him the flames from the explosion turned the same color. Rito, in a burst of speed, was already in front of Venom, delivering a powerful punch to the symbiote's face, sending it flying through buildings at a speed almost equal to the speed of sound. Crashing for the last time into a building under construction, Venom fell into a pile of sand. His entire face was disintegrated by the blow, revealing Issei's face, which was grimacing in pain. "Issei. Shit, even I felt that," he complained as Venom entered his body again. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't leave me alone," he exclaimed to his partner. "Venom. That brat uses fire, remember that we are vulnerable to that," he responded. "Issei. Well, what am I supposed to do? That bastard is going to kill me." "Venom. Use that thing again, I'll make your body a little tougher so you can use it," he said so Issei would just stay quiet. "Is something wrong?" "Issei. Don't laugh. But how do I activate it?" The brown-haired boy swore he heard someone hitting his forehead, being Venom, who had a vein in his head. Before anyone could say anything, a wall fell apart, creating a smoke screen. When it dissipated, Issei saw Rito approaching him with his hands still covered in fire. "Rito. Finally today, I'm going to get revenge for what you did to me, you bastard son of a bitch," he roared while being enveloped by a sea of turquoise fire. "Issei. Listen, I don't know what you have against me, but I haven't done anything to you." "Palm." The brown-haired boy was interrupted by a hook from the other brown-haired boy, sending him flying towards the top floor, passing through the 16 floors until reaching the last one. By the time he was about to recover, Rito appeared in front of him, kicking him against the top floor, leaving a small crater. Issei got up with difficulty, and easily adjusted his right arm, which was broken. "Issei. Well, you've had enough of me, damn it, I'm going to kill you," he exclaimed in anger, closing his eyes and then opening them. The black rays surrounded Issei again, who had an expression of total fury. Rito fell to the ground, quickly went against Issei, who lashed out at him, hitting him in the stomach with his arm charged with black electricity, causing him to spit out a lot of blood. Issei did not stop there. With his robotic arm, he grabbed him by the neck and then threw him against one of the walls and then tackled him through the wall, causing both brunettes to fall to the ground. Even in the air, both did not stop hitting each other. Issei began to hit Rito in the abdomen, who managed to stop another blow and kicked him in the chest and then grabbed him by the shoulders, changing places so that he was on top and Issei was below. Rito placed his feet on the other brown-haired man's torso, who abruptly hit the ground, leaving a large crater, raising a large curtain of smoke. Rito was thrown against a pole, causing it to fall. Issei ran out of the cloud of dust, but Rito grabbed the pole and then hit Issei with it. The brown-haired boy flew out but quickly released 2 black ropes from his hands, holding onto 2 buildings. Using this as a slingshot, he shot out like a bullet against Rito, kicking him in the chest with his feet, breaking his ribs. Both rolled on the asphalt and then moved away. Issei launched himself again, but Rito disappeared and reappeared behind him, counterattacking. Not caring about the pain, Issei grabbed Rito's arm to pull him towards him and hit him again with his prosthetic arm, leaving the light brown-haired boy half disoriented. Taking advantage of this, he began to attack savagely, breaking his ribs more than they were breaking them into dust. With a Spartan kick he sent Rito away, who kept spitting blood. Issei jumped and then prepared his foot, charging the black electricity. The other brown-haired boy saw this and with difficulty dodged it, but couldn't get away from the explosion generated by Issei's attack, leaving him embedded against the wall. Issei left the crater he created and went towards Rito, who broke free. When he was about to attack again, his body collapsed, falling to his knees and spitting out a large amount of blood. Issei. No. Not again, was his thought as he spit out more blood, forming a puddle. Rito, seeing this, just smiled like a man and was going to throw himself at the brown-haired boy, but suddenly he fell to the ground, unable to move. Rito. What is this? I can't move, he exclaimed mentally with frustration. The fire was extinguished, and his eyes returned to normal. The same happened with Issei, who fell on his own blood. Soon both brunettes fall into unconsciousness. Kuo City, Hyoto Mansion. In said mansion a scream was heard from inside. In the living room you could see how Hizumi was on her knees panting heavily while sweating profusely. Lately she began to feel a lot of pain in her belly due to the fact that her pregnancy was late, and in a week she would be 10 months pregnant. The doctors had told her that they had to give her a cesarean section, but she flatly refused. Slowly the brunette got up with great difficulty. Her legs were shaking and she no longer had much strength to stand for a long time. As best he could, he made his way to the zone for all, where he fell heavily. Once there, he proceeded to grab the phone that was on the nightstand and then dial a number. While waiting for the call to be answered, she felt that pain again, but stronger. It was unbearable for her. Not even when she was pregnant with Issei and Yamato did she suffer like now. Suddenly she feels moisture underneath her. When she looked up she saw how both the zone for all and the floor were wet, and the strange liquid was coming from her crotch, a clear sign that her water broke. The call is answered and I speak between gasps. Doctor. Hospital where we can help. Hizumi. Doctor. I am Hizumi Hyoto. I tried to continue talking as best I could. Doctor. Oh, what does Hizumi-san need? Hizumi. Please. Bring an ambulance. I'm about to give birth. Underworld, Gremry Mansion. Rias was in her room lying on her bed asleep while whispering in her sleep. Rias. Issei. Rias's dream. The redhead was sitting on a blanket with a basket next to her looking at the sky. Then she hears some laughter and looks towards where the laughter was coming from. There he could see 2 children and a man playing. One of the children was a boy. He had crimson red hair and his eyes were brown. He was running next to a girl with long brown hair with red locks and aqua green eyes. Both were running from a brown-haired man who was similar to the red-haired boy, but his left arm was missing. Rias just smiled sweetly at the sight of them. After all, they were her family. Both children saw her and came towards her smiling. Oka-san. That was what the children said as they rushed towards the redhead, who welcomed them with open arms and gave them a big hug. The brown-haired boy approached the trio and then joined in the hug. A few minutes later, both children were playing while the brown-haired boy looked at them with a smile. The redhead, seeing this, just hugged the brown-haired boy from behind. Rias. I'm glad you came back, Issei, she said, looking at the brown-haired boy with pure love. Issei. I'm glad too, Rias, I love you. Rias. I love you too, my Issei. They both joined their lips in a warm and loving kiss. But out of nowhere, Rias stopped feeling Issei's lips. When she opened her eyes she saw with pain how that beautiful meadow in which she, her husband, and children was a complete disaster. Everything was on fire, but these flames were different from the normal ones. They were a color as red as blood itself mixed with darkness. Desperate, Rias got up to look everywhere for her children and her husband, but there was no trace of them. With fear she began to run aimlessly. The place seemed infinite. She just kept running while screams began to be heard in the place covered by crimson flames, screams full of pain. Rias fell to the ground holding her head. Those screams were the screams that caused her nightmares, those that reminded her of her mistake. In front of her, in the fire, images of Issei being tortured in his prison began to appear, screaming out of compassion. The redhead just shook her head from side to side, tears falling from her closed eyes so as not to see what was tormenting her. But it was impossible. Just by listening she could remember everything, every single thing her beloved suffered. You did it. You provoked it. You created me. A voice echoed through the place. Rias could only shake her head, crying, wanting this to stop. At that point she felt someone grab her face from behind, making her open her eyes. This is what you have caused. Rias just shed tears at the sight of what was in front of her. A mountain of bodies, all dead. He saw all his friends, including his family, all dead in the worst way. At the top of the mountain of corpses, there was a dark figure which held in its hand its own head. This is just the beginning. That figure turned his gaze towards her, showing eyes so red that they showed a darkness and evil never seen before. Real world. Rias woke up suddenly from her bed screaming in horror. Her face showed only fear. Her body did not stop shaking. Tears began to fall from her eyes. Rias. Issei. Forgive me. POV Issei. I slowly opened my eyes. I didn't know where I was. Everything around me was spinning. My head hurt like hell. My vision was blurry, but I was slowly recovering it. When I could see well, I noticed that I was in a hospital room. I don't know how I got here, until memories of what happened before came to my mind. That boy and I were in a fight that, in my opinion, was brutal, although I have many doubts. One is who he is, the second is how he has a symbiote, and why he called Venom father, and above all it seemed like he knew me. But from where I don't know him and I haven't done anything to him to make him try to kill me. Still, I have to get out of here. It's very likely that our fight hasn't gone unnoticed by the news, and most likely, by the supernatural. Holy crap, now I'm really in a big mess. What should I do to get out of this? I just hope that this hasn't given away my location or identity. Otherwise, I'd have to leave again. I'd have to leave Tokyo, and also leave Ain-san. Even though this hurts me, she could be in danger and I don't want to involve her in this. If I hadn't rescued her in the United States, I don't want to imagine what would have become of her now. NPOV Issei. Issei, already awake, tried to get up but couldn't because of the tubes that were injecting him with serum and other blood. Issei just gave a tired sigh. This was the second time that this had happened to him. He didn't know what it was. Surely it was like Venom said, it must be the payment for using that power. But something told him that it wasn't that, and it was something much worse. Venom. Good night, sleeping beauty, said the symbiote coming out of the brown-haired boy's shoulder. Issei. Venom, do you know what happened after the fight? Venom. You and the bitch face fell unconscious and were then brought here. Issei began to think about what was said. Calm down, nobody knows what it was you. In fact, they believe you were victims of the attack, so you are safe for now. Issei. How good, sigh of relief. Venom. You're worried, aren't you? Issei. Huh. Venom. The busted one, you worry about her, don't you? Issei knew who he was referring to. Issei. I won't lie to you. I do care about Ain-san. She was the one who accepted me even after knowing who I am and who I was in the past. I have no one else but you and her. That's why I'm afraid she could get hurt on my way to destroying the factions. I couldn't stand it. Venom didn't say anything. He just kept watching and listening to his host. But when Issei was about to say something, they both heard a moan. The symbiote pulled back the curtain that was next to the brown-haired boy's stretcher just so that they both could see the other brown-haired boy who was all bandaged like a mummy. Rito. What happened? How did I get here? Said the king of the princes, placing his hand on his forehead. Issei. Wow, look who my roommate is, spoke sarcastically. Rito turned his gaze, seeing the other brown-haired boy putting on an angry expression. Rito. You. The light brown-haired boy tried to get up, but when he did, he felt a strong pain in his abdomen preventing him from continuing to move. Rito. Damn you, when I can get up I'm going to gut you, he roared with anger in his eyes. Issei. I wish. He looked at the ceiling. What is your name? Rito. Yuki Rito, from whom you took everything 2 years ago, or perhaps from having sex with Lala so much he erased your memory. I speak with hostility. Issei. Lala. I don't know why, but I feel like I have to tell her a lot of things like Venom. Bitch, cheap whore, slut of the moment. Issei. Language bro, but changing the subject, I don't know any Lala. In fact, I don't remember having slept with someone with that name. Rito. Stop lying, you bastard. Don't think that by saying that I'm going to let you live. I'm going to kill you. Issei. Hey, calm down, old man. I don't know what you have against me, but I don't remember seeing you and doing anything, or I stopped talking when I had a possible idea of why that hatred against him. Tell me something. When was the last time you saw me? His voice sounded as dry as a desert. Rito just limited himself to answer. Rito. You finally stopped playing games. The last time I saw you was when they put me in prison. I still remember every fucking word of yours at that moment. Issei closed his eyes. Issei. I see. I'm sorry, Yuki Rito, but you got the wrong person. The other brown-haired boy blinked in confusion. Rito. What do you mean? Issei. Who you're looking for is my brother. Rito was surprised to hear that. Rito. How can I know that you are not Yamato? I speak seriously, not very confident of the other brown-haired boy. Issei. In the eyes, we are both twins, but we differ in the color of our eyes. I look at Rito, who looked him in the eyes, verifying that what he said was true. Rito. It's true. I'm sorry. Issei. Don't worry. In fact, I had fun. I've never had a fight like that before. I just have to tell you that you are a disaster in hand-to-hand combat, which makes you slow and predictable. Surely if you practice you could reach the level of an old friend, he said gracefully, remembering the beating he received. Rito. In fact, it's the first time I fight. I have no technique in combat. Only if Carnage takes control can I fight, or rather he knows how to fight, he said discouraged. Issei. It's not your symbiote. The all for honor mention comes out of Rito's shoulder, seeing Issei and Venom. Carnage. Greetings, father. I speak with grace. Venom just growls. Venom. I'm not your father. I would never have such ugly children. Issei. Look at yourself in the mirror. Whisper, but Venom heard him and hit him. Carnage. I agree with what the boy said. Venom. Shut your mouth, walking menstruation, said with a vein in his head. Carnage. Come on, you have to admit that you should look in the mirror. You look really ugly. While both parasites were insulting each other, the teenagers began to talk. Issei. Tell me, why do you hate Yamato? Rito. Sigh, like I told you, he took everything from me. He took my family, my home, the women I once loved, and I even lost those who still loved me. Issei could see the tears falling from Rito's face. The other brown-haired boy's voice was broken where the pain was noticeable. It seems that he was not the only one who suffered at the hands of the brown-haired boy with purple eyes. Issei. It seems that we are the same. He laughed at what he said, which confused Rito. The two symbiotes stopped fighting and paid attention. Rito. What do you mean? Issei. To sum it all up, I used to live quietly with my parents and Yamato, but soon after I got involved in the paranormal. I joined a clan called the Gremory clan. I fell in love with my master Rias Gremory, not only her, also with Akeno Himejima, Asuya Argento, Koneko Tojo, Rosweiss, Irina Shidu, Zenobia IV, Kuroka Hellcat, also with Sona Citri and 4 members of her peerage, Tsubaki Shinra, Tsubasa Yura, Momo Hanakai, Tomo Meguri. There was also Rema Dragon. All of them were the women I loved. Even at that time there was only a month left for our wedding. A slight smile formed on her face and her eyes crystallized. Rito just listened attentively to her words. But until that day, her smile was erased and her voice showed anger. That day in which Yamato along with the leaders of the factions told me that I was going to be the leader of the clan, and that day betrayed me for a crime I did not commit. Rito. What was that thing they blamed you for? Issei. From joining the enemy, Clippeth, an organization that seeks to overthrow the 4 demon kings and the other factions. That same day I was tried and locked up in Tartarus. Rito, upon hearing that name, was only in shock. In that place I spent 7 years, but I did not have the peace of being in a cell. Day and night I was tortured by my brother. Every day was hell. On many occasions I was on the verge of madness and suicide, but I could not be like an animal. Rito only listened to this. He felt empathy with Issei. Both suffered at the hands of the same person, but from what he heard, Issei did not have a very good time, not as much as him. What ended up breaking me was that on my birthday, my father and Yamato went to my cell and they violated me, turned into a woman. Rito was paralyzed. No, he was stupefied. He didn't believe such a thing. It was something inhuman what happened to the brown-haired boy with brown eyes. Venom just got angry. He saw all that himself and he didn't like it at all. Rito. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Issei. It doesn't matter. I'm no longer affected by remembering. Although thanks to that, I managed to get what I wanted. A quiet life. Or well, almost quiet. After all, if they hadn't betrayed me I wouldn't have met Venom. Rito. I understand. You are undoubtedly someone admirable. You overcame the past that you had to live. I only live for one goal. Issei. Which one is it? Rito. Kill Yamato. Silence filled the room for seconds that seemed like hours. Issei just started laughing with his eyes covered by his bangs. Rito. What are you laughing at? He said angrily that she was making fun of him. Issei. Hee, I think we're going to get along really well, Yuki. Rito. He looked at the other brown-haired boy. revealing his black eyes like the void and his bright blood iris. You're looking for the same thing as me. Rito. That would be. Issei. Kill Yamato. Rito. I really think we'll get along very well. You haven't told me your name. Issei. Hiyoto Issei, that's our name. Rito. Then, Hiyoto Issei. We are both going for the same goal. Issei. And we will make him pay for everything. Rito. Also, we will bring destruction to the factions for your suffering. A sinister smile formed on his face. Issei. You, me, and our friends here are going to take on the factions. A rhetorical and disturbing laugh came out of his lips. Rito also began to laugh in the same way. He liked this boy. Both symbionts began to cover their hosts. Issei, Venom, Rito, Carnage. We will bring Armageddon. Kuo's city, hospital. In a room, screams reigned, accompanied by the voices of the doctors who were doing their work. Hizumi was currently in labor. She had to admit that this was much worse. Everything hurt. Her hands were tightly clenching the sheets. Her body was bathed in sweat and trembled abruptly. Her strength was constantly lost due to the effort she was putting in to bring her son into this world. Doctor. Come on, Hizumi-san, just a little more. I speak, seeing that there was nothing left for the baby to be born. The brunette gave a loud scream full of pain as her eyes turned green for a moment. Everything was silent in the room. The doctors remained silent, looking at the brunette. Soon a cry began to be heard. The doctor slowly moved away from Hizumi. When she heard that cry, she felt her whole world freeze in that moment, in a void where that beautiful cry was the wind. Looking down, her eyes filled with tears when she saw him. In the doctor's arms was his son. He looked just like him. There was no doubt that he really was his son. The man stood beside her and handed the newborn baby to his mother. Doctor. Congratulations, Hizumi-san. He is a healthy child, he said with joy for the brunette. Hizumi, with her trembling arms, picked up the baby who was still crying. She gently put her hand on the child's brown hair, caressing his head to comfort him. Hizumi. Hello, my boy, she spoke with tears of happiness falling from her eyes. The baby slowly stopped crying, then opened his eyes, revealing 2 emerald-colored eyes, then closed them and fell asleep in his mother's arms. Doctor. Have you already thought about what your name will be, Hizumi-san? The brunette just stared at her newborn son with a smile full of happiness. Now, she would no longer be alone. She had her son, but now, she wished Issei was with her so she could see her firstborn. Still immersed in her world, the name that would correspond to her new son came from her lips. Basara Hiyoto. His new light had arrived and would never leave his side. Tokyo, 3 days later. Issei. Rito. Is something wrong, Issei? The light brown-haired boy asked. Issei. I don't know, I feel strange, answered. Rito. Are you okay? Issei. Yes, I'm fine. Why do I have this feeling? He said and thought the last thing. Both brunettes were in a restaurant, this being the one Issei went to very often. After the doctors discharged him, they left, and then both symbiotes asked them for something to eat, so Issei took Rito to that place. Issei heard something and looked at the television that was on a shelf, on which the news was broadcast. The 2 brown-haired boys looked at what was happening. News. 3 days ago there was an attack in the city of Tokyo. It is not known exactly who was responsible, but there are people who claim to have seen what happened. The scene changes to a woman who was the reporter. The 2 brunettes just sighed. Rito. I think we went a little too far. Issei. I don't think so, we only destroyed streets and 1 or 2 buildings. It can't be anything serious. I speak without caring. Reporter. We are now at the scene of the incident, where there were a total of 30 dead and 52 injured. Issei. Well, yes, a drop fell down the back of his neck. The 2 continued watching the news. Reporter. I'm now with someone who claims to know what happened here. The camera shows an elderly man. Tell us what you saw on the day of the incident. Old man. I don't know how to explain it. It didn't seem normal, at all. It was like a horror movie. The man showed fear just remembering what happened. Reporter. Please try to calm down. Tell us what you saw. Old man. They were monsters. 2 monsters did this. Among all the victims was my grandson and my son. The man cried as he remembered since he saw his son and grandson die. Rito. Damn it. He clenched his fists in frustration. He felt guilty for the death of 2 innocent people. For Issei's part, he just remained silent. He didn't care if he killed or didn't kill. he only worried about his own affairs and problems and not those of others. What the hell? Issei recognized that voice, so with a smile he looked at the man. Issei. How long, Stan? I spoke with a smile to the owner of the place. Stan. Wow, Ryu, it's been a while since I saw you and it seems you brought a friend, he said in the same way as the brown-eyed man looking at Rito. Issei. Well, you could say. Rito is Stanley, he is the owner of the place, and Stan is Yuki. Rito comes from Sainan and will stay here in Tokyo. The brown one spoke. The all for honor mentioned ones shake hands in greeting. Stan. Nice to meet you, young Rito. Rito. The pleasure is mine, Stan-san, he responded to the greeting. Stan. By the way, Ryu, why isn't Ain with you? He asked when he didn't see the sky blue film. Issei. Well, she went to see a relative with her parents, so I won't see her for a few weeks, he replied dejectedly. Stan. Oh, I see. May I? Issei. Sure, no problem. Stan Lee sat next to the brown-haired boy and then watched the news. Stan. Sometimes I wonder what the world can come to. The two brown-haired boys look at him. Two monsters among us is something that nobody would believe. It's the same as saying that demons exist, don't you believe, Ryu? Issei. If only you knew. I really don't know if I should believe what happened. In fact, I don't think it was what people think they saw. It could have been a terrorist attack. He thought and spoke so that the three of them would go back to watching TV, where apparently they were showing a recording of the fight between Issei and Rito using their powers. The two tensed since they didn't know they had been recorded, but then they noticed that nothing could be seen of them. Only Rito's turquoise fire and Issei's black lightning could be seen, so they sighed in relief. Stan. They say that power can change a man. When you have power, you think you can do anything, and that can lead you down two paths. One is peace and happiness, the other is unhappiness and loneliness. Both Issei and Rito stare at him. When you have it, you can do whatever you want. You can bring happiness and security to people, bring them hope that they feel they are protected. But it can also bring unhappiness. Power attracts danger. With it, you lose everything you love. Issei and Rito just listened to Stan Lee's words with great attention. Stan. However, it also brings misfortune to all those around you. Sometimes it is a curse disguised as a blessing. The brown-haired boys only had their eyes shadowed by Stan's words. Although the greatest punishment you carry is always hatred, that feeling can lead us to ruin. Many people who fall before it never return to be the same. Issei. Stan. Is something wrong? Issei. And if power can do everything, what happens if it is used for selfish purposes? Stan. That's your question. Issei only responded with silence. Sigh. If you use it for what you want, you'll only end up dead. Issei didn't say anything, just like Rito. Stan. Hatred always ends with you. It poisons your soul and your heart, depriving you of everything you love. Only one thought comes to your mind once you sink into resentment. Revenge. Revenge will only take you away from what you still have, and you will never get it back. In Issei's mind, an image of Ain walking away from him arrived, never to return. Sometimes the quickest way out is always death. But even if you are not consumed by hatred and you are still tied to the past, you have the possibility of salvation. That is your answer. Issei was still immersed in his thoughts. He was afraid that what Stan said was true. If he continued with his revenge, he would lose what he has now, and he would also lose the only person he cares about, and he was not going to allow that. On the one hand, Rito had the same line of thought as Issei. He just wanted to kill Yamato so he could get Mikan, Yami and Mikado back. But if he let his anger consume him, he might forget about them. Both were going down a path from which there is no return, but they still have time to be saved from that feeling that they both share. Hatred. Underworld, prison of Tartarus. In said prison, the four mouths were in front of a large rusty metal door. All four of them could be seen to be very nervous and slightly scared. Ajuka. Do you think it's a good idea to release him, Sirzex? The green-haired man asked, trembling. Sirzex. I think we should. With him on our side, we would have a chance of being able to gain ground, he responded with a cold sweat falling from his temple. Falbian. What if he refuses to cooperate with us? The bald man was in the same state as his three companions. Sirzex. We will try to get him on our side. Without him we would have no chance when they strike the first blow, the Mao responded. Serafal. I wouldn't dare go in there, not if he's there. The black-haired girl was terrified just by talking about him. The redhead gave a long sigh and proceeded to put his hand in the center of the door where there was a strange symbol. Multiple magic seals appeared on the door, then they disappeared and a noise came from the entrance. a sign that it had been opened. Sirs X and Ajuka opened the door with great effort since it was very heavy. Once they opened it, the black-haired girl hid behind the red-haired man, not wanting to see the inside of the cell. Once fully opened, the dark hallway of Tartaros lit up. The four of them just looked at what was inside. A sea of fire was what stood out the most. But it was not the only thing there. A carousel, all old and neglected. The horses that adorned it were nothing more than real horses bathed in blood. Despite the fact that it was in terrible condition, it still worked, going around to the tune of the same, which made it look terrifying. In the center of the carousel, a huge figure was chained with hooks sunk into its skin. The figure moved a crank that made the carousel spin. A powerful growl echoed through the place engulfed by the flames. The four of them only took a step back unconsciously. Right now, they were going to try to negotiate with the devil himself. With Issei and Rito. The two teenagers were now walking through a park, both immersed in their own thoughts. As for Issei, Stan's words still echoed in his mind, about power, what he can do with it, its pros and cons. Right now, he was in a great dilemma. If he continued with his purpose of revenge, he could lose the little he had. Among those things, Ain too. Just thinking about it, he felt like something inside him hurt. He didn't know what it was, but he wasn't going to give it any importance. Rito, on the other hand, still had in mind what he had heard, and was certainly beginning to feel unsure about continuing with his task. Both were still in their worlds, until the almond-eyed brown-haired boy stopped, causing Rito to stand still, watching him. Rito. Is something wrong, Issei? Asked the mixed-eyed one. Issei. Rito. You wish to continue? Rito. Huh. Issei. Tell me, do you want to continue with your goal? The brown-haired boy had his eyes covered by his hair. His voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Rito was surprised to hear the brown-haired boy's question. It seemed that both of them had their doubts about it. Rito. I'll be honest with you, maybe I'm starting to think differently about whether to continue or not. Right now I'm going around in circles in my head. I don't know if it's really what I want. Rito answered Issei's question, who only turned his gaze towards him. Issei. I understand. He looked forward again. Do you want to go back? Rito. Come back. I asked, confused. Issei. Return to Sinan. Tell me. Are you going to return? He looked at the other brown-haired boy again. Rito. I wish, but I still have to look for Mikan, Jami and Mikado, so I won't come back until I find them, he answered seriously. Issei just kept looking at him. He would understand if Rito no longer wanted to continue with his personal revenge against his brother. He would not blame him if he refused to continue. Issei. I understand. It's your decision, not mine. Rito. And what will you do? The almond-eyed brown-haired boy just remained silent for several seconds until he finally responded. Issei. I don't know. Most likely I will continue the path that I chose. And maybe I may never be able to redeem myself from it. Rito just remained silent at his answer. It seemed that Issei had already made his decision, and he was not going to object to anything. Rito. I understand well, and I will not complain to you. Issei. Then, turns around. Where will you go now? Rito. I don't know. I haven't found a hotel to spend the night yet, so I don't know. The light brown-haired boy scratched the back of his neck out of embarrassment. Issei. I live in a hotel and the room next to mine is unoccupied, so you can stay there, he responded to the other brown-haired boy. Rito. What happened to the person who lived there before? Issei. There was a hell of an orgy and the owner died, he responded simply. The other brown-haired boy sweated. Rito. There was no need for me to know that. Issei. You asked? So they both went to the apartment to buy the room for Rito. Kuo City Hospital. Night had already fallen. The hallways were dark, only slightly illuminated by the lights coming out from under the doors of the patients' rooms. In one of them you could see a woman deeply asleep. Next to her there was an acrylic crib where a little baby was sleeping peacefully. But soon the little baby of barely 4 days old slowly opened his eyes. Soon he began to cry, causing Hizumi to begin to wake up. Seeing how her baby was crying, she took him in her arms and tried to breastfeed him. But even so the baby would not stop crying. Hizumi. SHHH. It's okay Basa-chan, she said softly, trying to calm the baby, but she couldn't. He seemed to be scared. What's wrong, my baby? Did you have a nightmare? The baby, as if warning, stretched his small arm to the side of the room. The brunette looked where her son was pointing only to see a shadow in the doorway. The brunette just held Basara against her chest to protect him from that man. Izumi. Who are you? She exclaimed seriously while the baby cried more intensely. Don't you remember me anymore? That voice made her freeze. She recognized that voice anywhere. The baby only increased his crying. Izumi. Why Yamato? Was what came out of his lips when he saw his second son. After a long time. Yamato. Hello. Oka-san. POV Mikan. No. I couldn't believe what was happening before my eyes. Rito had been tried. He was accused of being guilty. They were going to take my brother. No. They were going to take the person I love away from me, away from home, away from those who still love him madly. I didn't want this to happen, but I couldn't do anything. Mikado and Yami couldn't do anything to defend him either. Our efforts to defend him were in vain. Now I see him. I see that they are taking him away. I don't want that. I don't want him to be taken away from me. With thick tears on my face I go towards him so he doesn't leave. But it was in vain. Other guards held me, preventing me from reaching Rito. He just looks at me and smiles as always. Thanks for everything. I love you. It was the last time I heard his voice. Both Mikado and Yami cried just like me. We had lost the man we loved. And all because of them. It was their fault that my brother left. Because of them I lost him forever. I hate you. I hate you with all my being, Lala Deviluk. The days passed. Everyone in that family lived happily. But for me, Yami and Mikado, it was hell. We were still living in our house. But strangely we haven't seen Tearja-sensei since the day Rito went to prison after the trial. I tried to contact her several times but she didn't answer. Maybe she's devastated knowing that our boyfriend is gone and we might never see him again. And most likely she's still scared of seeing how Rito had killed a person. I understand her, so I'm going to let her recover from the trauma she had that day. After several months, life went on. Yami and I returned to the academy because the holidays were over. Mikado did not return to her job as a nurse. Tearja-sensei returned to teach 2 weeks later. But to my misfortune and Yami's, we were in the same classroom as Lala, Momo and Nana. The others were in other classrooms luckily. It made me angry that they were with me and still deigned to smile after what they did to Rito. Yami was about to kill them multiple times, but I had to stop her as best I could. It wasn't that I cared about her well-being, but Rito wouldn't want this. One day the three of us went to see him. Tearju, despite being at the academy, I was unable to contact her. I was happy to see him and to be able to talk to him, although unfortunately I couldn't kiss him because we were separated by that window and only heard his voice through a phone. The three of us only shed tears seeing him. He looked sad, devastated, but he still had that smile that we so want to see every day, every hour and every second. But unfortunately we couldn't spend more time with him. It was time to go, but we promised to come see him whenever we can. But that day was the last time I saw him. I didn't know what happened to him. The guards told me that he was never there. They thought I was stupid, since he was never there. Where did they take him? Where did they take my Rito? I spent days hoping that this wouldn't have happened. If I had been with him at that time, none of this would be happening. 2 years had passed since that day when I saw him for the last time. Even in my suffering I had to go on for Rito. He wouldn't have wanted me, Yami and Mikado, to be sad. Recently something strange happened. Yami disappeared. I didn't hear from her for weeks. There was nothing from her. Not even a note saying she was leaving. I was worried about her. Something told me something very bad had happened to her. A few weeks ago Mikado told me that she was leaving the city. She had quit her job, so she had nothing to do here. I sadly asked her where she was going and what she was going to do. I'm going to look for him. Those were her words before she left, and never came back. Hearing that, my chest filled with hope. I knew who she was referring to. There was still a chance to find Rito, and have him come back to us. But even so, I had to know what happened to Yami, and why she disappeared. That same day, I went to the academy and found Tearju leaving there. I stood in front of her seriously. I wanted to know what happened to her, and why I couldn't contact her. I still remember her words that day. I don't know if I still love him. Those words, those damn words made my anger explode. Did she never love Rito? Did she sleep with him just out of pity? These and more questions were going through my mind at that moment, when I just wanted to see her dead. I furiously left, and didn't even look at her again. For me, Tearja Lunatique is a slut and an opportunist. Several weeks after my encounter with her, my parents appear at the door of my house. which I previously shared with Rito and the others. They forced me to go with them. I just confronted them. I didn't care if I raised my voice to my parents. After all, to me they are just strangers for having destroyed my happiness. When I was about to enter the house again, I heard something from my mother's mouth that made me angry. Sorry. With that I stood still, not wanting to look at their faces. That's when I understood what they were referring to. They wanted to apologize for taking me away from my boyfriend. What hypocrites. After all the begging I did the day he left, now they come and ask me for forgiveness. I'm sick of them. I've already put up with Lala and the others, but now that my parents came to apologize was the last straw. Without saying anything, I went back to the house, closing the door with all my strength. I couldn't stay there anymore. I had to leave and do the same as Mikado. I don't care if it takes me a lifetime. I swear I'm going to find you, Rito. I won't stop until I find you. I'll look for you even in hell if possible. And now I know where to start. I'm going to Tokyo. End POV Mikan. Mikado's POV. I didn't know what to do at this moment. Before my eyes, Yuki Rito, my Rito, was being taken away from us for committing something he didn't want to do. A strong pain took over my chest. I felt like my whole being was breaking. I couldn't bear to see this. For me this was a torment. Before he left, we went to him. We tried to hug him, kiss him, but we couldn't. Thanks for everything. I love you. Those words will remain engraved in my mind. It hurt me to hear them. This was goodbye. After days and days I was locked in a world full of sadness. Not having him by my side every day like several months ago makes me feel disoriented. That I was in a world I didn't know. A world in which I am standing in nothingness. I miss him a lot. I miss his hugs, his kisses, his voice, his scent, his eyes. I long to see him and tell him over and over again how much I love him. But not everything is as one wants. During the course of time, things happened that I didn't know until today. But I did know that Mikan and Yami went back to their classes, and every time they came home they were upset. And I didn't need to be a genius to realize why they were angry. And it had to do with Princess Lala. I knew I had to go back to the academy and continue with my work as a nurse. But I didn't want to go back. Everything reminds me of him. The days turned into weeks, months. I was finally able to see him again. But a window was what separated us. Each of us took turns talking to him. It hurt to see him like that, devastated, hurt. I was already aware that his parents had already left, and ended up breaking his fragile heart. When we left out of obligation, I could see him smiling as always, but behind that smile, all his pain was hidden. Months and months passed. I almost never left my room, always lying in bed wearing one of his shirts that would remind me that he'll always be by my side. Although, it's been a while since I heard from Tirju. I knew she was still scared of what happened, but she seemed to be missing. And the truth is it worries me. She's my best friend and I'm afraid she'll get caught in the clutches of that Yamato guy. Mikan, Yami and I didn't know, but whenever we remembered that boy for whom the others left Rito, we felt afraid. It was as if the mere mention of his name represented danger. Mikan came home one day crying like I had never seen her cry before. I was worried and wanted to know what was wrong with her so I could help her. Rito disappeared. I didn't know what to do or say. My mind and body went blank. I had a hard time believing it. Rito had disappeared without a trace. The three of us didn't know what to do about it. First Princess Lala and the others had tricked Rito. Then he killed a thief who wanted to mess with Tirju. Then he was tried and taken to prison. Now no one knows where he went, or what happened to him. He simply disappeared from one day to the next. We went multiple times to complain about what happened to him, or where they took him, or if he escaped, but those men were just trying to be clever with us. After several months, Yami also disappeared. Mika and I went all over Sign and looking for Yami, but we were unsuccessful. After a week of Yami's disappearance, I decided to go out. I couldn't stay locked up all my life. So I was only afraid of the decision to leave the city, although something in my chest told me that I was making a grave mistake. Why did I decide to leave? To find Rito. There's nothing else I can do. That's my goal now. To find him and bring him back home and live quietly away from the Yukis and the other girls. Right now I'm in the city, in Tokyo to be more specific. I know Rito is here. And I'm going to find him. I don't care what happens to me, not even death can stop me from my goal. End POV Mikado. POV Yami. Please, Rito. Help me. Issei and Rito were riding along a highway on a motorcycle that the almond-eyed brown-haired boy borrowed from a biker bar. Issei was driving the motorcycle at full speed while Rito held on to him so as not to be thrown off. Flashback. The brown-haired boy was in his room sleeping peacefully until his door was literally blown up by a person in reddish clothing and over that clothing a maid outfit. "Time to get up, Issei-sama Oeya," she exclaimed, making noise with two pots, which made the boy get up with a very manly shout. "Issei. Kaiaauya." Venom for noise plus the scream of his host twisted in pain, insulting the four winds. "Issei-sama already woke up, let's go, you have to go to breakfast." "Palm. Issei. Damn you, Deadpool, if you do that again I'll break your legs," he exclaimed with his hands smoking after knocking out the anti-hero. 3 Doritos later. Issei is seen sitting at his dining room table drinking a cup of black coffee and some pastries. Venom was eating the same thing, but in an attempt to take another pastry that Issei had already taken, he ended up grabbing a cat that was in the window, and thus eating the poor and innocent cat. May he rest in peace, by the way. The brown-haired boy took control of the television and turned it on, putting on a movie. Luckily it was Saturday, but he did have work to do and had to leave in less than an hour. Venom. I've never eaten anything as delicious as this before, he sighed, using one of his claws as a toothpick. Issei. Well, it's better that I get dressed, I have to go to work, in that he sees how Deadpool comes out of his room without the maid suit. I hope that serves as a warning if you do it again, he said with a frown. Deadpool. It's okay, I just wanted you to wake up. After all, it's a servant's job to wake up his master, he said, then tried to put on his old suit. Issei. Where did you get that? I asked, since he never saw that suit in his closet when the anti-hero arrived in that suitcase. Deadpool. Oh well, yesterday after getting high and drunk I ended up in a closet in the next room where a woman was cheating on her husband who lives in the other room with his coworker, and they both wore maid outfits, he said, and then smelled the skirt. It smells like prostitute fluids, he sighed with satisfaction at the what the fuck face of Issei and Venom, who spat out a ball of hair. Issei. Venom. Disturbing, both thought. After breakfast and changing, Issei left through the door without first blocking it with a pile of wood taken from who knows where. When he finished, he saw Rito leave his room with a sleepy look. Rito looked at Issei, who had Venom on his shoulder. Issei. Well, it seems like you slept well, didn't you? I speak mockingly. Rito. Don't tell me, I'm sick of hearing the ghosts of that bitch. I couldn't sleep all night, he said with a vein on his forehead. Issei. I know an exorcist who got out of prison, he can help you with that ghost thing, he already helped me once, he said, remembering the exorcist. Rito. Anyway, I'm going for a walk to kill time, see you later. I speak and then leave. Issei also left from there. Several hours later. After working and receiving his pay, the brunette went to his apartment to see that Deadpool had escaped through the broken window. With a tired sigh, he proceeded to clean up the mess and then go to Stan's restaurant to eat something for dinner. But on the way he passed by a cafe where he saw Rito sitting at a table with a cup of coffee which was still steaming. Issei. Did they stand you up? He asked mockingly, making the other brunette look at him. Rito. What are you doing here? Issei. I'm done working, and tell me what you're doing in a place like this, sitting in front of the boy. Rito. Sigh. I only came because I had nothing better to do than put up with Carnage's laughter. I speak tiredly. Issei. Well, it's still early, so why not let's go for a walk? After all, I have to look for Deadpool, who is loose in the city, he said while Rito looked at him confused. Rito. Deadpool. Issei. A homicidal man and dressed in a cheap Spider-Man cosplay. You'll know who he is when you see him. Come on, the night is still young, he said as he left with Rito without paying for the coffee. For several minutes the brown-haired duo was running around the city from one side to the other. Venom, coincidentally, ended up eating a dog when they passed by a crowd of people. Carnage only fell asleep saying strange things in his dreams. One thing that was funny for Issei and Venom and Carnage, who, coincidentally, woke up, was that Rito stepped on shit and then fell on top of an old woman touching her breasts. Later the light brown-haired boy entered a bar without realizing that it was a gay bar from which he did not leave after 3 hours with a great trauma for life. After Rito came out of his trance to forget what happened, they went to a cafe where there was apparently a karaoke. Many people were singing and applauding. The two carriers of Venom and Carnage sat at a table where a waitress asked for their order. Issei ordered 2 pizzas, one for him and the other for Venom, and a soda. Rito only asked for a cup of tea to calm his dangerous thirst. Carnage. Why didn't you ask for something else? Said the crimson symbiote discreetly emerging from its host's shoulder. Rito. I need a drink, damn it, he muttered under his breath, only being heard by the pair of symbiotes and Issei. Issei. You said something. Rito. Nothing, just that after this I'm going to go to a bar, he said, looking away. Issei. Do you drink? Rito. I started drinking not long ago. I feel relaxed with a glass of whiskey, that's all. The waitress brought their orders and they proceeded to eat. After finishing, Issei paid and they stayed to listen to the people sing. Then Carnage had an idea. Carnage. Hey Prince, why don't you go and sing? He said so Issei and Venom would look at him. Rito. And no, I'm better off here, he said nervously. Carnage. Come on, it's just a song, nothing more. I don't know why you're acting like this just because a bunch of idiots are going to see and hear you. Come on, go and sing, he said, ordered, returning to the brown-haired boy's body, who only sweated nervously and looked at Issei. Issei. If you want some advice, think that everyone is in their underwear, he said to eat the last slice that was left, only to bite the air with Venom being the one who ate it. Rito with a sigh went to the stage in front of everyone there. With a trembling hand he took the microphone, starting the song he would sing at random. After finishing, the place was filled with silence. Soon people began to applaud and whistle along to the song. Many women looked at Rito with hearts in their eyes and others with unholy thoughts. The brown-haired boy left the stage and returned to where the other brown-haired boy was. After a few minutes they left, although the prince almost died from an avalanche of fangirls. After leaving, Rito was looking for a decent bar to have a drink until he found a bar for bikers. When they entered they were both greeted by the gazes of all the biker gangs who looked at them as if they were insects. Venom. If you guys think that by looking like that you're going to intimidate us, go Issei and make yourself respected, said the symbiote. Issei. After Venom, I don't want to make a fuss now. Both of them passed by, still being seen by everyone there, but they did not give it importance. Both arrived at the bar where they sat a little away from the others. Then a girl arrived who was the waitress. Woman. What do you want? I speak kindly. Rito. A glass of whiskey. Issei. A non-alcoholic beer, he said bluntly. Venom. Faggot. Ask for a normal beer like the people. Issei. Nah, I'm not one to drink, just this once I'll have a beer. But if I'm going to drink, I'm going to go slow, he responded mentally. The waitress brings them their drinks, and they drink them while everyone else watches. Issei. For this being the first time I drink it, I must say that it's not bad. He sees how Rito finished his glass and asked for another one. Rito. Leaves the bottle. The woman leaves the bottle and he pours himself another. Ah, I feel like me again, satisfied sigh. Issei. Do you like whiskey that much? Rito. It is my nectar of the gods, health. Issei. Cheers. They both clinked their glasses and continued drinking. After a few minutes, a group of bikers approached the brown-haired duo who were still doing their thing. Man 1. Hey brats, this is not a place for you, so get out of here right now, the man threatened without receiving a response from the two, making him angry. You didn't hear me. Get out of here or things will get really ugly for you. He was ignored again. You didn't hear me, you idiots. Crash. The man fell to the ground with a cut on his temple. He got up angrily, seeing that Rito had his hand extended with the spout of a broken bottle. Furiously he launched himself at him but received a kick from Issei in the stomach, sending him crashing through the wall. Everyone stands up, some took out metal pipes, others knives, and one or another with a firearm. Issei. We just came for a few drinks, and this is how the clientele greets us. I think I should talk to you seriously, he said, cracking his knuckles. Several hours later. Another guy was thrown through the wall. Inside the place everything was a mess. Broken tables and chairs, broken bottles everywhere, several men lying around and a few hanging from the ceiling fan, while the two brown-haired men were at the bar still drinking calmly, while the woman hid in the kitchen to be in the crossfire. A while later, the two were leaving while Rito was still drinking whiskey, and Issei just looked at the time on his cell phone. Seeing that it was 10:35 at night, he just gave a tired sigh. Issei. Well, it seems that the party is over here. Rito. Hick, why do you say that, Hick? A little blush from the alcohol. Issei. Tomorrow I have work and the day after college, so we're going to look for Deadpool and he comes back. He stopped when he heard his cell phone ringing from a stranger, and he hesitantly answered the call. Issei. Whoever you want to be, I'm not available. Nisama. A female voice was heard. Issei knew that person, so he just closed his eyes. Issei. What do you want from me? His voice was dry. Rito, still under the effect of alcohol, became serious. "Nisama, please come back, we need you," the girl on the other end of the phone sounded desperate. "Issei. Why should I go back? I'm sorry, but I have much more important matters right now," he answered sharply. "He is here." At that exclamation there was a moment of silence. Issei and Rito just stood there analyzing what was said, only coming to one conclusion. Issei. Him. "Please, Nisama, come back, we are helpless. Everyone here needs you." "I need you." Her voice broke. Issei could hear her cries. He didn't care about anything. Maybe his past self had acted before and was already fighting for them. But now he changed, and he didn't care if something bad happened to them. But yes, he was not going to let anyone destroy what he must exterminate. He was not going to allow that for anything in this rotten world. Issei. "Okay. I'll go, but not for you. Just for him." That was his answer, which made the girl on the other end of the phone extremely happy. "Thanks, Nisama," she exclaimed gratefully to the brown-haired boy. "Nisama sees this part. There is an entrance for you to arrive, but please hurry up, we won't last long like this." The call is cut off by an explosion. Issei saw his cell phone receiving a message. When he saw it, he saw that it was the image of where he had to go, so he just put his cell phone away and got on a black motorcycle. "Rito. What are you doing?" I asked, confused. "Issei. I'm going back to Kwa, or rather, I'm going to hell," he responded seriously, turning on the bike with a venom claw. "Rito. Why are you going? Didn't you say that? They are there?" Issei. "I know, but there is. He." Rito understood who he was talking about. "Tell me, are you coming or not?" Rito was silent for a few seconds until he responded after finishing the bottle in one gulp. "Rito. I'm going." He got on the motorcycle behind Issei. "Have you already driven one of these?" Issei. "No." After saying that, he turned the handlebars of the motorcycle. The rear wheel began to spin quickly, raising a lot of smoke accompanied by the sound of the rubber sliding against the ground. Suddenly the motorcycle moved forward and Issei turned, going down the street at full speed, and Rito screamed like a girl. Now, he was going back to put an end to his torment, and he wouldn't go alone. He might be meeting them after many years, but now his brother was his priority, just like Rito's. Now, two monsters were going to the demon's nest. What's going to happen? Who was that girl, and how did she meet Issei? How will he react when he sees his first child? Underworld. Chaos reigned. The city of Lilith was an almost lifeless wasteland, both in the red sky of the demonic realm and on the surface it was a battlefield. The troops of the underworld were eradicated by soldiers belonging to Clippeth. It was a carnage. The entire army of demons had been reduced by 68%. Civilians ran for their lives, but several, if not many, died at the hands of the minions of the son of the original Lucifer. It seemed like this would be the end of the demons. But they were nowhere near extinction. Elsewhere, more specifically in the Gremry family mansion, the patriarchs along with several guards of the mansion were giving war to the soldiers of Clippeth, but it was with great difficulty. They could be seen tired. Lord Gremry, or Xiaticus, was the most affected. He had bleeding wounds, but they were not serious. With the little strength he had, he could barely stand. As for Lady Gremry, or Venelana, she was almost in the same condition as her husband, but she still had enough strength to continue fighting. Change of scene. On the outskirts of the Mao Lucifer's castle, the four demon kings were fighting hard against the Clippeth army. Among them, there were also orcs, and the occasional colossus. After several minutes of arduous fighting, they had finally finished off the enemies. It had been difficult for them to eliminate more than 1,000 enemies. Once they finished, Surzex gave a long sigh of exhaustion and sat down on the ground. Surzex. "I think I should retire for a while after this is over," he speaks, calling the attention of his companions. Ajuka. "This is not the time to talk, we have to go help the troops, we are at a total disadvantage," said the green-haired man seriously, extending his hand to the red-haired man to get him off the ground. Falbian. "Seraphal, have you already informed your sister about this?" the bald man asked. Seraphal. "Yes, Sotan will come with the reinforcements, we just have to wait," said the Mao with pigtails between gasps. Surzex. "We don't have time to wait, we have to go help." He said so that the four of them went to the battlefield through a magic circle. "If only you were here, Issei-kun." He thought with melancholy that the brown-haired boy whom he considered a younger brother was not here. Somewhere else. The cry of a baby was heard by two people, while in front of them a crucified but still alive woman could be seen. "Well, we already have what we want, but what do we do with it?" an elderly man spoke. "Calm down, RageRevan-sama. I want to leave her alive so she can witness the birth of a new world. I speak with malice, a brown-haired son of a bitch. RageRevan. Fine, do whatever you want with her. The only thing that interests me is the brat you have in your arms, seeing the baby who wouldn't stop crying. Yamato. Hey. At that, a communication circle appears in Lucifer's ear, who only smiled with satisfaction. After a minute, the circle disappears. Yamato. Did something happen, RageRevan-sama? RageRevan. The underworld is already at our feet. Right now, we have the four great mouths on their knees. The platinum-haired man spoke with grace while the brown-haired man only smiled evilly. Yamato. That's very good, now only the other factions and the human world remain. Soon our goal will be fulfilled, said the brown-haired man just for RageRevan to smile. RageRevan. Well, I'll go pay them a visit. I'll be back soon with the heads of the four. With that said, Lucifer retreated through a magic circle, leaving Issei and Rito there. Yamato. Well, nephew or brother, I should call you. Looking at the baby who was still crying, I'll take good care of you. With the both Issei and Rito. Issei was standing in the middle of a forest looking everywhere, while Rito was behind a bush throwing up all the contents of his stomach. Rito. I'm never getting on a motorcycle with you again. Buwawagag. He vomited again, blaming Issei with all his being. Issei. Sorry, but I failed the driving test for paralyzing the instructor, he said, looking everywhere looking for something. Carnage. Take advantage now and hit him with the motorcycle like he did with us, said the parasite, symbiote. Rito. Remind me when we get back. While this was happening, Issei, already a little stressed, began to release black rays. He extended his right arm and fired a beam of lightning beginning to spin, destroying trees in the process until he then stopped, falling to his knees on the ground, breathing tiredly. Rito. Issei. Went to him to help him stand up by putting his arm on his shoulder. What was that? Issei. Gasp. A quick way to look for a gasp, path and gasp. It's there, pointing to a tree that was being surrounded by a reddish barrier. In the middle of the tree there was a red seal which emitted a light of the same color. Rito. What is that? I asked, surprised. Issei. It is one of the many entrances to the underworld. Even if we could make a magic circle to get there, this would take us to a remote part of the capital of the demonic realm, he said, already recovered. Rito. And if the demons have that means, why is there an entrance here? He expressed his doubt. Issei. As I understand it, before this in the world after colonization in America. The fall of the Roman empires, the end of the emperors in China and Japan, humans had a connection with the paranormal world, in those times the demons still being ruled by the original demon kings, or also known as devils, were the enemy. Rito listened surprised to the story. The angels and human believers confronted them, but soon after they left humanity, abandoning them, letting them die at the hands of the devils. Soon after, God sent one of his children to the human world, but it was a big mistake. Rito. What happened? I asked. Issei. The angel was killed by Lucifer. If I remember correctly, her name was Eve. They said that she was equal to or even more beautiful than the archangel Gabriel. That same day that Eve died, God decided to face Lucifer, starting the war between devil and angels. The war lasted centuries. The devils were winning, the angels little by little were dying one by one, but they also began to fall for their selfish thoughts, or also like succumbing to the capital sins such as anger, gluttony, lust, greed, etc. Among them were two that I know. Azazel fell for lust and Kokabeel greed and madness. I think I do not remember well. I remember the cadre that I almost disemboweled if it were not for the Hakaruka having arrived. Rito. And the reason for these doors. Even though the story had fascinated him, he wanted to know why once and for all. Issei. Why the doors? These doors were a passage to the underworld. The devils could easily pass through here. But Rito. But Issei. For humans it is impossible to pass it. Silence reigned in the place until Palm. Issei was on the ground with a bump on his head, and Rito had his fist smoking. Rito. Then what the hell are we doing here if we can't cross it? The brown-haired boy exclaimed angrily, turning his hands into two blades. Issei. First let me finish talking, princess. He shouted with Venom's voice standing up. Carnage. Look, even he knows, ha 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 ha, the red symbiote mocked. Issei. Sigh, well, as I said, humans can't cross it but we can open it. Rito. I don't understand. Issei. Only demons can cross it, but we can only open it without passing through. but I have an idea to get in. Rito. And that would be Issei. We have to use your flames and my rays to be able to break it and make a crack, but if my calculations do not fail me, we cannot go to the underworld directly, so we will end up somewhere else, or we can simply be trapped in the crack for life. He explained, and Rito understood. Rito. Okay, but what is the percentage that we will be trapped? He asked fearfully. Issei. 97%. Rito just swallowed dry. Issei. Well, now prepare yourself because this may take time. Issei puts his hand on the mark and begins to say something in a strange language. Soon the mark began to glow, and then a magic circle appeared in front of them, surprising Rito even more as it was the first time he had seen this. Issei. Well, we only have a few minutes before it closes and we have to open it in about 100 years. Come on, Prince, let's do it, he said to stand next to Rito, who had a vein in his forehead for being called that again. Somewhere else. Do you think it's a good idea to go back? A deep but feminine voice spoke. Believe me, they are in trouble even though it is none of my business. I still have to help them and maybe he could be there, he answered seriously. But do you think he can be there after everything that happened? He spoke again. It's most likely, after all the bastard is there with him. He said the last part with hatred. Okay, let's go then. Balance breaker. I will avenge your death, Lavinia, I promise. Back to the underworld. It could be seen how the 4 demon kings were on their knees, being held by 2 orcs. They were now in the demonic council hall, where said counselors were standing behind a man whom they themselves believed dead for a long time. This was Resigned von Lucifer. Beside him was his loyal subject Euclid Lucifuge, who only had a smile that hid all the wickedness of his being. Serzex spoke furiously, facing the son of the true Lucifer. Serzex. Resigned. Damn it. Why are you doing all this? He roared, trying to break free, but the orc held him tightly. Resigned. Why am I doing this? I think I made it very clear in the past, didn't I? He smiled as he watched the 4 of them kill him with their gaze. The son of Lucifer raised his hand. A magic circle appeared in front of him from which 7 of his minions came out, taking Zeoticus and Venelana Gremory as prisoners, along with his wife, who was unconscious in a terrible state. The Crimson Mao only became more enraged. Although he was hurt by what he did to her, he still loved Grafia regardless of anything. Serzex. Disgraced. He roared again, in his anger beginning to release his inherited power. The other 3 just remained silent, looking with disgust at Lucifer, who approached Venelana, who tried to free herself from his grip. Taking her face forcibly, he just smiled as he saw how the Baal looked at him with disgust. Resigned. As beautiful as ever, Venelana. I speak only to kiss her on the lips. Father and son just exploded in anger at seeing how that monster desecrated the lips of his wife, mother, who tried to push him away but couldn't. After separating, the brunette spat saliva, disgusted by the act done by Resigned against her will. He just looked at her with perversity. Resigned. You're calm, Venelana, soon we will have a pleasant chat in my chambers. She licked her lips, imagining the Baal moaning her name while filling her with his essence night after night, which made her only tremble in fear for that. Euclid approached Grafia and then took her in his arms, bridal style, lasciviously scanning every part of his sister's body, especially her half-exposed breasts and crotch. Serzex. Let her go. Leave my wife alone, he exclaimed, releasing his aura even more. Soon another magic circle appeared from which someone they were looking for came out. Mao. Yamato. In front of them was the one they were looking for to make him pay, the one who, because of him, made an innocent person suffer. The brown-haired boy only looked at them with his characteristic look full of superiority. Slowly he approached the Maos, who glared at him with their eyes. Yamato. Oh, long time no see, Sarachan, he said, looking at the Mao Leviathan, who looked at him with disgust. Seraphal. Don't call me that, you wretch, she growled so that the purple-eyed brunette would take her by the chin. Yamato. Oh, come on, don't see me for a few months and then you'll welcome your husband back. I speak pretending to be in pain. Seraphal. Shut up. The only one I can call that is Issei-kun, she exclaimed. Yamato. But the child you carry in your womb is mine, not that idiot's. He rubbed the belly of the black-haired girl, who was shaking with rage, and several tears were falling from her eyes because what the brown-haired boy had said was true. Serzex. Why are you doing this, Yamato? What did we do to you that you would betray us? Yamato just looked at him arrogantly and approached the redhead. Yamato. Hello, brother-in-law. The redhead got angry at how I called him. Tell me, how is Rias-chan? I haven't seen her for a while. Soon a magic circle appeared from which Rias and Sona emerged accompanied by their entourages who, upon seeing Yamato, charged at him. Rias. You! She exclaimed, launching an attack of the power of destruction with the brown-haired boy, but he stops it with his hand. Yamato, seeing that Kiba and Zenobia were at his sides with their swords ready to cut him, jumped back, releasing the sphere of power in the middle of the Gremry Knights. An explosion occurred. The two knights fell to the ground wounded before the frightened gaze of Rias and the others. The brown-haired boy soon felt something grab his arm only to see a rope. When he saw who it was, he saw that it was Saji with his balance breaker activated. Saji. I got you, traitor. Yamato just smiled mockingly. He pulled the rope, attracting the Citri pawn against him, and then took out a sword and stabbed the blonde in the stomach, who spat out blood. He easily pulled the sword out with one pull and then kicked the blonde against a wall, breaking the armor, leaving him with a mortal wound. Everyone seeing what the brown-haired man did got angry for what he did to Saji, Kiba and Zenobia. Sona launched a huge water snake at him, but it formed a magic circle that protected him from the black-haired man's attack. Behind him appeared Tsubaki with her naginata pointing at his neck, without turning around to hold her sword against everyone's surprised gaze. Yamato. Shaking his head, it's cowardly to attack from behind Tsuchan. Later the same circle appeared behind him from which Sona's snake emerged and hit Queen Citri head-on. Akeno furiously launched multiple holy rays at him, but he did the same thing again as with Sona's attack, returning the rays against the black-haired girl who barely managed to dodge, taking flight. Koneko and Kuroka launched themselves against him. The white-haired girl entered her Shirin mode, launching several senjutsu rings, but they were easily dodged. Frustrated, she decided to use hand-to-hand combat. But even so, the brown-haired girl moved very fast, evading all her blows, which only frustrated her even more. Kuroka, seeing that he was distracted, prepared a magic circle where several spheres of blue fire were formed that she launched against the brown-haired girl, who even without turning his gaze for a single second dodged them, causing his attack to go towards Koneko, generating an explosion where the Nikomata fell to the ground, returning to her normal form completely wounded. Yamato. No matter how hard they try, their attacks are useless, said to look at the black-haired Nikomata arrogantly. Kuroka. Wretch, growled, making her tails move from side to side and her nails turn into claws. Yamato. Is this how you greet the father of your child? It hurts my soul that you tried to do this to me after everything we girls went through, she said theatrically, putting her hand on her chest. Rias. Shut up, damn you. She shouts, joined by the others. Yamato. Oh, come on, Rias-chan, don't talk to me like that, you're killing me inside. He pretended to be in pain again, further infuriating everyone in RageRevan, and Euclid just laughed at the brown-haired boy's performance. Rias. You would do us a great favor if you die now, I roared furiously, already fed up with his presence. Silence reigned for a few seconds that felt like hours for everyone there. However, a noise began to be heard, as if an engine was running. Everyone looked around in confusion, looking for the origin of that sound. RageRevan. What is that? Euclid. I don't know, RageRevan-sama, but it seems that. The lucifuge fell suddenly. The door of the council room was destroyed, revealing how a black motorcycle wrapped in turquoise fire flew in, and then crashed into one of the colossi, exploding in the face of the being who fell dead. Everyone could see how two silhouettes jumped off the motorcycle before crashing. These at a hellish speed went against the remaining colossus that released the Mao's Leviathan and Beelzebub. One of the silhouettes was enveloped by black and red lightning going against the legs of the colossus, leaving several cuts in both, causing it to fall to its knees. Everyone saw how those cuts were made by claws. Soon the other figure was surrounded by turquoise fire while a kind of chain formed in its hands. In the blink of an eye it was already in front of the colossus's head, wrapping the flaming chains around its neck and then jumping and being behind the being. With a strong jerk, the colossus's head flew through the air, and then exploded due to a black lightning bolt. No one believed what they were seeing. They were surprised by this display of power. Yamato, as strange as it seemed to them, took a step back, trembling slightly, confusing everyone. Wow, just look who I meet after a long time, don't you believe? A voice was heard which sounded sarcastic. And you're telling me that? I only came for him, but I'm also meeting the other poor guy. We're going to have a lot of fun. Another voice sounded in the place. Everyone was paralyzed. That voice they recognized perfectly. That voice was from the person they were looking for to remedy their mistakes in the past, but now it was in front of them again to save them. Naive. The girls, including Venelana, were paralyzed. Tears began to fall from their eyes, but this time not from sadness as in these last 7 years, but from happiness. In front of them was the man they loved madly, the one who gave his life for them and now came back to save them again. Naive. All. Issei. From the shadows came the brown-haired boy, enveloped by his dark rays, with his eyes covered by his hair. On the other side, another brown-haired boy came out with his fists wrapped in turquoise fire, his eyes only looking at one person among all those there, at that person who sought to destroy his life. Everyone, except RageRevan and his allies including the Demon Council, were both surprised and happy to see the brown-haired boy again. The Gremry girls and Citri wanted to go towards him, but that couldn't be because of the almond-eyed brown-haired boy's next words. Issei. What's wrong, Yamato? It seems like you saw a ghost. The brown-haired boy spoke mockingly, shaking his brother who couldn't stop shaking. Tell me, how can you walk after what I did to you? Yamato only got angry remembering the humiliation he suffered. Yamato. I'm going to make you pay for what you did to me, he growled, pointing Ascalon at the almond-eyed brown-haired boy, who looked at Lucifer, who looked at him in disbelief. Issei. Oh, look who I come to meet after many years, none other than RageRevan Lucifer, the old man with very dubious tendencies, and his faithful, gay and incestuous servant Euclid Lucifuge, he said mockingly while his eyes were still covered by his hair. RageRevan. Impossible, how come you are in the underworld if you are only a human? I speak without believing that the one who defeated him years ago was there. Issei. You can say whatever you want, old necrophiliac, but one thing I am not is a human being. Everyone saw how Issei's eyes were black with the iris as red as blood itself. They were afraid to see him, but even so the girls didn't care about that. Yamato, already fed up with so much talk, threw a magic sphere at his brother, but the other brown-haired boy stood in front of him, hitting the sphere with his fist covered in fire. Yamato. Who the hell are you? He roared with hostility at the light brown-haired boy. Rito. Remember well, I am that boy from whom you took everything 2 years ago, the one who was sent to prison for murdering a person. Do you remember now? Yamato. Oh, I remember you now, the idiot who couldn't even defend himself and was with some beauties, if I remember correctly. I didn't hear your name correctly because you turned those girls into real women, he said mockingly, making Rito angry. Rito. My name is Yuki Rito, and we are your worst nightmare. With his words, the fire began to surround him. With speed, he shot out against Yamato using his flames as momentum, destroying a part of the wall with the body of the purple-eyed brown-haired man, leaving Issei and Venom alone with the supernatural beings. With Rito versus Yamato. Like a missile, Rito continued destroying both forests and mountains with Yamato's body, who, by nailing Ascalon to Rito's back, managed to break free from his grip, bringing out his demon wings, 6 to be exact, and remaining in the air, letting the brown-haired boy pass, who recomposed himself, falling to the ground, skidding a little while the fire began to close his wound. Rito. Carnage. Carnage. Is something wrong, Prince? Rito. I need you to strengthen my body, that sword managed to hurt me a lot, he said between pauses, still feeling the stabbing pain in his stomach. Carnage. Okay, now it's time to break the bastard's ass, ha 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 ha. The symbiote laughed like a madman ready to see this massacre. Rito smiled evilly and then once again launched himself towards Yamato with his flames. The dark brown-haired boy saw how he attacked him again. Stepping aside, Rito stepped to his side, but waited for a kind of fire whip to grab him by the foot. Being dragged by the light brown-haired boy, Rito ferociously gave a war cry, slamming Yamato against the ground, forming a large crater. Still holding him with the fire whip, he lifted him up again, starting to spin several times, and then throwing him into the sky. Without giving any respite, he quickly appeared in front of the purple-eyed brown-haired boy, giving him a punch enhanced with fire, making Yamato feel his entire being burn inside. It was as if they had thrown holy water on him, the most lethal weapon against a demon. Falling back to the ground, causing a small tremor, Yamato spat out blood as he moaned in pain from the burning sensation in his body. In an attempt to stand up, he saw a kind of turquoise meteorite approaching him, with Rito plummeting with his body covered in flames. He barely managed to avoid the impact, but he was unable to save himself from the strong explosion that incinerated the entire place, charring the ground and the little vegetation. The entire place was covered in turquoise fire as Yamato remained in the air, panting heavily. Yamato. What is this guy? He is supposed to be human, but a human cannot have that power, he thought seriously while taking out a phoenix tear and drank it, recovering from all his wounds. Rito. Don't get distracted. The light brown appeared behind Yamato, who barely dodged a blow from Rito. Taking advantage of the proximity, Yamato grabbed him by the arm and threw him hard against a mountain. Rito barely managed to stabilize himself in the air, accumulating fire in his palms and feet. Using this, he propelled himself again against his opponent. Yamato saw again how he attacked once more, so he launched himself against Rito with Ascalon in hand. Rito began to lose speed, his body began to tire, and his flames began to fade. Rito. Shit, not now, he muttered under his breath as he began to fall to the ground. Carnage. Leave it to me and I'll give you a hand. On Rito's back, two large crimson-colored dragon wings with black tones formed, while a few parts of his body were covered by carnage. Rito. What is this? I asked, surprised. Carnage. Remember that I'm part dragon, so this will help you a lot. Now go against the prince. He exclaimed while Rito began to go faster and formed some blades in his hands. Yamato was surprised by what happened, but thanks to that distraction, Rito took advantage of this. He launched a fast strike, making a large wound from Yamato's shoulder to his waist, causing a boil of blood to come out of his wound. Yamato remained static while he spat out a little blood. Slowly he turned his gaze back where the light brown-haired boy was, who also did the same, revealing that his face had a bloodthirsty expression, and wiped away the little blood that was on his cheek. He once again launched himself at the dark brown-haired boy, who responded by attacking him. Both of them, a few centimeters away, launched another strike, clashing their weapons, generating a small wave of wind. Using force, they both growled, looking into each other's eyes, wanting to kill each other. Rito, using his other arm, now turned into a huge club, broke Yamato's defense, who released Ascalon for a few seconds to quickly grab it, blocking another attack from the light brown-haired man. With the effort, he pushed him, leaving him unprotected. Without wasting time, he launched a horizontal cut and another vertical one, injuring Rito, who stepped back slightly. Giving a blow with the butt of his sword, Rito wasted his time shooting against the mountain, destroying it in the process. Yamato was about to descend to the ground but feels something grab his foot. Looking down, he sees a red and black rope wrapped around his ankle. Before he could do anything, he is pulled towards where Rito crashed. The All for Honor mentioned, having him close, his left fist is covered by the symbiote, giving Yamato a powerful blow to the face, echoing in the place. Crack. Sending him flying, he pulls him back towards him and kicks him in the face with his carnage-covered foot. Crack. He quickly grabs him by the shoulders and knees the dark brown-haired boy again in the face. Crack. Without giving him any rest, he throws him to the ground, putting his foot on his head, applying pressure while stretching his right arm. Crack. Once again, he lifts him by the arm and punches him in the face, sending him flying to the other side. Yamato, in pain, was able to stop using his demon wings. Seeing that he had no advantage, he decided to retreat before things got worse. But he didn't expect Rito to appear behind him with a crimson scythe in his hands. Rito, Carnage. Without wings you can't escape. Slash. With that said, Rito slashed downwards, cutting off Yamato's wings. The dark brown roared in pain as he cut off his wings and fell to the ground. But Rito didn't want to let him fall just like that. Throwing a rope from his hands and tangling it around Yamato's battered body, he forcefully turned 360 to throw the dark brown to the ground, forming a large crater. Yamato began to get angry. This was the second time he had been humiliated like that. But he couldn't do anything. He didn't have the boosted gear to continue fighting, so he just cursed with all his being. Rito fell to the ground suddenly, leaving a small crater where he fell. With a calm step, he approached Yamato, who got up with difficulty, holding his right arm, which did not stop bleeding in large quantities. Rito. Finally. Today I'm going to make you pay for what you did to me, bastard. The wings had returned to his body. He was now expelling some turquoise smoke from his body. Rito. Now. Die. His body burned so much that his skeleton could be seen. With strength in his feet, he shot towards Yamato to turn it into ashes. Payam. Rito was thrown against a rock. The fire was extinguished, so he was now quite exhausted. With effort, he opened his eyes to see who was the one who attacked him. In front of Yamato was a person covered in a black robe. His face was hidden by a hood and a mask shaped like a condor with glowing red eyes. The stranger approaches Yamato. Once next to him, a teleportation circle formed below them, disappearing from the place. Rito. Fuck. This was the last thing he said before falling into unconsciousness. With Issei, Venom. Silence reigned in the place. Everyone still couldn't believe that Issei was there, standing there looking with those eyes that one could say were from the devil himself. Issei. It seems that Rito has finished having fun. I speak calmly, sigh, and I wanted to have a little fun with our Otuto. shaking his head and with his hand on his forehead. He turned his gaze towards RageRevan, who looked at him seriously because he knew that this Issei was not the one he met years ago. Something told him to be very careful with him, and not to make him angry, just like Euclid and his minions. Bending his gaze, he now looked at the Maos and the Citri and Gremory entourages who were still in shock at seeing him again. Issei. We'll see each other again, Maos, group of bitches, he said gracefully. Rias. Issei. Issei was what she could formulate between a river of tears upon seeing her beloved again. Issei. Look who's here, the spoiled, bitch, whore, offered and menstruation head of the idiot clan, ha 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 ha. He laughs vehemently with his voice somewhat distorted. RageRevan. How are you here, Securite, or should I say ex-Securite? He said mockingly. The brown-haired boy just smiled, showing his shark teeth like a shark's. Issei. We only came for your lover, but our friend seems to have already taken care of it. Sigh. Now I will have to vent with you, he said to take a step but stops due to a magical attack from Lucifer. RageRevan. Do you think you can beat me? Ha 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 ha. He started laughing along with his other allies and angering the Maos and the Erisas. You are just a human, you have nothing. Just because you only have the Red Emperor again does not mean that this time you will beat me again. I am stronger than the last time. He raised his aura, scaring the members of the alliance with such power. Issei just looked at the ground, starting to laugh softly. But then he let out a psychopathic laugh, scaring his former friends. Ha ho ha ho ha ho ha ho ha ho ha ho ha ho. Everyone was worried. It seemed like Issei was going crazy. Issei. Do we have the Red Emperor? His hand became covered with dark matter, surprising everyone. So after a few seconds, in his hand was the boosted gear, shocking everyone. Here it is, the weapon capable of killing gods. He dropped the gauntlet as it fell to the ground, then stepped on it, turning it into splinters. Crap. Silence reigned again. Everyone could not believe what they saw. Issei had destroyed the boosted gear with ease, destroying Drake's soul in the process, according to them, without knowing that said being already belongs to the world of the living. RageRevan. What did you just do? He asked, still in shock. You killed the red dragon. You know you could fight him. Now you just condemned yourself, he yodo Issei. Issei. We don't need the fox to fight. We are one. We don't depend on others. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The brown-haired boy's words showed that he was mentally unstable. An insane fear began to arise in their hearts. Rias. Issei whispered, looking sadly at the brown-haired boy. They were all the same. They knew what happened to Issei in Tartarus. All his torment broke his mind and spirit, but they were going to take care of healing those wounds. Fools. Soon Issei began to walk slowly, going towards Lucifer, who instinctively backed away. Issei. We're going to have a lot of fun. Ha 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 ha. He laughed like a madman again. We're going to enjoy tearing your flesh. It's going to be a feast for us. Ha 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 ha. RageRevan. Us. Issei's eyes went from black to white. Dark matter began to cover him. Soon, Venom made an appearance among the demons who, upon seeing him, feared for their lives. Venom. We are one. And we are going to devour you. We are Venom. Without warning, the dark symbiote launched itself at RageRevan, slashing with its claws. Lucifer quickly created a protective circle, stopping Venom's onslaught, but it didn't work. The circle broke as soon as it made contact with the blow. Slash. RageRevan stepped back, holding his face, blood beginning to pour out of the right side of his head. He furiously glared at the symbiote that still had its hand extended, only it was stained with blood and something was hanging from its index and middle fingers, and that was an eye. Venom slowly brought the eye to his mouth and wrapped it in his long tongue before eating it. Venom. Tastes like fish guts about to decompose. He wiped the little blood that was in his mouth with his arm and then smiled evilly. Lucifer only growled, still covering his now non-existent eye. His minions launched themselves at Venom to protect their master. But it was useless. From Venom's back came out a few symbiote snakes. One of them took one by the shoulder before entering his body. The subject began to scream and convulse. Little by little he began to shed blood from his mouth, eyes and ears. He fell to the ground face down while the snake came out of his mouth all covered in blood, returning to Venom, who only widened his smile, while the other snakes surrounded him as if they were protecting him. Everyone was scared. They couldn't believe that it was Issei. He would never do something like that. Many vomited and the girls who were pregnant felt very nauseous. RageRevan's soldiers trembled at the sight of one of their comrades being killed. Venom stepped forward. The council elders along with RageRevan, Euclid and his men stepped back in fear. Venom formed claws in his hands. quickly attacking Resivim's soldiers who got into a somewhat clumsy battle stance out of fear of him. Giving a horizontal swipe, he split one in two, generating a geyser of blood. Two launched themselves at him from behind, but the snakes were faster and grabbed them by the face, beginning to enter their mouths, slowly devouring their organs, causing them to scream like never before. Two others attacked from the sides with magical attacks that hit him squarely, generating a curtain of dust. The demons who were looking for him were worried to see that he couldn't block the attack. They were about to go help, but the smoke dissipated, revealing a black sphere. Before anyone said anything, the black sphere began to move, as if it were a jelly, so that it would later explode into hundreds or thousands of symbiote snakes. The members of the Alliance quickly teleported to another place so as not to end up being devoured, along with Zeoticus and Venilana, who were able to escape in time. Blood stained the walls, the floor was a sea of viscera and entrails. Everyone was being devoured there. Their screams echoed throughout the room, along with the cynical laughter of a brown-haired boy. With the mouse, they all ended up on the roof of the Gremory Castle, checking to see if everyone was there. Surzex noticed the absence of a silver-haired man. Surzex. And no, he exclaimed, falling to his knees, hitting the ground. Zeoticus. What's wrong, Surzex? Asked the older redhead. Surzex. Graphia, we forgot Graphia there. Now she must be. The Mao clenched his fists so hard that they were bleeding from pain, anger, and the frustration of having let his wife die. Everyone was silent. They didn't know what to say. With everything that had happened a few minutes ago, they didn't know what to do about it. Suddenly several magic circles appeared, from which Azazel emerged along with Penemu, Barakiel and Shemazai. From another, Michael, Gabriel, Dulio and Griselda emerged. From another, Odin, Gondel and his son Thor emerged along with Valley's former companions, and from the last one, Yasaka and Kunu emerged. Azazel. What happened? The Fallen One asked seriously. Surzex. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. I speak coldly. With Venom. Resivim was thrown against a bloody wall and then fell to the ground. With effort he looked forward with his only eye. Venom walked towards him, while the last two Lucifer soldiers fired magic projectiles that did not affect him. Taking one by the neck, he closed his fist, easily separating the head from the body. The other, in an attempt to escape, was taken by the foot by the symbiote that with its free hand grabbed one of his arms and then broke it in two, spilling his guts into the small river of blood. Among all the carnage, only Resivim, Euclid and Graphia remained, who was lying on a wall still unconscious but with few blood stains from Venom's victims. Seeing the Lucifuge, who was crawling slowly because he lacked both legs, he was approaching the maid. But suddenly he feels someone stepping on his back, it being Venom, who licked his teeth. Opening its mouth like an anaconda, it swallowed what was left of the silver-haired man, then devoured his entire torso, leaving only what was left of his legs. Venom. Human flesh is delicious, but demon flesh is much tastier. He spoke with his jaws dripping blood. The symbiote turned to Lucifer, who stood up with difficulty. Venom. You surrendered, decrepit mummy. Resivim. That remains to be seen. A gap formed behind him that quickly swallowed him. But he didn't disappear. The gap began to suck in the entire castle, causing Venom to hold on to a wall with a rope. The symbiote saw that Graphia was about to be swallowed by the gap, so he threw a rope to attract her towards him by taking her by the waist. Venom. Why do we have to save this one? Issei. Don't worry, she will be useful to us. That's why we have to keep her alive. Just wait and you'll see. I answer with a smile full of madness and perversity. Venom just remained silent. Taking out his wings granted by eating the flesh of the dragon emperor or empress, he gave a strong flap of his wings, managing to escape through a hole in the roof. The entire castle was swallowed by the gap without leaving any trace that it was ever there. Once in the air, Venom remained still, looking for any sign or trace of Resivim. Venom. Shit got away, he said angrily. Issei. We'll take care of him later. First we have to go get Rito and see if I kill Yamato, said the brown-haired boy, and Venom headed towards where Rito and Carnage were. With the leaders. Azazel. What? It was the only thing he could say in response to Surzex's story. Michael. Is he here? The leader of heaven was the same as the fallen one. Odin. The brat came back after all. The Norse god smiled, slightly happy that his old friend was back. However, all those who witnessed the appearance of Issei remained silent and with gloomy expressions, and on the part of the women, sadness. Gabriel. Why are you looking at those faces? Issei-kun is back, you shouldn't be happy, said the most beautiful angel in heaven with a smile, she longed to find the brown-haired boy now so she could be with him and never be separated. The Maos and the heiresses along with their entourages were speechless, not knowing how they would take what they saw before. Surzix. No. We know if it is the Issei we know. Him, the redhead tried to speak, but he couldn't. For the first time he felt fear when he saw what the one he considered a little brother was now. Yasaka. What do you mean he's not the Issei we know? It was the question of the older kitsune. Ajuka. He is not a demon, but he is not human either. I don't know what he is. The Mao Beelzebub was the same as his other companions, making the newcomers start to worry. Before anyone could say anything, a huge gap opened up on a mountain from which an aura of death could be felt. With Issei, Venom, moments before. The symbiote still in the air looking for the light brown-haired boy whom he saw unconscious on a rock and went down to the ground, returning to the body of his host. Issei left Grafia lying on the ground and approached Rito, who had a bubble in his nose and was snoring like an animal. Issei. It's not time to sleep. The brown-haired boy had a twisted idea, so he gathered some black electricity on his finger. Rito flew out like a rocket, smoke coming out of his ass. Issei, on the other hand, had a satisfied smile while blowing on his finger like a gun. Issei. Well, he's already awake. Minutes later. Issei is seen sitting on the floor and Rito in front of him rubbing his butt. Rito. Why did you do it? He said with pain. Issei. 1. You were sleeping when you should have been kicking Yamato's ass, and 2. Because I felt like it, he answered simply. Rito saw the silver-haired girl lying on the ground next to Issei. Rito. Who is she? Asked the prince. Issei. The Demon King's wife, said to pet the unconscious Grafia's head as if she were a puppy, surprising Rito, but then puts on a serious expression. Where is Yamato? With that question, Rito also became serious. Rito. I almost killed him, but someone saved him and took him to who knows where, he responded with hidden anger for not being able to fulfill his mission. Issei. I see. He closed his eyes, lowering his head slightly. Sigh. He's a lucky son of a bitch, he always finds a way to save himself. Rito. What did you do with those who accompanied him? Issei. We killed them all, but the Maos and the group of foxes escaped before I ate them, as did RageRevan, he answered seriously. Rito. So what do we do now? How can we get back to the human world? Issei. We'll see about that, and what we'll do now, I guess it'll be better to hide for a while, I'm a little tired from using my power. Issei suddenly fell upon hearing a loud noise. They both looked in the direction the noise came from to see a huge gap open in a mountain, smelling the death-scented air it gave off. Rito. What is that thing? He exclaimed, surprised, as did Carnage, Venom and Issei. Issei. I don't know, but something tells me and it's not Venom, which is not good at all. He gets up and takes Grafia in his arms just like Rito. Let's see what's going on. From the backs of both of them, symbiotic dragon wings emerge, taking flight towards the place, without knowing that the other supernatural beings would also be there. Moments later, Issei and Rito went down to the ground, being about 500 meters from the Great Gap. The two were silent for a few minutes, looking closely at the portal, until Issei noticed that there was someone very close to there. Looking closely, he noticed that it was RageRevan, who was standing on a magic circle saying something that he couldn't hear because of how far away he was. Even with Grafia in his arms, he jumped, reaching Lucifer along with Rito. The silver-haired man, upon sensing the presence of the two, turned around to see them stopping reciting the chant. RageRevan. They are late, soon they will come and it will be the end of everything. I speak madly. Issei. We don't have time for your crazy villain lectures. I give you this chance to surrender if you don't want to die. The brown-haired boy threatened, but RageRevan just laughed gracefully. RageRevan. Ha 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 ha, that's what I should tell you, Issei-kun. If you don't want your friend and the fake Mao's wife to die, you must leave here, or else this place will be their grave, he said with a twisted smile. As Issei was about to say something came out of the portal, piercing RageRevan's heart from behind and taking him inside, leaving a small trail of the blood of Lucifer's son. The portal began to destabilize. It began to suck in everything around it. Rito and Issei took flight before they were swallowed by the gap. In the distance, the faction leaders and the Gremry and Citri heiresses with their respective retinues and Valley's former team appeared not too far away from there. Everyone was both serious and worried that the creature with the devil's number that they already knew would come out of that gap. While they continued to look stupid, the two brown-haired men in the air looked at the vortex. Issei. Be careful, Whoever you know I told you might come out, I'm serious. Rito. If it's that Trisexa or Tripa whatever his name is, we better get going, right? Issei just nodded. Soon the gap expanded releasing a strong blizzard. Issei and Rito flew backwards but quickly recovered. Soon everyone present saw a silhouette in the gap, but that shadow was the size of the portal. A huge giant shaped like an animal came out of there. It was a kind of colossal bear with small armor on its heels and abdomen. On its face it wore a mask that revealed its neon blue eyes, and in its hand it carried a huge mallet of the same material as its armor. The colossus roared, hitting the ground leaving a huge crater raising a lot of dust. Everyone was paralyzed. In front of them, there was one of the existences considered to be one that can cause Armageddon, one of the 16 colossi that were sealed by God after defeating the dormant god along with Lucifer before becoming a demon. No one dared to take a step or even face him. The fear they felt prevented them from being able to move or utter a single word. The colossus turned his gaze towards them. After exchanging glances, they felt their hearts stop beating. With a slow but long step, he advanced towards them. Now his eyes were no longer blue, they were now crimson. Lil Fei, being the youngest, began to cry, being hugged by Arthur, who was going to protect her no matter that her life was at risk. He would defend her. Kuroka took Koneko's hand, who reciprocated her sister's gesture by closing her eyes while her tears ran down her cheeks, thinking only one thing. Asia, Irina and Zenobia held hands with all the strength they had left, their tears falling to the ground, having a thought in their last moments. Kiba, Gasper and Saji, who was a little recovered, just sat on the ground smiling while also crying in silence. Sona, Tsubaki and the rest of their entourage looked at each other, feeling each other with tears in their eyes, giving their last goodbye. Roswai stood next to her grandmother, and the father of all three with a smile and tears in their eyes. Revel just closed her eyes as the spectral image of Raquel appeared next to her, gently hugging her while rubbing her head with her hand before disappearing, leaving a tearful phoenix. Akeno went to hug her father, who returned the hug with tears in her eyes. If she was going to die, she was going to do it with her father. Rias felt someone take her by the shoulders. Looking back, she saw her parents, who were smiling at her. Shedding tears, she threw herself to hug them. They also hugged her, stroking the red hair of their only daughter. Michael and Gabriel looked at each other with a smile before closing their eyes. Griselda and Dulio just looked at each other with a smile before holding hands as a last goodbye. Azazel only had his eyes closed and had a crooked smile. Penemu and Shimazai only imitated Azazel's act, but the purple-haired girl placed her hand on her belly with a broken smile. The Maos only stood in front of everyone. They would be their shield. They all had one thought before giving themselves over to death. Forgive us. Issei. There was nothing. Nothing happened. They didn't feel anything. Opening their eyes, they all saw that imposing being lying in front of them, looking at the sky. When they looked at what he saw, they saw a brown-haired boy flying in the air with his black wings, carrying a still unconscious Graphia in his arms. All. Issei. The brown-haired boy had his eyes closed. When he opened them, they were black, but the iris was still the same color, but the left one seemed to turn golden for a second. From the Colossus' head, a great geyser of tar-like blood sprayed into the air. His once crimson eyes were now black. His hand released the huge mass as it fell to the ground with a loud rumble, turning to stone. Everyone was silent, stupefied at what they saw, but there was no doubt Issei had saved them. But that was a very, very distant reality, almost non-existent. Rito looked at Issei. He felt strange. Something in him had changed, as if he were not the same as before. Issei continued to stare at the nothingness where the Colossus once lay. He slowly lowered his arms, letting Graphia fall. Rito quickly went to her, taking her in his arms to fall in front of the supernatural beings. Everyone continued to watch Issei, who did not react to anything. He just remained static in the air. Internally, a figure hugged him from behind. That figure was black, but feminine. Only her eyes stood out, one as red as blood, and the other bright gold. While he, completely naked in his inner world, his body had black spots covering it from his feet to his abdomen, and the forearm of his only arm made of his own flesh. The brown-haired boy's expression was dead. There was no trace of happiness or sadness in him. That shadow moved one of its arms, placing its hand on Issei's cheek, causing black spots to appear upon contact. A bright smile formed on its dark face, a sinister smile. Let yourself go. His voice sounded dark, seductive, and irritated. Issei, Issei. The brown-haired boy reacted, In front of him was Rito, who took him by the shoulders, shaking him to wake him up from his cruelty. Issei. WH. Wow, what happened? Was what his mind formulated while he was lost in where he was right now. Rito could see how Issei's eyes returned to normal, but the left one turned golden for a second. Rito. What happened? The light brown-haired boy asked seriously. Issei remained silent with that confused expression on his face, but when he was about to say something, another roar was heard coming from the portal. Everyone looked there, only to see 15 colossal figures come out. The 15 colossi were now free from the place where they once lived. They were now in the underworld to wreak total chaos. In the last fully armored colossus, both Issei and Rito, as well as the other members of the Alliance, could see RageRevan, who seemed to be dead, hanging from the head of the huge monster that also seemed to be dead. Everyone was now frozen in fear. If seeing one of them was worse, seeing all of them together was something much, much worse. Rito. It seems that there are unwanted guests. Issei. Do you want some fun? I speak now with a wild smile. Rito just twisted his neck in response. Issei, Rito. Mask. Venom, Carnage. Copy. With a powerful roar, both symbiotes appeared ready for lunch. They quickly launched themselves against the colossi, under the gaze of all the supernatural beings. They only thought of one thing in common. Defeat them, Issei. What's going to happen now? What or who was that person who armed Issei? Will Rito stop being a prince? Unknown location minutes before. Yamato was lying on a stretcher while several machines approached him, beginning to heal his wounds with white rays, causing him to grunt in pain. One of them had a vial with a red liquid, while the same hooded person took the vial with the liquid. It will be okay, Yamato-sama. Speak with a distorted voice as if a man and a woman were speaking at the same time. Yamato. I already know that, damn it. He clenched his fists in anger. First the useless one humiliates me, now a child defeats me easily, even having Ascalon. All this is shit. The brown-haired man's voice was filled with rage. He was fed up with being made to look like a fool. He had already endured the insults of all of Clippeth for being defeated by a human, but now they made him shit so easily that he was starting to lose control. Yamato now looked at the hooded man, looking more directly at the flask in his hand. Yamato. Give me that, was what he said, getting up from the stretcher to take the bottle by force. Are you aware of the side effects, Yamato-sama? It's just a prototype, we don't know what could happen to it, he said with a lack of emotion. Yamato. I know very well, I don't need your opinion on what I should do. Now, bring me the child and his mother, they will serve as test subjects, he spoke irritated. The hooded man just stayed silent, and retreated to look for Basara and Hizumi. Yamato stared at the bottle with a serious look, however, something told him not to use the contents. Putting his free hand under his clothes, from his neck he took out a golden heart-shaped necklace. Opening the heart, inside there was a photo. The brown-haired boy, upon seeing the image, only smiled sweetly while his eyes began to fill with tears of pain. Yamato. Soon. I'm going to make him pay for what he did to you. I'm going to make Issei pay for your death. With Venom, Carnage. Carnage flew against a rock but quickly recovered, dodging the smaller lion-like colossus. Once he dodged it, he felt danger. Looking up, he saw how the turtle-shaped colossus was about to step on him, but he only jumped to the other side. Once he saw that his paw hit the ground, he threw a rope towards it, climbing up to the shell, turning his hands into two large hammers and fiercely hitting the shell, but only causing the giant turtle to sink into the ground. With annoyance, he raised his arms, hammers to strike again, but the falcon-shaped colossus took him, carrying him into the air and then letting him fall more than 10,000 meters high. Carnage took out his dragon wings, but the one that looked like a flying caterpillar ran him over with its snout. On the other hand, Venom moved among the earthly colossi that tried to hit him. The one with the sword-type club launched a strike that he evaded with ease. Sharpening his claws, he lashed out at the abdomen of the colossus, which growled in pain, taking a step back. Venom, when giving that blow, passed by the colossus, but did not see that he had a long beard. He only took it in his hands. In an attempt to free himself, the bearded colossus took his arms and legs, beginning to pull them, ending up splitting Venom in two along with Issei. With the leaders, everyone was in absolute silence. No one said anything. They were paralyzed by what they saw, since in front of them, Issei Hyodo, the hero of the factions, had died. The girls only fell to their knees with tears in their eyes, tears full of pain, seeing how the man they loved died, and they couldn't even talk to him or kiss him, and couldn't be by his side. With Issei, Venom. Issei. Awaya. Son of a bitch. He exclaimed furiously. Venom didn't say anything despite being split in two, he just smiled as always. His two halves became a mass that ran through the Colossus's hands and arms, turning into thousands of snakes. The snakes began to eat his flesh, but the feast was interrupted because the falcon-shaped Colossus passed by the bearded man, giving a loud roar that made the snakes fall to the ground, coming together in one place for Venom to appear in one piece. Seeing how the colossal lion and the one in the form of a lizard were going against him, he jumped, causing them to collide, destroying part of his armor. Once in the air, Venom threw a rope and began to swing between the colossi, who threw slow blows that he easily dodged until he reached the bull-like Colossus. Grabbing it by the horns with his hands, he forcefully slammed it against the ground, sharpening his claws even more, and was about to open its head, but a colossal snake rolled it over, sinking it into the ground. With Rito, Carnage. The red symbiote managed to get out of the Colossus's head, but as a result it flew away. Quickly made a blade, sticking it in the upper part where there was no armor, only a few fins. Being dragged by the wind, it was cutting the flesh of the Colossus, which became destabilized in full flight, falling to the ground. Carnage, seeing what he was doing, formed another blade, doing double the damage to the Colossus that plummeted, sinking into the ground. The symbiote moved away before it was buried. However, the falcon launched itself against the one who had time to dodge it, staying on the Colossus's right wing. With fury, Carnage stretched his arm until it measured 8 meters, turning the tip into a thick but very sharp sword, and the rest was more like a chain. Sticking a rope on the wing, it dropped, but holding the rope it swung again and again to launch itself forward and stay on the giant falcon, now with both hands made swords. Spinning, he launched a powerful double strike, cutting the wing of the Colossus, which began to fall to the ground at rapid speed. Carnage was not going to leave it like that, so he dived down and landed on its back. Sticking 2 ropes out of his hands, he threw himself down to spin around the Colossus's neck. When he returned to its back, he began to pull hard. The being's black blood began to come out in jets. Bluntly, Carnage made the ropes turn into sharp chains. A few meters from the ground, with another pull, the symbiote decapitated the Colossus that fell, creating a great roar. The 2 symbiotes and their hosts didn't see what happened next, but the leaders did, and it was that a strange black smoke came out of the Colossus corpse and went to RageRevan. The faction leaders had a bad feeling about what just happened meant. From the ground, Venom shot into the sky, falling to the ground where Carnage fell, standing next to him. Carnage. What's wrong? Don't tell me you're old now. He made fun of his father, who sticks his head out of the ground with an annoyed expression. Venom. Silence, menstruation with legs. The 14 colossi surround them while they just stand back to back. Venom. This is serious. Carnage. You just have to tear off their heads, but their skin is hard to cut and their armor is almost impenetrable, he said seriously, looking at all the huge beings. Venom. Any ideas? Carnage. They must have a sensitive spot, but you have to know where it is. Venom. The one who looks like Peter Lahila. His weak point is his stomach, seeing how the Colossus covered that area with what is supposed to be his hand. Carnage. Well, then we have to look for them, turning his right hand into a shield with spikes and his other hand into an axe. The snake-shaped Colossus launched itself against them, sinking into the ground. The 2 jumped, dodging the Colossus that came out between them, separating them. Venom barely dodged the lion that attacked him, but he didn't dodge the lizard that tackled him by putting one of its paws on his chest. The Colossus's snout began to glow. Venom, not having a good feeling, grabbed the Colossus's paw, applying force until he broke it. Crack! The beast roared in pain, moving its head to the other side and firing a lightning bullet. Issei. Oh, come on, old man, seriously, the brown-haired boy exclaimed hysterically. Venom quickly moved away. The lizard fired another ray projectile as soon as Venom moved away. Then he began to fire a barrage of projectiles at the symbiote, which was barely dodging them because every second the speed of fire increased, making it difficult for him to move, and even more so with the other colossi trying to crush him. Already fed up with this, he saw how the one in snake form was going towards him, and he had a crazy idea. The snake sank into the ground and then came out from under Venom, who jumped and landed on the Colossus's face, throwing out several ropes that held the snake's head, which sank again and began to move underneath, dragging Venom as if he were on a wave. Venom made his feet take the shape of a surfboard so he could slide, and by the way, he entered Issei so he could have fun. The brown-haired boy, seeing the situation he was in, began to pass between the Colossi's feet, causing the rope to get tangled in them. The snake came out of the ground, opening its jaws, giving a loud roar that made the brown-haired boy feel a strong pain in his body, falling to the ground, releasing the rope. Issei got up from the ground clumsily. Soon he saw how the earth began to crack, the caterpillar-shaped colossus coming out and carrying him into the air on its snout. The colossus reached a height of 50,000 meters. Issei, being at that height despite being in the underworld, began to freeze. The colossus turned 360, causing the brown-haired boy to begin to fall. "Let yourself go." That voice was heard in his mind again. Opening his eyes suddenly, Issei managed to stabilize himself. Even falling, he could see how the colossal eel was coming towards him, covering his arms with dark matter. He threw a rope from his right hand, sticking it to the eel's head, going towards it, preparing his fist. Payam. Crash. Issei was stupefied. As soon as his fist made contact, his prosthetic arm was destroyed with the venom matter. The colossus' eyes turned red. Soon he was surrounded by orange electricity, causing Issei to not scream, but rather smile like a madman. Looking up, the colossus saw how Issei's eyes changed. They were now that carmine color that represented death. "Issei. Thanks for the upload." His voice sounded distorted. Venom could swear that Issei's voice sounded slightly feminine. "Let yourself go." Issei just looked up, his eyes shining brighter. With his hand still covered in venom, a small black sphere formed. The black matter disintegrated with that, revealing how the veins were marked on his hand, being an intense black color. Issei placed the sphere in front of the electric colossus, before a huge beam of rays hit the colossus, disintegrating it molecule by molecule. With the factions, everyone was extremely surprised to see Issei's new power. "Sirzix, where did Issei-kun get that power?" Mao asked seriously, holding Grafia in his arms while she was still asleep. "Michael, I don't know, but..." The leader began to tremble, as did Gabriel, Dulio and Griselda. "Gabriel. That power. Griselda. His eyes. Dulio. They are scary." Everyone was silent, but Azazel for some reason had a bad feeling about how Issei was able to obtain it. As for Odin, he closed his eyes, beginning to release a bit of his aura. No one noticed this as they watched Issei, Venom and Rito, Carnage fight the Colossi. The All-Father began to examine the aura of the almond-eyed brown-haired man, sensing something not at all good. "Odin. Oh no. Boy." He opened his eyes, watching as Issei stayed in the air using the symbiotic wings. "What have we done?" was his guilt-filled thought, seeing what they caused in that boy. With Issei, Venom. "Let yourself go." Issei was looking down. His body was beginning to be covered by those black spots. In front of him, that figure looked at him face to face. Her eyes looked with amusement at the brown-haired boy's dead expression. Joining their foreheads, the woman took his cheeks, causing the spots to appear on his face. "Melt with me." Her voice sounded seductive and evil, licking Issei's cheeks, making him lick the blood from a wound, smiling with satisfaction. Venom noticed that his host was doing nothing, so he came out and slapped him, bringing the brown-haired man out of his trance. "Venom. Wake up, soldier, there is a war to fight." I speak authoritatively with a sergeant's cap. Issei. "Sir, yes sir." He saluted before going back into battle. With the prince and the parasite, Carnage blocked ahead, but from the lion using his shield, being dragged back by the force of the Colossus. Raising his axe arm, he launched a strike towards the lion's neck, but his axe broke on contact. However, he didn't notice how the lizard got behind him, launching a lightning projectile. The electric bullet hit Carnage squarely, who was able to make a shield as quickly as he could, but that caused him to lower his guard. Being tackled by the lion Colossus, the symbiote was thrown into the air, and when he was about to use his wings, the other flying Colossus came out of the ground, taking him back into the air. "Carnage. Son of a bitch, now you've made me angry." Carnage grew his arms and formed several thorns on his knuckles. With ferocity, he began to hit the Colossus in the eye without causing any harm. With more anger, he joined his arms, making a chainsaw bigger than him. Hitting the Colossus' eyes using the chainsaw, little by little the armor on his head was breaking. Crack. The right side of the armor broke, allowing Carnage to pierce the Colossus' eye with his chainsaw, causing the being to growl in agony. Taking out his biological weapon, he began to leave Rito's body, which was about to fall. "Rito. What the fuck are you doing?" he exclaimed while holding his symbiote's shoulder. Carnage. "I'm sorry, Prince, but this is the end of the journey." I speak before pushing him down into the hole I left in the Colossus's head. Rito began to fall at high speed, but he felt someone take him by the hand. Opening his eyes, he saw Venom, who left Issei's face uncovered. Rito. Issei. Issei. Listen while the red one entertains himself. You take charge of taming the horse. The light brown one saw how they were going to the horse-shaped colossus, so he obeyed Issei's order. Issei spun around before launching Rito at the giant horse. Rito enveloped his body with his fire, increasing his speed as if he were a comet. Rito crashed into the front left leg, breaking it, which caused the colossus to slowly fall on its now 3 legs. Rito on the ground pulled out a piece of dirt that he threw at the head of the colossus, which doubled its gaze from the impact. Gathering fire in his feet, he propelled himself towards the horse, giving a flaming blow that ended up knocking down the colossus. Still in the air, he used fire again on his feet, falling on his head. Beginning to give multiple and rapid blows enhanced by the fire, which little by little was burning the flesh of the colossus. Rito was going to give the last blow loaded with much more fire. But the snake took him in its jaws, throwing him into the air, where he was hit by the bearded colossus, sending him against a bull-shaped colossus with a mask which was going to shoot a bullet of rays, but unconsciously Rito transported himself in a whirlwind of fire, appearing in another part, spitting blood. In that he sees how the colossus that attacked before went against the others, but this one was different. Now it was completely red with black tones. Rito's mind clicked, and he just smiled sarcastically. Rito. Bastard son of a bitch, he said before jumping and landing on the colossus's snout. Carnage. Oh, Prince, I thought you wouldn't get out of that alive, he said, sticking his head out next to Rito. Rito. Stop fantasizing, come on, there's still a lot to do. He covered his arms in fire again, and his eyes began to turn blue. Carnage, using the body of the dead colossus, caused the entire body to be surrounded by thorns. With Issei, Venom. Issei began to hold his head, trembling as the symbiote began to enter his body unconsciously, as if something or someone was forcing him. Venom. Issei. What's happening? Issei. I don't know arf. He groaned in pain. His whole body was starting to hurt. It was like he was having the branding curse again, but more painful. Let yourself go. Melt with me. Those words echoed in his head. Little by little, his rays began to surround him. Growling in pain, his eyes began to change color, abruptly causing him to cry blood. Let's be one. The brown-haired boy roared. His voice began to sound feminine. Holding his head, his eyes did not stop crying blood. Issei fell, his gaze still on the sky, his hands still holding his head, tears of blood falling from his cheeks to his neck. Slowly lowering his gaze, everyone including the remaining colossi looked at him, the supernatural beings with concern, Rito and Carnage with confusion and a slight trace of worry, and the colossi were looking at him just for the sake of looking. Be mine, Issei exploded. A storm of lightning covered the entire area. Rito and Carnage moved away as fast as they could. The supernatural beings formed thousands of magic shields, but none could withstand the impact of the black lightning. The colossi were not affected. Their crimson eyes did not stop looking at the brown-haired man who continued to emit his power. Suddenly, everything became calm. Everyone was able to save themselves. Now they were in what remained of the city of Lilith, along with the people who survived. The Klippa soldiers went to help their leader. Others strangely disappeared. The Mao Lucifer made a magic circle where what was happening on the battlefield was transmitted. Rito and Carnage, still in the dead colossus, watched as Issei floated. He did not have his wings. He was slightly crouched. His head hung from his neck. His prosthesis was broken in the part of the forearm where it short-circuited. Slowly, he stood up in front of everyone. Melt with me. A smile. That was his answer. It was too late. Let's be one. His life, his soul, his spirit, his love, his sadness, his torment, his agony, his resentment, his hatred. All this was reflected in his eyes, red eyes. They reflected what he was. A living dead man. Be mine. His hair slowly turned white as snow. His prosthetic arm fell to the ground, giving way to his hatred. It had already fallen. No one dared to speak or move. In front of them was not Issei, but someone else, someone much worse than Trahexa himself. In front of them was the representation of the word terror. Rito began to tremble. He didn't know what had happened to him. From one moment to the next he was no longer the same. Carnage had already left the petrified corpse of the colossus, being again inside his host, seeing what he saw. Carnage. So, he's already on his way. Carnage, in the short time he spent living with the brown-haired boy and his father, knew that he was hanging by a thread between madness and sanity. All it took was a push for him to fall into either of those two paths. But it seems that coming here led him to his doom. He was beyond salvation. Let yourself go. Again that voice whispered in his ear, sending a strong current through his body. Holding his forehead, his body did not stop emitting its rays which seemed to torture him. His mind hurt, his eyes cried blood, his body began to burn, his blood boiled not because of electricity or adrenaline, but because of anger. A strong anger was what he felt, one that blinded him, an anger that began to fill his being, his soul, an anger that was strangely pleasurable to him. Strangely, he could not talk to Venom. It was as if something or someone prevented him from doing so. Be mine, Issei. Stop saying that. Stop once and for all. He squeezed his head so hard that he started to squeeze out blood. His crimson tears ran down his face that was slowly taking on a darker hue. He. A laugh, sweet, yet terrifying, echoed in his mind, causing lightning to begin torturing Issei's mind as he roared in agony. Everyone didn't know what was happening. They were worried. Issei was suffering. They wanted to help him. But it was too late. Rito, already tired of seeing the brown-haired boy suffer, covered his body in fire to go help him, but Carnage's voice stopped him. Carnage. If you care about your life, don't go to him. I'm serious. Rito couldn't stand to see his torment, but the symbiote was right. Something about Issei gave him the feeling of being in front of the Grim Reaper himself. Crying. That was what was heard. His crying echoed in that room. Even though he was a child who had just come into the world, he was afraid of what he did not know. The hooded man was in front of him. He did nothing. He was not disturbed by his scream and tears. In fact, they seemed to him to be something beautiful. Gently, he moved one of his hands towards the infant, revealing a hand, or rather, a claw. When he was about to touch his cheek, a hostile, malignant, disturbing, disgusting presence was felt in the place, causing him to remain paralyzed with his claw just millimeters away from Basara's face, who was now laughing. Humph. He found the boy's reaction strange. A few seconds ago he seemed scared by his presence, but now he was laughing at the sudden presence that, in his opinion, was the worst he had ever felt in his entire life. Why are you laughing? Why are you happy? Internally, I wanted to feel what I was drinking, happiness. Suddenly, the classroom door opens, revealing Yamato, now dressed in his old academy uniform, as his other garment was scorched. The hooded man could see anger, desperation, anguish, and above all, fear in the brown-haired boy's eyes. Yamato approached him and quickly took the baby who cried again. Yamato. Everything is ready, bring her, she will also be useful to us, he exclaimed, leaving the room quickly, leaving the hooded man alone in the room. As you command, Yamato-sama. As she walked towards the door, a tear fell from under her mask. Issei stopped screaming. His silence worried everyone. The colossi began to back away not out of fear, but out of instinct. Issei looked down at the colossi who were looking at him as if he were an insect. A sharp smile, his teeth were fangs, his veins emitted a faint reddish light on his already completely black skin. His crimson red eyes shone brightly, but the left one had a golden ring and in the center a strange emblematic circle. Raising his hand, little by little the rays around him disappeared. When there was nothing left, Issei slowly and gently lowered his hand until it was placed in the direction of the still-living colossi. Issei. Boom. Above him, the clouds were painted black, but a scarlet light illuminated them. Soon, a rain of dark comets fell upon the colossi. A dark rain devastated the place that was once a mountainous terrain with forests in between. Now it was nothing more than a lifeless wasteland. However, the colossi managed to get out almost unharmed. Many of them had their fur burned. All of them lost their armor due to the impact, making them vulnerable to all kinds of attacks. Issei. I'm hungry. Her voice was not hers. Her voice was that of a woman who transmitted terror mixed with seduction, which generated fear in the spectators. In a flash of speed, Issei was already on the other side of the colossi, multiple black, red threads passing between them until they returned to Issei's non-existent arm. Splash. The black blood soon began to drip from their bodies, creating a rain over what was once a beautiful landscape. Apart from that, shadows began to move towards Issei, who opened his mouth, devouring the shadows. When he finished, he licked his lips lustfully, smiling cynically. Issei. That was delicious, I want more. Roaring madly, black and red threads began to take shape, forming a black arm with scarlet tones and a thick, long thread floating at the elbow. Issei brutally sank his new arm into the scorched earth, Beneath the colossi multiple threads came out that held them tightly, but others were able to get away, which caused an expression full of madness from the now white-haired man, while his left eye began to shine in a golden light. The lion-shaped colossus and the lizard were faster and managed to evade the threads. The lizard fired several electric bullets at Issei, who only moved his black arm to his left side, causing the thread to begin to spin around him, covering him from the attack. With a smile, the black rays began to surround him as the thread spun faster. Several projectiles were fired at the two colossi, who dodged them in time. The lizard was so lucky. Issei. Oh, come here, I'm not going to hurt you, honey. The hanging thread moved as if it had a life of its own. Slash. The four legs of the colossus were cut off, spilling black blood on the ground. With the factions, more than one was disturbed by the way the brown-haired boy acted. It wasn't him, he was possessed. He would never do something like that. He was never someone violent and a lover of sadism. No. It was very obvious that Issei was being forced to do that. The Mao were tense. That aura, that power, that air, reminded them of the same day they faced Traitors when they were about to seal themselves with him. But with the help of Issei and Valley, that did not have to happen, but the price was that both fell into a coma for 7 months, and it would take them the rest of the year to recover. Maybe it was Traitors who could be possessing Issei. Yes, that had to be it. But it was nothing more than a false assumption. With Issei was chained, black, sharp chains buried in his skin, bathing the brunette in his blood while his hands were together, as if he were praying. Looking up, his eyes closed, but covered. Thin, delicate hands touched his face, and little by little his skin, black as the night itself, began to lighten, revealing pale, soft, and delicate skin. Standing behind him, her eyes showed a murderous glow, along with her seductive and deadly smile. Give up your body. Licking his ear, tasting the blood, moaning with satisfaction, reaching climax at the delicious and exciting taste of the brown-haired boy's blood. Phew, just a little more, and we will be one, my love. The white-haired man roared, holding his head in pain. Without realizing it, the colossus with a giant stone knife launched a stab towards him. When he was about to touch him, something stopped him. Crack. A shadow emerged from his back. With a touch of his hands, the large knife was split in two as if it were butter. Issei, we won't let you touch us. Using the thread on his arm, he easily cut off both hands of the colossus, which backed away. The shadow returned to his body. With fury, he was going to split the colossus in two, but an electric bullet hit him from behind. With anger in the clouds, he turned to see the still-alive lizard preparing another projectile in its mouth. When he fired, the white-haired man was already on top of him. Splash. Issei mercilessly drove his dark arm into the lizard's stomach. The colossus blood bathed him completely. His face showed madness and lust, which generated more fear in all who saw the white-haired man's carnage. Issei slowly pulled his hand out of the colossus' stomach, his hand gripping one of the being's entrails, which slowly began to petrify. Bringing it to his mouth, he licked it, opening his eyes with a sadistic gleam before swallowing its entrails in one bite. Issei remained still even in his joy, which made him an easy target for the smaller colossi. The snake jumped out and then fell on top of the white-haired man, devouring him. Rito. Issei. He exclaimed with tears in his eyes as he watched how a friend was dying in front of his eyes without being able to do anything, which frustrated him. With the factions. Silence. Silence reigned throughout the place. Everyone was stupefied. They saw how the hero of the supernatural world, the pinnacle of the alliance, died in their eyes. The children cried for the loss of their hero. The warriors who fought with him in the past only lowered their gaze for his loss. Those closest to him, the leaders, his women, only lamented their stupidity. They had condemned him. Tears of guilt fell to the ground. The girls who loved him only cried endless tears full of pain for losing him, blaming with all their being the cause of his death. With Issei, Rito could no longer bear to be a front-row spectator. Covered in a sea of blue flames, he launched himself against the colossi to avenge Issei's death. However, it was useless. The last colossus caught him. Rito furiously watched as the largest and strongest colossus of all looked at him with red eyes, seeing him as the enemy. The light brown released his anger in flames that could burn even purgatory itself. But the colossus was not affected. Rito saw how RageRevan's corpse began to turn black while a kind of cocoon of shadows covered him, letting him fall to the ground. Rito began to gather more flames to free himself, but it was impossible. The colossus did not allow it. The enormous colossus was about to crush him, but a roar caught his attention. Rito, even being in his hands, was able to turn his eyes to see what was happening. Crimson rays crashed against the scorched earth, beginning to split it apart. When the last ray fell, the Colossus emerged from a hole, completely open, exposing its entrails to the world. The colossal snake's head exploded, leaving a cloud of smoke due to the heat. From the smoke came Issei, bathing in the Colossus' blood with that sharp smile that disturbed everyone, and even Carnage himself. Issei just started walking. The lion went towards him, but suddenly it was split in two, its halves passing next to the white-haired man, who continued walking as if nothing had happened. Issei, you're tired of playing, now I'll send you to your creator, he exclaimed madly and then disappeared. Going at speeds that broke all laws, Issei passed between them in a zigzag, wrapped in his rays, going to the Colossus that was wounded in the abdomen, striking that area with his dark arm. Slash. The white-haired man was on the other side of the Colossus on the ground. A hole was his trail in the being behind him. Blood and entrails were not long in coming. The Colossus slowly fell. But Issei was not going to leave things like that. The thread of his arm lengthened, with which he gave a quick strike, passing through the neck of the Colossus. Spinning on its axis, a descending strike fell in the middle of the Colossus, dividing its body and head apart. Again, another Colossus fell. Issei set his sights on the remaining ones, only the bearded one, the horse, without a leg, the bull, the turtle, the boar, the buffalo, the gray-haired one, without a hand, and the titan remained. Now he would only take care of the others, and leave the huge one for last. Issei, let the feast begin. Quickly, Issei launched a punch at the ground, forming screams beneath the colossi. Proton these lit up in a reddish light. Soon a large geyser of magma engulfed the colossi that did not receive any damage. Soon the multiple puddles of lava began to rise, covering the heels of the colossi. The bearded man roared, going towards him with slow speed but long for his steps. Being several meters close to the white-haired man, the Colossus hit the river of lava, causing a small wave to be sent towards Issei, who only smiled savagely. Issei. Quicksilver. Issei evaded the wave of magma, moving at great speed for him, or her. Everything was slower. Arriving in front of the bearded Colossus, deactivating that ability, he put his hands on the eyes of the Colossus. Issei. Where am I? With those words, the rays covered his arms before being shot at the Colossus, pulverizing its eyes. The bearded man began to fall, but the white-haired man grabbed a lock of his beard, smiling like a demon. Krayak. Issei effortlessly tore off the Colossus's head with his spine, raising the enormous head like a trophy, letting the body get lost in the sea of lava. Seeing how the horse was going towards him clumsily, he brutally hit it with his trophy, causing it to double over in a daze. Issei just kept his head in the air and then grabbed the horse's braids to then climb onto its back, taming the Colossus, and went in the direction of the buffalo, who began to shoot projectiles from its horns that hit the horse. With one last shot, Issei released the braids and wrapped the thread around the horse's neck and then gave a tug, slightly opening the Colossus' throat, through which the projectile made its way. Boom! The horse exploded, its body reduced to rubble as it quickly turned to stone. Issei used the mist as a distraction to sink into the lava without hesitation. The Colossus watched as the petrified Colossus crumbled. He looked to the sides in search of the white-haired man but did not find him. Soon an electrified blade stuck in his visor. The blade was tied to a black thread with red outlines. Said thread came from below him, coming out of the lava. Passing below him, Issei came out behind him, going up to the sky and then looking at him and pulling the thread with vigor. Slash. 2 parts, 2 halves fell into the sea of magma, evaporating the blood like tar, where a white-haired man with skin as black as the void landed on the fragments of the dead Colossus. The boar passed through the remains of the newly fallen larger ones. With rapid speed it went towards Issei, who charged towards the last smaller Colossus. Just 4 steps away, Issei elbowed the Colossus in the face, breaking its armor. Falling to the small island in the middle of the magma, the Colossus got up, but the white-haired man with black skin kneed him in what was left of his mask, throwing him back to the ground. With brutality, he stomped hard on the mask, fragmenting it. The boar's blood dripped instantly, without giving any respite. With his dark hand, he grabbed it by the hind leg and slammed it against the island, bringing it towards him again. Its front leg separated from its body. With another stampede, now its 2 hind legs separated from its body. Blood dripped from its removed limbs. Issei threw his leg and went with the Colossus, turning it over, putting his foot on its stomach. With just a little force, his foot was already behind the back of the animal. Placing his other foot on its chest, he pierced its flesh again as if nothing had happened, but the Colossus was still alive. Pulling his feet away from the still living body, he grabbed the broken mask and began to pull, causing the black liquid to be squeezed out of him. With a growl, he ripped the mask off and hit him with it, causing it to explode. The bull went towards him, but the white-haired man using the black thread grabbed him by the right horn. Crack! With one pull, the horn flew out to stay between a wall of earth raised more than 80 meters with the edge in the air. Running through the eyelets, Issei made a great leap in front of the bull and then gave a hammer blow with both hands on the snout. Being on the ground, he did not waste time. With the black, red thread, he took a piece of the buffalo horn from the lava that still emitted electricity and hit it against the bull's face, causing the electricity to stun it. Taking advantage of this, he passed under it. With the thread becoming longer and sharper, he cut the bull's legs, then tangling the thread around its back before it fell, he began to pull on it. Crayak! Slowly the bull split in two, its entrails falling into the sea of burning lava. With another yank, the white-haired man took the back along with the bull's head, brutally killing the colossus. The handless colossus launched itself at Issei. The all-for-honor mention looked out of the corner of his eye at the horn on the earth wall. The half-white-furred colossus was already in front of him. Using the thread as a rope, he dragged himself underneath it, making it go straight to the horn. However, the colossus stopped in time, but in the blink of an eye, Issei was already behind it, kicking it in the back, causing the horn to hit the colossus's neck. Throwing the black thread again, it embedded itself in the tip that protruded from the nape of its neck. With a single pull of it, the colossus's head flew through the air. Issei landed on another islet, falling to one knee as he began to pant heavily. Issei. D-damn it. Damn you dirty bitch. He spoke furiously as his eyes began to turn blue before returning to their normal color and turning red again. Issei was surrounded by a bluish aura. The chains were slowly freeing him. That shadow quickly moved away from him with his eyes reflecting anger because this was not in his plans. Even after what he did to you, do you still protect him? Do you still love him? She could see in that aura the figure of a woman who hugged Issei from the front with tears in her eyes. This is not going to stay like this. One day I will have your body. That shadow began to disappear into the darkness, swearing to destroy the woman who stood in its way. Issei. Eabahaawea. The white-haired man began to expel thousands of rays, forming a black and red pillar that reached the sky of the underworld. Little by little his hair took on its normal color, as did his skin. His black arm disintegrated, leaving nothing behind. Soon he fell to the ground, completely asleep on that island in the middle of the sea of magma. Everything was filled with a deadly silence. With the factions, everyone was silent, although they were scared to witness a complete massacre. Now they didn't know what to say. The girls wanted to go help Issei, but they were held back by Michael and Azazel to go to certain death. Surzex, still with his wife in his arms, closed his eyes, meditating on what happened with the brown-haired boy before returning to normal. He could feel hatred, a lot of hatred in his aura. That hatred was much greater than 666, and above all his power. That power was much greater. He did not know how to explain it, but most likely that new power of Issei could be on par with the two dragon gods and that of the chimera of the apocalypse. Without them knowing it, they had created something much worse than 666, something more terrifying. Odin, for his part, kept his eyes closed. Thor, who was at his side, spoke seriously. Thor. Father, was that? The god of thunder tried to speak. Odin. I know, that was it. I didn't want to mention it, I was scared. There was silence for a few seconds until someone made the biggest mistake in life. Rias, who couldn't stand all this anymore, left the place in the magic circle to help Issei against the two remaining colossi. Zeoticus. Rias. Exclaimed the Gremry Patriarch. Venelana. Surzex, we have to stop her, she could die. Said the brunette, worried about her daughter, and even more so since she was pregnant. Surzex didn't say anything, he just stayed lost in his thoughts. With Rito, Carnage. Rito. Issei. Screams when he sees the unconscious brown-haired boy. Even though he was trapped in the Colossus' hands, Carnage took control by covering his body with spinal cord, which made the Colossus release him. The symbiote took out its wings and began to shoot projectiles towards the largest Colossus, but it did not cause any damage. While Carnage was still doing his thing, the colossal turtle was approaching the unconscious brown-haired boy. After several seconds, the Colossus put his head in front of the island where the boy was, stared at him as if he were studying him for about 30 seconds, then slowly moved away and raised his leg. Rias had arrived a little far from the place. Using her demon wings, she took flight, going to where Issei was, seeing how he was going to be crushed by the Colossus. Rias. I see. I shouted, flying faster towards the brown-haired boy to save him from inevitable death. The Colossus lowered its paw onto Issei, creating a small wave. The redhead was paralyzed in the air. She had not arrived in time. Now she saw him die in front of her eyes, where her tears fell, evaporating before falling into the lava. Rias. Issei. The Gremry's eyes darkened, reflecting nothing but emptiness, but not as big as the emptiness in her heart. What are you crying about, girl? Rias, upon hearing that voice, turned around frantically only to see a white armor. Her eyes crystallized when she saw that in the armor's arms was the brown-haired boy, still unconscious but very hurt. Before either of them could say anything, an electric bullet passed by Valley, who managed to dodge it. Seeing where the attack came from, they both saw how the largest Colossus was throwing out his hands trying to hit Carnage, who was firing his projectiles and occasionally making a few cuts at him. Valley. What is that thing? Asked the white dragon, removing the helmet of his armor. A fucking son of a bitch breaking balls. Valley along with the redhead saw that it was Issei who spoke. The redhead with tears in her eyes approached to hug him, but was pushed by something black, sending her away from them both. Valley saw how Issei got up at the same time that black wings came out of his back and a kind of black mass began to cover him until it showed a monster according to him. Valley. Hyodo. Venom. No. Now we are not Hyodo Issei, we are Venom. I speak, showing half of Issei's face and then covering it. Valley. What are you? I ask seriously. Venom. There's no time for speeches, we have to take care of those first, seeing the two colossi that were still alive. Valley. What happened to Hyodo before? Why did he become like that? Seeing the colossi killed by the former white-haired man. Venom. Believe me, Kid Lucifer, I don't even know what happened. Something disconnected me from Issei and I couldn't see anything of what happened. The symbiote responded. If he can make those bleed, the turtle will be impossible to touch. Its shell is still intact, and its only sensitive point is under the lava. Valley. We're going to need something much heavier to break that shell, something at least that can split it in two. He saw how Venom smiled widely. Venom. I think I have an idea, hee hee. The symbiote launched itself at the Colossus that was in the lava. Valley just put on his helmet, and went towards the Colossus at full speed. Albion. Be careful, Valley, the voice of the white dragon was heard. Valley. Don't worry, I'm not going to die here, he mentally responded to the dragon. Wyverns. From the wings of the armor came out 6 small white dragons that went against the colossal turtle. Venom threw 2 ropes, taking 2 eyelets, and then turned and hit with both pieces of stone. The Colossus retreated a little, 3 of the dragons in front of the Colossus remaining in front of its eyes. Albion. Explosion. The 3 dragons exploded. The explosion was so great that the Colossus flew backwards, surprising the factions and Venom. Venom could see how one of the wyverns went towards the unprotected part of the Colossus, but it stopped as quickly as it could, receiving the explosion on its leg, sending it crashing into the earth wall. Venom. Do more of those things, I need you to have your legs open, shouted at Valley, who understood what he meant and created more wyverns. The symbiote went to the corpse of the last Colossus that Issei killed. Taking the bloody horn, he had to let go of it due to the strong heat that disintegrated his hands. Growling angrily, Venom saw the stone eyelets, so he began to bring them towards him with his ropes. If he couldn't touch it, he was going to throw it. Valley began to launch several rays of magic that made the Colossus retreat. The wyverns exploded around him. Valley sent a small group of wyverns that exploded in the turtle's face, causing it to crash against the earth wall again, leaving its area unprotected in the air. Before he could get up, the dragons held him by his 4 legs, preventing him from moving. Venom, standing in the small path he formed, pulled hard on the ropes tied to his horn. The symbiote was annoyed. He couldn't move it from its place. He was tired, not because of him but because of Issei, which made it difficult for him. Hearing the roar, he looked at the Colossus that was in the right position to impale him. Beginning to pull harder, and cursing the 4 winds, he could hear the creaking of the stone being removed. Venom. Come on, get your ass up from there, erg. The symbiote growled, pulling harder. He was finally able to move the horn, but could only separate it from the petrified body. Venom. The bitch who given me out. With Rito, Carnage. The red symbiote was thrown to the ground. It had been hit by an electric bullet from the largest Colossus. With its body slightly numb, it got up. Seeing how another projectile was going towards it, it quickly took flight, evading that one and others. Inside, Rito looked at the body of the Colossus, looking for an opening to attack without being hit by the Colossus's attack, until he finally realized something. His legs, despite being the most protected part of his entire body, were the place where he could not defend himself or cover himself. Rito. Carnage. Carnage. I'm not available now, Prince. Rito. Let me fall. Carnage. Fine, but don't complain afterwards. With that said, the symbiote separated from Rito, who had a wooden look on his face as he fell. Rito, a few meters from the ground, gathered fire in his hands and feet, using them as propellants to cushion his fall. What he didn't tell us was that he was 6 meters from the ground, so he literally kissed the ground. With his face red and dirty from the blow, he stood up to go to the feet of the Colossus, seeing that he was nailed to a platform which prevented him from moving freely like the others. Once he was there, he looked for a way to climb up, seeing that there was a set of stairs between his legs and skirt made of stone. Rito. Why didn't I take those classes in the army? He spoke to himself, remembering that he was kicked out of the army for being an idiot. Stopping to remember, he looked for a way to climb up, until an idea crossed his mind. Rito. I hope it works. The light brown-haired boy got on his knees, bending his torso slightly. Turquoise smoke began to swirl around him, until with a single leap he shot into the air like a rocket. Splitting his body into 3 spheres of turquoise fire, he began to plummet at full speed until he hit the back of the Colossus, which crouched under the force of the impact. Rito began to fall on what remained of the slippery armor on the Colossus' back. When he fell, Carnage threw a rope towards Rito and then threw him towards an exposed part of the Colossus' back. Carnage. Good idea, Prince, I'll distract him now, he said, and then formed 2 large swords and used them to make a deep cut in the Colossus' back, generating a small black rain. Rito barely landed and leaned against the being's fur, sighing tiredly. His eyes changed to a greenish-blue color, seeing everything in blue and green as if it were infrared vision. Strange, because of this he moves away to turn around to see a kind of glow on the Colossus' back which confused him as he had no idea what was happening. Hit it. Rito. Huh. That's what he said when he heard that voice. Hit it. His fist became covered in fire without him doing anything. Confused, he obeyed the order of that voice and gave a strong blow to that area. GGGRRRR. The Colossus growled in pain from the blow. Rito realized that that area was his weak point, so without hesitation he began to hit multiple times with his arms wrapped in fire, until with one blow, he pierced the Colossus's back, which roared louder. Rito, with his enhanced vision, saw that part stopped shining, implying that this is a dead zone, so he had to look for the other. However, while thinking, he did not notice how the Colossus's hand caught him, when he realized he was already in front of the Colossus's face, seeing that glow in his head again. Rito. Carnage. His head. You must cut it off at the forehead. It's his dead spot. Screams as he is crushed by his huge hands. Carnage, still in the air, took advantage of the fact that Rito was in the hands of the Colossus, formed an axe in his hand and then went to the forehead of the Colossus, stabbing his weapon. The Colossus released Rito, who turned into 3 spheres of fire going into the sky and then plummeting towards his head. Carnage, seeing this, only had the axe on his body and moved away so as not to fall victim to the prince. Rito vanished the fire from his body by spinning around and then slamming his flaming fist into the Colossus' head. The Colossus began to burn in turquoise fire as it slowly turned to stone, beginning to crumble into pieces enveloped by Rito's fire. Speaking of the King of Princes, I mean King of Rome, he was falling until Carnage took him by the arm and merged again with his host. Carnage. Well done, Prince. Rito didn't say anything, he just breathed heavily from the adrenaline. Rito. I think I'll never play Infamous Second Son again in my life. Save him. Rito heard that voice again in his head. With Venom. Slow, heavy steps crushed the remains of the already dead colossi in the sea of burning lava, burning their feet. Their grunts of tiredness and annoyance echoed in the small silence of the pit. Their hands burned, the smoke from their palms burning from the burnt stone was lost in the wind. Venom. Issei. He took a step, making the eyelid crack. If you're still asleep. If you still hear me. This may be our last breath. His hand began to disintegrate, but he rebuilt it. Since that day, when we met in Oscorp, I felt the same as you. A step back made the eyelid break, but luckily it didn't fall. We felt that we were made for each other. That's why I decided to stay here. All those who survived watched as Venom, the monster of darkness, the name given by the children, walked down the narrow path with the horn of the colossal bull on his shoulders, trying to reach the last Colossus. The scene itself was strong. They could see that Venom was suffering from the heat of the air, but still he did not give up. Those words said by the symbiote were heard by everyone, even the other factions. Venom. I don't know how to express it. From the beginning I only saw you as a simple vehicle. But when I looked into your eyes, I knew you were more than that. He took a step, but the island split in two. Without hesitation he quickly stepped on one, reaching the next. You weren't like the others. You were special. What makes you different from everyone? You are one in a million. Issei. Little by little he was closer to the Colossus that was trying to break free. That's why I made a decision. I'm going to stay by your side until the end of time, no matter what happens. Our minds are connected. Our souls are connected. Issei slightly opened his left eye. It's because of you that I took the path I chose. To be the savior and the destroyer of humanity. Valley and Albion stood watching and listening to the symbiote's words. His words penetrated the heart of the dragon, who remembered her former carriers. All until Valley, for whom she decided to put aside her dispute with Rem and give him her heart. Rias, who was in the air, could only cry at those words. They reminded her of when she first saw Issei. But as time passed she became fond of him, to the point that perverted and protective young man won her love. Venom. You and I have a goal in this life. And even if everything ends, it doesn't matter why. We must always move forward. That's what we are, Issei. Close, very close to the goal. Our fusion was what made me see who you were. The Colossus was already very close to him. Our union was the result of our destiny. One step was what was missing to put an end to the last Colossus. Our union was Issei. Venom. The perfect union. Crake. Not everything was as everyone expected. The last step was broken. Even though only nothingness itself was missing, it had not been strong enough for him. Venom slowly watched as he was falling to his extinction without any chance of saving himself. This was the goodbye. Venom. Goodbye. Issei. Nothing happened. Venom, who had previously closed his eyes, opened them to see that he was moving away from the sea of magma. He looked at his arms, seeing crimson hands holding him tightly. Carnage. You almost didn't make it, huh? Father. Venom just snorted in annoyance. He couldn't stand his son's voice. Venom. Still, thanks, but I didn't ask for your help. Carnage. Ara, apart from being ungrateful and a terrible father, you are also tsundere. Venom-chan, the Crimson Symbiote mocked. With the factions, all the inhabitants of the underworld screamed, applauded, and praised the act that had occurred a few seconds ago. The leaders only sighed in relief. They were almost going to lose Issei or Venom forever this time. The girls just cried with relief and happiness that their man was still alive. With the father and son symbiotes. Venom. Any idea how we kill him? I speak while flying next to Carnage. Carnage. Just pierce the mouth of his stomach and problem solved. Venom. It's easy for you to say it, but this one has the toughest skin. Both look at each other with a smile worthy of demons. 1. Carnage. 2. Venom, Carnage. 3. Both of them shot into the sky of the underworld, disappearing into the clouds. Once they touched the freezing air, they break suddenly, hiding their wings, and then plummeted into a dive at full speed. Thanks to having a thin layer of ice, they were not affected by the heat of the fall. Everyone watched as 2 meteorites fell rapidly on top of the last of the colossi. Venom's claws sharpened like the edge of a samurai's sword. Carnage formed 2 large spikes in his hands. Boom! Both symbiotes, in a final synchronized attack, delivered the final blow, ending the life and existence of the colossi, in a great wave of lava that, coincidentally, froze. Several minutes later, Issei slowly opened his eyes, seeing the red sky of the demon realm. You finally wake up, sleepyhead. A very familiar voice was what he heard, making him laugh a little funny. Issei. I had a wonderful dream in which I died. He speaks sitting while looking at a platinum-haired boy who looked at him with a smile. How long has it been? Valley. 7 years old. Issei. Far from home. Hee. Valley. Hee. Both approach and shake hands. Wow, you've changed since the last time I saw you, Hyoto, said the white dragon of supremacy. Issei. And you didn't change much, just that you changed your look. I'm talking about looking at Valley's clothes, which consisted of black pants, combat boots of the same color, a navy blue t-shirt under a white trench coat with gold details, and white fingerless gloves. Valley was going to say something else, but the two heard a moan. When they saw who it was, they saw that it was Rito who was regaining consciousness. Rito. Damn it. My whole body hurts, he complained, getting up from the ground seeing Issei with Valley. Issei. Rito went to him to see if he was okay after what happened. Issei. Well, now that we're here, Valley, this is Rito. And Rito, this is Valley, he said, pointing at each other with his only arm. The two just shake hands in greeting. Valley. Hiyoto, the brown-haired boy, looks at him. Tell me, what was that thing? And what happened to you? He asked seriously. Issei just looked down with his eyes half closed. Issei. First of all, I have a parasite. Venom. Parasite. Carnage. Ha 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 ha. Issei. And Rito too. Carnage. What? Issei. And about the other thing, I don't know. His answer did not entirely convince Valley or Rito, but they knew nothing, not even he knew anything. Before anyone could say anything, a loud bang caught the trio's attention. They could see thousands of shadows moving to one place, which was RageRevan's body, who was now standing naked from the waist up. The three of them could see the shadows entering his body, causing it to undergo several changes. His grayish skin, his black veins, sharp nails, two horns on the sides of his head, and his bright white eyes. Venom, carnage. What was missing was a demon. Valley. It seems like the problems never end. Rito. Issei, do you think you're in a position to fight? He asked while being covered by his symbiote. Issei. I never say no to a fight. Venom took control of his body while both symbiotes gave a war cry, roar. Balance breaker. Valley was covered by his dragon armor, but in his Diablo's dragon Lucifer form ready for combat. Valley. In honor of Lavinia Rennie's death, today you, RageRevan Levon Lucifer, will avenge her death with your blood. Several years ago, the day dominated the city of Kwa. People walked the streets, others went to work, others to school, family outings, etc. In a park, you could hear the laughter of two children, twins, with the difference in their eyes. The brown-haired boy with brown eyes chased the brown-haired boy with purple eyes, both laughing happily to be there. They were Issei and Yamato Hiyoto. Later, the two brown-haired boys were eating ice cream while their parents watched them with a smile. But something caught the attention of the brown-eyed boy, so he warned his brother. Yamato. Issei-ni-san, I called the brown-haired boy with purple eyes. Issei. What's wrong, Yamato-ni-san? Asked the brown-eyed boy. Yamato. Look, pointing with his finger to a part of the park. Issei and Yamato saw that under a tree there was a girl, who, at first glance, was sad with a doll in poor condition in her hands. The two boys went to where the girl was, who, when she saw them approaching, got scared and hid behind the tree. The two brown-haired boys were confused by the girl's reaction. What did you do? Why? Issei. Nothing, we just came to see why you are alone. He spoke while Yamato approached the girl, seeing sadness in her eyes. Yamato. Why are you sad? He asked, causing the girl to shed small tears. A while later, after crying, the girl found herself sitting between the two boys under the tree. Issei. Why were you crying? It's just that, sniff. I never had any friends. It's always been like that. Nobody wants to talk to me, and when I try to get closer they move away from me. Sniff, said the girl sadly. Yamato. And your parents? He asked, which made the girl cry. I don't have parents, I'm an orphan, I never met them. The girl cried. Issei got upset with Yamato for such an insensitive question that he hit him on the head. I suppose that's why no one wants to be my friend. After all, I live on the streets without any shelter, always eating from the garbage. Issei. I'm sorry, we didn't mean to. He apologized for both of them, but the girl interrupted him. It doesn't matter, I guess you guys should go with your parents now, bye. She said goodbye, but Yamato took her by the hand. Yamato. You can play with us, said the brown-haired boy, smiling. I don't want to be a bother, I speak shyly. Issei. No problem, you won't be a bother, he said to take the two's hands and go to the games. During the course of the day, the three children of no more than 8 years old were having fun, laughing among other things. But unfortunately for the children, it was already too late, and it was time to go home. Now the Hiyoto brothers are seen in front of their new friend. I really had fun today, said the girl with a beautiful smile that made both of them blush. We will see each other again, right? She asked with hopes of seeing her new and first two friends again. Issei. As sure huh? Etua, he said, smiling with a hand on the back of his neck since he hadn't asked for his name. Yamato. Would you tell us your name? He said nervously. Only if you tell me yours, he said with a smile that made the brothers very nervous because they remembered that they didn't tell him their names. Issei. Well, my name is Issei Hiyoto, but my parents and friends call me Issei, he said smiling. Yamato. My name is Yamato Hiyoto, he said half blushing seeing the girl's smile. Issei. But many call him Bakato, he whispered to the girl who just laughed at the nickname. Yamato. Hey. He exclaimed with a vein on his forehead. Hee, nice to meet you Issei-san, Yamato-san, happy, my name is… Present. The crying filled the dark hallways, the irritation was palpable in him, he could no longer bear to listen to it for a single second longer. Yamato. Shut up. The brown-haired boy hit the wall, causing it to crack, but he only managed to scare the 4-day-old infant more, causing his crying to increase. Yamato. Bastard. You had to be the son of a bitch, he growled, tightening his grip on the baby while a dark aura surrounded him. Believe me, unhappy. When you are paying in your cell, I will make your son suffer more than you, he spoke, smiling madly, imagining everything he would do to his brother or sister, and his nephew or niece. Yamato stopped emanating that aura of death and continued on his way. Even though his instincts were screaming at him that he was doing something stupid, he would ignore them and continue with his mission. Underworld. Silence filled the air, the atmosphere was more than tense, the intent to kill could be felt from miles away, coming from the son of the original Lucifer who was watching the 3 individuals in front of him, including his grandson. On the side of the 3, Carnage formed a chain with a spiked mallet, and in his other hand he only sharpened his claws. Venom only made a shield with his left arm and positioned himself ready for combat. Valley, for his part, only kept watching his grandfather through the helmet of his armor, which shone in a white light, and a few wyverns flew around him. RageRevan just smiled wickedly before going against the trio. Venom launched himself against Lucifer, blocking a blow with his shield with which he grabbed his arm. Without wasting time, Carnage threw the chain against the son of Lucifer, hitting him full in the face, sending him skidding against the ground. RageRevan sank his hands into the ground, taking a piece of it to throw it against the symbiotes, who dodged it with a jump. Valley appeared in front of him in a flash of speed, hitting him in the face. RageRevan stepped back and did a backflip, holding his body with his hands to grab Valley's arm with his legs and send him flying into a mountain of rocks. Throwing the mallet at RageRevan again, Carnage was launched at Valley as RageRevan was faster and grabbed the spike sphere and threw it away from him. Venom emerged from the ground, launching a downward swipe that Lucifer dodged just by moving his body sideways. Angrily, Venom began to throw quick punches, but none of them hit. RageRevan moved faster and began to enrage Venom, who pulled out 3 thorny tentacles from his back but still couldn't even touch him. Carnage left his place and went to help his father, both giving consecutive blows, but they were still dodged by Lucifer, to the anger of both symbiotes. Venom furiously threw a right hook, but RageRevan stopped it with his hand. Carnage launched a downward kick to Venom's head but ended up breaking Venom's arm because Lucifer moved away, using his arm as a shield to get away from both of them. Carnage, more than annoyed, began to shoot projectiles from both of his hands, but RageRevan dodged them with agility. Venom, once recovered, clenched his fist with fury. RageRevan slammed his palm into Carnage's chest, sending him flying away. Without realizing it, a wyvern bit his leg, instantly exploding, raising a curtain of dust. The 3 of them only saw RageRevan emerge from the fog of dirt, untouched, with a mocking smile. Valley. Impossible. He exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing that his grandfather survived an explosion that is on the scale of a nuclear implosion. Venom. That old lesbian is immortal, growls, getting up from the ground. Carnage. Shit, first we are the whores of 15 colossal sons of bitches, and now we are going to be violated by this mummy who fucks the dead, the red symbiote spoke. Issei, Venom, Valley, Albion. Speak for yourself, they said with a poker face. Issei. Venom. Venom. What's going on? Issei. I have a plan, but we need to separate. I need my left arm. Venom. This is not the time to jerk off. Issei. Just do what I tell you, parasite. He exclaimed with a fury compared to that of a woman. Venom didn't want to suffer, so he separated from Issei, who fell to his knees very tired. Valley quickly went and put Issei's arm on his shoulder to get him to stand up. Valley. What do you think you're doing? I asked, watching the brown-haired boy panting. Issei. I have a plan to defeat him, but we can't kill him, he responded, standing up with difficulty. Valley. I hope whatever you have in mind works, he said, so the 3 of them would stand in front of him to protect him. Venom. Come on, Issei, go, we'll take care of your ass, he said to sharpen his claws, and Carnage only made 2 axes in his hands. The brown-haired boy took several steps back and then ran away from there. Resigned, seeing him escape, formed a black sphere of fire with white touches in his hand and then threw it at Issei. When the sphere was close to him, it exploded, covering the brown-haired boy in smoke. All. Issei. The cloud dissipates. Issei opened his eyes only to see a shadow above him. Turning his gaze, he saw with disbelief how Venom was in front of him, already without half of his body. Issei. Venom. The All for Honor mention sees his missing part, which began to be quickly rebuilt. Venom. Come on, go and do what you have to do. I turned to look at him. Issei just stood still for a few seconds before nodding and running off to find his arm. Venom turned to look at Resigned with a furious expression. Venom. You dare to want to hurt what is mine. Never touch what is mine. Venom was furious. He didn't like at all that they tried to kill his host from behind, but he wasn't going to let it happen. He would suffer so much that he would regret having been born. The black symbiote launched itself at Resigned, who stepped aside. Venom used one hand to spin around and launched a quick kick that hit Resigned in the face. Without wasting time, he stood up and went against Lucifer, grabbing him by the neck and slamming him against the ground. Venom mercilessly stomped on Resigned's chest with great force. He then grabbed him by the feet and threw him against a mountain. The force of the throw was such that the mountain was split in 2. Resigned recovered, but before he could do anything he saw a white flash tackle him. Being Valley, the younger Lucifer kicked him in the chest, creating a small air wave, sending Resigned to the other side of the mountain. Wyverns. Sending 10 white dragons towards his grandfather, he generated a powerful explosion of epic proportions. With Issei. The brown-haired boy was leaning against a rock. He was very tired. He barely had the strength to stand up. Even between gasps, he stood up to look for his prosthetic arm to execute his plan. But, unfortunately, his vision began to blur, blood ran down his cheeks, and his pupils turned red from the bleeding in his eyes. Issei. Shit. My eyes, was his thought before falling to his knees and vomiting blood in an alarming amount. What's wrong with me? He wasn't going to deny it. He was scared of what was happening to him. It was a pain much bigger than Samael's blood. With the factions, everyone was scared to see what happened. From one moment to the next, Issei began to bleed. Many children were crying, others were in shock like their parents, but those who were more than stupefied were the Maus, Seraphim, Cadres, and the DXD group. With Issei. Issei with all his willpower stood up. With a clumsy pace he began to run, but he kept crashing and tripping over the rocks in the small ditch he was in. Let yourself go. Issei. No. And not again. He fell to his knees again, holding his head in pain, blood still flowing from his eyes and mouth. Be mine. Once that voice started to sound in his head again, he unconsciously took a stone and pointed it at his head so that the voice would disappear. But strangely, he couldn't move his arm when he was about to hit himself. Staying like that for a few seconds with a scared expression, he didn't know what was happening to him. His arm moved on its own, throwing the stone away from him, then he could move it as he pleased. You can't get rid of me. Darlin. Issei fell on his butt with a scream. Issei. Who are you? Get out of my head. The lightning bolts tortured his mind again, causing him to roar in agony. Phew. With Venom, Carnage, and Valley versus Resigned. Valley was sent flying into a rock. He quickly recomposed himself and launched himself at Resigned, starting to throw punches left and right, but he still couldn't land a single one. His grandfather was moving faster. Resigned easily grabbed Valley's arm and then raised his leg and kicked him in the back of the neck, destroying the armor, leaving only the wings. Valley spat out blood. Angrily, he quickly grabs his grandfather's arm to throw him to the ground and apply a submission hold on his arm with his legs. Crack. Valley was aware that he had broken the older Lucifer's arm, but to his surprise Resigned got up as if nothing had happened and still holding his arm, he slammed it into the ground, releasing it from his grip. The older Lucifer was about to step on Valley's chest, but a rope grabbed him by the foot, being Carnage who attracted him to him, and then gave a downward blow with his arm, made into a hammer, but Resigned took him with his hand and then kicked him in the face and spun around and stood up. Some hands grabbed him by the feet and then sank him into the ground, leaving his head in the air. Some black snakes came out of the ground and then came together and formed Venom, who looked at him mockingly. To the disbelief of the three, RageRevan turned into shadows before disappearing from everyone's sight there. A scream caught their attention. When they turned around, they saw RageRevan behind Rias holding her head in a position as if to break her neck. Valley. Shit, I forgot she was here, he said, adjusting his neck with a crack. Venom. Or no, she doesn't die here. She is our prey, he said angrily upon seeing in person the bitch that made his Issei suffer. With Issei. The brown-haired boy took slow, clumsy steps. His vision was blurry. His face had dried blood stains. His eyes were red with blood, and he finally collapsed heavily to the ground. Beat. Her body was paralyzed. She moved trying to close her fist, but it trembled as if she were convulsing. Beat. Little by little, everything was becoming blurrier, darker. Beat. Issei. What's going on? Am I going to die? His eyes dimmed, closing slowly and calmly as his breathing slowly died away. Issei. See, can't die like this. I still haven't fulfilled my revenge. His hand stopped moving. Beat. Give me your body. Issei. That voice again. Annoying. Ain. Hello, my name is Ain Chidorigafuchi, it's a pleasure. Issei. Ain-san. Ain. You know, Ryukuen, sometimes crying doesn't make you less of a man. Crying is normal for us. It frees us from the burdens in our hearts. Sometimes we need to cry. You also need to cry someday. Issei. Ain-san. Ain. Issei-kun, sometimes I wonder how things could have been if I had met you before. I mean, I would never have left you. After all, you are someone very important to me. Thanks for being my friend, Issei-kun. Issei. No. Issei. I don't plan on dying here. No. Slowly his body began to react to the electrical charges emitted around him. His eyes began to shine again, but strangely in them was the image of Ain smiling and then disappeared. Issei. I'm not going to die here. I don't plan on dying without first destroying the supernatural world. I don't plan on dying without before. Standing up, the rays gathered in his non-existent arm, forming the black, red threads again. Issei. I don't plan on dying without killing Yamato first. With the symbiotes, and the old lesbian's grandson. The three still remained still. On one hand, Valley and Rito. Carnage knew that if they did something without thinking, RageRevan would kill Rias even if that didn't matter to them. On the part of Venom, he didn't want to do anything that would cost him the life of his prey, since he and his host would be the ones to kill her. Rias fell from RageRevan's arms, or rather, his arm, since his left arm was cut off. No, it was disintegrated. Recomposing herself with her wings, the redhead saw how the elder Lucifer looked at his half-severed arm, and then looked behind him. Everyone who was there turned their gaze to where Lucifer was looking, and to their great surprise and that of everyone who was watching the events live, they saw a brown-haired boy floating in the air at RageRevan's height, wrapped in black rays and with threads of dark or negative energy that were born from the removed part. Issei. It was the exclamation of all the factions who could not believe that he was standing again. But seeing his condition, they began to fear that he was possessed. Again. The brown-haired boy turned his gaze over his shoulder, revealing that both eyes were red and did not have the heterochromia of before. But if one looked closely, one could see how his pupils were blue, almost invisible due to the shine of his bloody eyes. RageRevan turned around completely to see the crimson-eyed brunette, his arm reconstructed into an aura of shadows. The gaze of both individuals generated a small breeze around them, as if everything they thought or said could be known with their sight. Palm. A wave of wind was generated between both of them. Palm. 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 Once again, the air impacts were increasing in level and aggressiveness, causing the wind to blow like a tornado, sending those present flying away from this encounter. Valley. What's going on? He exclaimed, holding onto a rock while Carnage dug his claws into the ground like a cat, just like Venom. Albion. I don't know why, but something tells me that we should get out of here before things get ugly, the dragon spoke seriously. Venom. No. I'm not going to leave Issei in that state. I have to help him, or maybe, I didn't want to mention it. Carnage. Maybe what? Venom. Can die. With Issei versus RageRevan. The waves of wind diminished until they generated silence in the place. Both of them did not lose sight of each other for anything. Issei strangely could see how RageRevan was surrounded by different shadows, all of them giving off an aura of evil. Recently knowing those shadows, he knew that they were the souls of the colossi he had killed, and they decided to incubate in Resivim's dead body to use it to their advantage. Behind him a hand touched his shoulder, but this hand was different. It was not black surrounded by a blood glow, but a bright blue hand, like her entire body, being feminine. That figure hugged him sweetly while the black spots on her body seemed to disappear for a second. "I will always be by your side." The black, red threads came together to then form the dark, red matter arm again, but without the extra limb. Issei turned around before hitting a sphere of fire with his black arm, sending it somewhere else. The seconds seemed like hours. The suspense was deadly. Many trembled at this encounter between two monsters, two titans, two beings from outside this world. Palm. Both were already in front of each other, with their fists in each other's faces. As they separated, both were surrounded by their respective aura, Resivim being controlled by the souls of the colossi. His aura was black with bloodlust, but Issei's was somewhat different from the one Venom saw previously, as well as the others, since among the black rays there were white rays. Palm. Another wave of wind occurred between them, causing them to be thrown in different directions. Venom along with Carnage and Valley went to where Issei was. As for Rias, she was still in the same place without moving a single muscle. Soon her entourage, parents and brother appeared in a magic circle to take her away. Rias felt her brother take her by the shoulder. She was startled even though she was in her trance. "Rias. Oh, Oni-sama," the redhead spoke, still dejected. "Surzix. Rias, we must go. This place is not safe to be here," he said seriously, but the spoiled one only turned away from looking at him and the others. "Rias. No, I'm not going to let Issei fight that monster," she exclaimed seriously and determinedly. Zeoticus. "Rias, understand that it is not safe for you to be here, especially in your state, as your father ordered you to come with us right now. I'm serious," Lord Gremory acting like a father in front of a spoiled daughter. Rias was about to object, but was interrupted when she heard a loud bang. Everyone present looked over to see Resivim running towards the brunette. At the same time with Issei. The brown-haired boy landed on a hill of stones and stood still for a few seconds. In the distance, Venom, Carnage and Valley were heading towards him before the older Lucifer. The latter two stopped as a precaution against Issei being out of control. Venom, not caring about anything, became one with the brown-haired boy again, beginning to close the wounds that he had been unable to heal before. Issei, with a little difficulty, stood up in front of the two. "Valley." "Hyodo." Issei. "Calm down, Valley, I'm fine," spoke with a smile as Venom came out from his shoulder and Carnage returned inside Rito. "Rito. Do you feel yourself?" I asked, wanting to know if it was the real Issei. Issei. "I don't know," he answered, looking at his left arm. Venom. "Are you okay?" Issei. "A little. Yes. But I don't hear that voice in my head anymore." Before he could continue speaking, a loud noise occurred behind them, turning around to see Resivim surrounded by shadows. Balance breaker. Valley entered his normal balance breaker. Rito on his side gathered fire in his hand, putting himself on guard. Issei stared at Lucifer for a few seconds until he stepped forward between his two companions. Issei. "We'll take care of him. You guys please distract the idiots." I speak, seeing how the Gremory looked at him, but more the girls except Venolana, then looking at Venom. "What do you say? Should we take out the smelly trash?" Venom. "You already know the answer," he said, and then he will begin to cover Issei's body. Once Venom took control, the lightning around him began to ripple across his skin, soon disappearing. GGGGGRRRRRRRR. A smoky growl came from his closed jaws, his muscles enlarged, the white veins were now more noticeable and with a slight red glow. Looking up, Venom's eyes became more human. The only thing left of his normal eyes was a spot with his shape but more wild. Venom gave a loud roar that echoed throughout the underworld. No, it echoed in the factions without a doubt. The black symbiote sighed smoke from between its sharp teeth, before going against Lucifer. Resivim stared at the symbiote, which was suddenly behind him. Slash. Both of his arms and part of his shoulders were severed. Venom took a strong bite, turning Lucifer's arms into ground meat, which were rebuilt by the shadows of the colossi. Venom turned around and saw Resivim vanish into the shadows before appearing behind him with his fist pointing at his face. However, the symbiote, still staring at the same place, grabbed Lucifer's arm and in a quick movement, his knee hit the old man's face. Crack. Resivim was launched into the air, but Venom reached out and grabbed his leg before slamming him into the ground. The Lucifer, before impacting, used his hands to cushion his fall and then turned head first on his axis. Venom was drawn towards him, being received by a kick to the face, leaving him on the ground. Doing a pirouette, RageRevan kicked his heel towards Venom's head, who was faster, and evaded him, and then swiped, tearing off RageRevan's leg in a geyser of tar-black blood. After the attack with the same arm, he grabbed him by the neck and then slammed him against the ground again, but this time with more force, generating a small crater. Without wasting time, he stomped hard on his chest, then stomped harder on his head, and then punched, sinking further into the ground, raising dust. RageRevan, not caring about the damage, grabbed Venom's arm with his legs and then stood on his hands, throwing the symbiote away, skidding on the ground. Going along the rocky ground, Venom stopped with his claws nailed to the ground. Looking up, he saw how RageRevan's foot was nothing from his face. With impressive speed, Venom stopped Lucifer's attack, but in doing so he was dragged to the mountain, split in two, leaving a trail of his feet on the rocky ground. Once he stopped in the narrow space between the two halves, Venom looked up where he saw Lucifer grab the two halves and begin to join them together, generating a small earthquake. Using all the strength of his arms, Venom began to block the mountain's junction, his growls echoing along the way, the steam from his mouth generating a small mist, while his bright veins rose in tone, a sign of his effort. Crack! The mountain was reduced to rubble. Venom quickly began to go from one rock to another, ascending with only one goal. RageRevan only stood still for a few seconds, before reacting to see Venom in front of him, covered in red and black lightning. The symbiote tackled RageRevan with lightning speed, sending the two flying to the ground. Venom did a flip and threw RageRevan against a rock. The older Lucifer tried to get up, but Venom wouldn't let him, grabbing him by the face before headbutting him, and then aggressively hitting him 5 times. When Venom was about to hit him again, he instinctively jumped away. RageRevan tried to attack him but was burned by a turquoise fire, causing the shadows of the colossi to begin to burn until his old body was left injured, with serious wounds and severe burns. RageRevan began to gasp. He was badly injured, his body still burning from Rito's fire that was compared to holy water, the worst weapon against a demon. Venom stared at RageRevan while Valley and Rito walked towards him behind him. The light brown-haired boy stayed by his side while Valley walked towards RageRevan, looking at him neutrally. The elder Lucifer noticed his grandson and with difficulty looked at his face. RageRevan. V. Valley. In pain, he began to extend his hand towards his grandson. Valley. Yes. Old man, the younger Lucifer spoke coldly. RageRevan. Please. Help me. I'm your grandfather, he begged with tears in his eyes, which only generated disgust in Valley. Valley. I don't have a grandfather, he responded with his eyes shining light blue, a sign of his anger. RageRevan. Valley. If you help me, I can bring your mother and your girlfriend back to life. Think about it. Valley stood still, his fist trembling with anger. An uncontrollable fury took over his being. How dare he mention them? He didn't have the slightest right to name his mother and the woman he loved. He was not going to forgive him. Valley. Are you serious? Will you give me back my Okasan and Lavinia, if I help you? His eyes were covered by his bangs. RageRevan just nodded, hiding a wicked smile, something that the 3 or well, 5 noticed very well. RageRevan extended his hand to Valley, waiting for him to give him his own. Crack. Valley grabbed his hand, then broke it at an impossible angle. RageRevan screamed in pain. He watched as Valley looked at him with rage and tears of contained anger. Valley. I'm not stupid enough to believe that. You would never keep your word. Valley exclaimed and then grabbed him by the broken arm and kicked RageRevan in the head, breaking his entire arm, several ribs and part of his skull. After letting go, RageRevan growled in pain and fury, spitting out blood before laughing evilly. RageRevan. How stupid you are. I would have brought them back to life again. And by the way, lock you up and make you see how I made them mine. Ha 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 ha. It would have been very funny to see them giving me their bodies day and night. Just like it happened with you. It's not like that. Issei-kun. Ha 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 ha. The brown-haired boy with crimson eyes now just clenched his fist and his eyes closed tightly. Venom only became even more enraged when he saw how this bastard mocked the suffering of his host. He was going to tear him to pieces. Valley, for his part, just kept quiet. There was no point in getting his hands dirty with this guy. Inside, he wanted to see his mother and his beloved again. He wanted it with all his heart. He wanted to see them and tell them how much he loves them, hug them, listen to them, even if only once. With a slow step he turned around, leaving his grandfather lying on the ground. RageRevan, seeing that Valley had turned his back on him, was going to complain. But the next exclamation from Lucifer was his sentence. "Valley. It's all yours." These words were heard by everyone who saw this. Rito began to go towards RageRevan along with Venom, who revealed Issei's face. "Rito. Beings like you do not even deserve the right to live." Carnage made his presence known to RageRevan. "Issei. It's time for you to be judged for all your atrocities." Venom. RageRevan live on Lucifer. Both symbiotes appeared before their victim, who was now at the mercy of their extermination. Venom stomped, causing RageRevan to jump into the air, but he was once again slammed into the ground by the same symbiote. Carnage grabbed him by the head and then stamped on him again and again and again, blood flowing between the stones. With one last blow to the ground, Carnage released him. Venom lifted him by the foot while he was upside down and proceeded to hit him in the ribs. Then with his free hand he grabbed him by both hands and began to pull hard. Crack. The force was immense that broke his ribs and fractured his spine and spine. Venom, after hearing the crunch, kicks RageRevan towards Carnage, who had his hand made into a mess with which he hit him, crashing him back to the ground. Carnage made him stop and mercilessly pierced his right eye with a spike that formed on his forearm, and then kicked him towards Venom, who only received it with his claws, tearing the Lucifer's face. The screams and blood of the son of the devil were what reigned in the place. A small river of his vital fluid that ran through his veins formed in a circle at the feet of the symbiotes that attacked him without mercy and pity. After several minutes full of pain for Lucifer, the two father and son finished their combo with a blow each at the same time. Venom punched the face and Carnage kicked the back of the neck. Crack. RageRevan was lost. He didn't know where he was, or what had happened. He was lost in the world of oblivion. Venom returned to normal and then entered Issei's body, who was back to normal again. Carnage did the same, leaving both brunettes alone with the son of Lucifer. Issei approached him to hit him in the face, causing him to turn around looking back. Rito, with his fists wrapped in fire, gave several blows to RageRevan's body, causing his own flesh to burn and detach from his body, spreading blood on the ground, already painting it carmine. With the last blow he made him turn towards Issei, who received him with a Spartan kick to the stomach. After that, with only one arm, he held him by the head, beginning to send thousands of electric shocks, causing RageRevan to scream in agony. After a few seconds that seemed like hours, Issei released him. The two empty sockets on Lucifer's face smoked while his body did not stop shaking from the electricity. RageRevan couldn't articulate a word. His tongue was paralyzed, his nerves tensed by the electric shock and by the attacks he received earlier from the other brown-haired boy. Issei kicked him towards Rito, who with a blow to the chin put him on his feet. Crack. With a palm strike, Rito finished breaking all of his ribs and piercing both of his lungs, but RageRevan was still alive. Crack. Issei kicked him in the back from behind, causing the remains of his broken bones to be expelled from his body in an explosion of blood and flesh before jumping away from him. Rito was once again covered in turquoise fire. As if it were a missile, he went towards Lucifer, charring his entire abdomen. With only his spine holding together what was left of his body, he fell to his knees. Issei landed a few steps away from him before walking over, tightly holding onto his spine and looking at him where his eyes once were, so that his face split open and revealed half of Venom's face. Issei, Venom. Say hello to your creator. Krayak. With brutality, Issei ripped out his spine, splitting the upper part of what was left of his body in two, sending more blood into the river beneath his feet. Rito ran towards the brown-haired boy and then gave a flaming kick. Issei only responded by hitting RageRevan's head, which became pieces of flesh and bone lost in the sea of blood and entrails of the son of Lucifer. Fatality. Issei and Rito just let out a roar into the air as if they were two beasts. However, Issei, after the massacre he made, fell to the ground again. His body was beginning to take its toll from both the use of his rays and the overexertion of his body. Rito, seeing this, went to see with concern the state of the almond-eyed brown-haired man, along with Valley, who went to help his friend, rival. Rito. Issei. What's wrong with you? Valley. Hyodo. Come on, don't make me have to carry your coffin. The last blood Lucifer spoke, taking the brown-haired boy's head, who moaned in pain as a trickle of blood fell from the corner of his mouth. Rito. He's having those attacks again. He's had them twice already. If he continues like this, thought the light brown-haired boy with concern for the other brown-haired boy's condition. Issei. Venom. What's happening to me? He said in his mind as he began to cough up blood again. Venom. I don't know, Issei, but don't do anything, I'm trying to heal you, the symbiote exclaimed, trying to find the answer to why these attacks. Be mine. This time Venom could hear that voice. he could notice how it gave off both a seductive and angry air. However, that voice seemed very familiar to him, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. Issei. No. Not again. He exclaimed, holding his head tightly, and then falling unconscious. Save him. Rito, for his part, a powerful voice resonated in his head. Who should he save? Should he save Issei? He was confused, but he would soon get answers. Valley didn't understand what was happening to the brunette, although not the same as he and Rito didn't have the slightest idea of what had happened to him hours ago, much less how they got their powers. But something told him that those powers were extremely dangerous, but Issei's more so. I see. However, everything was interrupted by the screams of several people. When the two turned around, they could see all the members of the Alliance. In front of them were the girls from Issei's ex-harem. Rito had to say that Issei had good taste in women, but it was a shame that they were sluts, which made him look at them with disgust and anger for reminding him of his own ex-harem. The girls were running towards him. Finally, after a long time, they saw the man they loved. Again. Rito angrily threw a sphere of fire at the ground, causing the three of them to be surrounded by a circle of blue flames. The girls stopped dead when they saw the act done by the boy, which enraged them for separating them from their man. Rias. What do you think you're doing? She shouted in anger as she threw a sphere of destructive power that disintegrated upon contact with Rito's flames, surprising everyone. Rito. What am I doing? I'm defending my bro from disgusting beings like you. He exclaimed, making another sphere of fire. Seraphal launched a torrent of icy wind from a magic circle to extinguish the flames that separated her and the others from Issei. But to everyone's surprise, the fire did not go out and did not even move because of the wind, but it still did not deactivate the spell. Sona tried to do the same by sending another water snake, but it evaporated upon contact with the turquoise fire. All the girls launched their best attacks, but it was of no use. The fire was still intact. Carnage. Ha, stupid, come on Prince, show them what a real attack is, said the symbiote, looking mockingly at the girls. Rito was going to do what Carnage said, but suddenly he stops dead. Crying. A cry became the song of the wind, reaching the ears of everyone there, a cry that for everyone was like a melody. Little by little everyone looked to the side, where the crying was coming from. To everyone's disbelief and fury, there was Yamato Hiyoto. Many were about to launch themselves against him, even Rito, who upon seeing him again was going to kill him and incidentally fulfill Issei's revenge. But he stopped when he saw what he was carrying in his arms, just like everyone else who only thought that the act of the brown-haired man with purple eyes was that of a great coward. A baby. Yamato had a baby in his arms. The baby was the product of the crying that echoed throughout the place and was still being watched by the factions. He smiled mockingly as he saw that they wanted to kill him but couldn't, not with the baby in his arms. Yamato. See you again, friends, he greeted with a happy smile, which earned him a look of hatred from everyone. Rito. What the fuck, you're a coward, he roared, trying not to throw the fireball so as not to kill the child. Yamato. Oh, I thought you were already dead after RageRevan released the Colossi, hee, never mind, after all, you and everyone else will die in my hands and that of my little instrument, he spoke wickedly, causing everyone to look at him in disbelief. Valley. You're crazy. You're going to use that baby as a weapon, you're a fucking son of a bitch. He roared angrily, just like Albion. Yamato. Use. It's a very strong word, don't you think, Valley? I would say, educate a child. Yes, I think that's the right word, he said with a thoughtful pose. Surzix. It's no use for you to use a human child as a weapon, you're just using him as a shield to protect yourself from us, said the Mao, annoyed by such an act. Yamato. Human. If there is some reason in what you say, Mao Lucifer, but what you are wrong, is that this child is not human. Why don't you feel his aura and you will know what I am talking about? Everyone, including the girls who felt a strong pain in their hearts, and especially Asya, who had a possible idea about that baby, began to examine the child's aura. Shock. That was everyone's reaction when they felt the power of the child, who was no more than a week old. An immense power, almost impossible to calculate. But what caused the most stir was seeing the power signature. It was the power of Ophis and Great Red, but there was another, more powerful energy. But there was something else. That essence. It was one that many would recognize, and even had the bearer. The girls did nothing, paralyzed, incredulous. Thick tears fell from their sockets, the pain in their hearts increased even more just by feeling in that baby. The essence of Issei. In front of them, Yamato carried Issei's firstborn in his arms. What will Yamato do now? Who was that girl? Why did Ain's memories save Issei from dying? What will become of the future of Basara Hyodo, Issei's son? But more importantly, where is Yami? Several years ago. Rain. The tears from the sky fell onto the now soft, wet ground, accompanied by its loud, rumbling thunder. The cold drops ran freely down her face, hiding her tears. Everything was so gloomy. Her eyes reflected nothing but suffering at her final goodbye. Her whole world died with her. She was still there, she knew that well. But she wasn't going to be there like before. She blamed herself with all her being for having been strong enough and having the courage to have been him, and not her. I could still remember the warmth of that moment. Every noise, every scream. He was also hanging by a thread at that moment, but he didn't even want to say goodbye before he disappeared from her sight forever. But even though he feels guilty for being her murderer. Crying. Basara's voice rang out across the desolate wasteland where the execution of the original Demon King's descendant had previously taken place. Even though everyone thought that everything was finally over, that the battle was over, it was not so. So much pain, anger, frustration and surprise passed through all those who were present at the revelation of the son of their hero. Even in the world of unconsciousness he could hear him, as if the world did not exist and there were only the two of them, or three of them, on that plane. Even after seeing the different reactions of his former battle companions, he stepped forward with his now characteristic smile full of evil and mockery directed towards the leaders, and more so towards the women who were expecting their children. Yamato. Surprising, isn't it? He spoke with superiority, forcing his grip on Basara a little more. Among them all, Asuya took slow, shaky steps, her heart breaking. Asuya. What did you do to Ooka-san? The pain was more than noticeable in her voice, wanting to know what happened to her mother figure. Answer. Her exclamation made him smile. Yamato. What happened to Ooka-san? He could see the fear in the blonde's eyes, knowing how she would react to his answer. She died. Silence. Once again, the wave of surprise and shock was marked on their faces, not being able to believe the brown-haired boy's words. Asuya was the most affected by such a revelation. Her tears were now thicker while her heart was trampled by guilt. If she had warned of Hizumi's condition, probably everyone here would have done everything possible to keep her safe, to take care of the brown-haired boy's Ammonite son. Rito. Coward. His whisper was audible to the supernatural world. You're a coward. How could you do that to him? Do we all have to suffer for you to be calm? Answer, damn it. Rito hated him for what he did to him 2 years ago. Because of him he lost everything, he made his friends suffer in the worst way that could have existed. But it seems that he was not satisfied with having made them suffer, so much that he killed his own mother. Now, he was more than sure of what to do with him. He was going to burn him to ashes. He would not rest until he made him suffer the same as Issei, and with the help of his partner who only wanted the brown-haired man dead. Yamato just laughed at him. He didn't care what he thought of him or his actions. He would simply make him pay for the humiliation of a few hours ago. Issei was in complete silence, listening to those cries that echoed in the dark place he was in. Beat. Sitting in the void, she stared at her hands. The darkness was beginning to fade away, peeling off her skin quickly. Beautiful. It was her whisper as she was stripped from her abyss. Beat. Issei began to open his eyes, which were dull due to the loss of blood which caused him to go blind. Sitting on the rocky ground, with his vision ruined, he looked at where he heard that cry coming from. Everyone noticed his awakening, causing everyone to be surprised and scared to see his dull eyes, a clear sign of his lack of vision. Issei. What are those cries? I speak at a loss, those close to him being Valley and Rito approached him. Rito. Issei, are you okay? Valley. Tell me, can you see anything? Between those questions, Issei did not turn his gaze from where he was looking. He clearly did not recognize anything around him. He did not even know where the light brown-haired and the white dragon were. Issei. Rito. Valley. What are those cries? Please tell me. Please. Tears fell from his eyes that lost their light. He didn't know what to do now. Venom inside him couldn't do anything to remedy this, which frustrated him. Venom. Issei. I'm sorry. I couldn't heal your eyes. The symbiote's powerful voice sounded in his head. Issei just stood still, sobbing silently, looking with his lifeless eyes at where his brother and his son were, even though he knew it. Yamato just stared at his brother. He could see that he was blind, which made him laugh mockingly at him. But internally, a very small part of him wanted to go help Issei. Yamato. Haha. Issei. Yamato whispered, trying to get up. Yamato. Oh, just look at how you are, Nisan. The mockery was evident. Issei. I'm going to kill you, he exclaimed, trying to go where he heard his voice. Yamato was suddenly in front of the blind brown-haired boy. Palm. At sonic speed, Issei was against a rock, being grabbed by the neck by Yamato, who looked at him like an insect. Issei with effort began to force himself to get away from the grip, but he couldn't. The lack of air in his lungs. His body was already healed but was still worn out and was crying out for a rest. Everyone, seeing what happened in less than a second, tried to go help Issei, but they couldn't. The only thing Yamato was protected by was Basara, who now wasn't crying, but rather, now he was laughing when he was in front of his father. Yamato. Pathetic. Now the roles are turned around again. Believe me, Issei. This time I will not have mercy on you. And your bastard. Just as you did not have mercy on her at that time. Issei was beginning to choke on his own saliva. His body was now weaker due to lack of oxygen. However, even in his state he was able to think, and upon hearing his brother's words, he felt confused about the bastard thing. But with the her thing, a strong pain was born in his heart, without knowing why. Issei. What are you talking about? Were his words with all his strength to stay conscious. Yamato. Don't act innocent, he roared, applying more force to his grip, releasing his anger. Crying. Basara started crying again. Yamato's aura scared him again. Yamato. Remember well, bastard. Remember what happened that day. Remember how you killed her. Issei slowly began to fall into unconsciousness, but Yamato's words were still clear enough to hear. As he closed his lifeless eyes, a fleeting memory passed through his eyes. Fire. A shadow. That was what he saw before everything vanished. Issei, I'm sorry. Rito couldn't take it anymore, so without caring about the baby he went towards Yamato point blank. Palm. Once again, Rito couldn't get there. In front of him was the same person who saved Yamato hours ago, the same hooded man who stopped his flaming fist with his claw. The light brown-haired boy growled in annoyance when he saw that he was once again prevented from continuing with his objective. Right now, he was going to kill him regardless of who he was. Rito. Damn you, he muttered, trembling with rage. The hooded man just stared at the brunette, who literally started to burning his clothes. Jumping away, Rito ripped off his jacket and shirt, revealing his torso with several scars. Looking at him without saying anything, Rito and everyone else saw a black chain with a sharp tip like a razor come out of his right hand, covered by the robe. The brown-haired man didn't say anything, he just stared at the stranger seriously, ready to kill him. The hooded man was the first to attack, jumping towards Rito and launching a strike with the black chain. With the Hyodos, Yamato released Issei, leaving him embedded in the rock. Not caring that he was unconscious, he stomped hard on the brunette's chest, sinking him further into the rock. The cries increased in intensity, causing Kuroka and Koneko to cover their ears. Yamato furiously threw the baby to the ground without a trace of hesitation or regret. What have you done? Yamato-san. Let yourself go. Crying. Basara was injured when he hit the ground, causing a wound on his head. Blood began to drip quickly. Issei opened his eyes, which were still unable to see. Yamato. Shut up, you bitch. Roared angrily and then pulled Ascalon out of a pocket dimension. However, he had to block a strike from Kiba, who was the one attacking him. The brunette furiously pushed Kiba away. The blonde made several swords come out of the ground in his direction. When he was going to dodge it, he was paralyzed. Gasper froze him with his eyes, causing the swords to impact on Yamato. But to his disbelief, Yamato broke free from the grasp of the transvestite vampire's sacred gear, launching a crescent of light with his sword that split the Gremry Knight's swords. Upon finishing, Yamato pinned Ascalon to the ground, being wrapped in a violet cloak. Soon a dome covered an area of 12 kilometers that separated the brown-haired and the albino from the others, who began to launch magical attacks to save Issei and his son. Yamato slowly approached Basara, who was crying profusely. It was understandable that the boy was dying from being wounded in the head, leaving a scar on his head and under his right eye. Raising his sword, Yamato smiled madly as Ascalon's blade shone dangerously. Yamato. This child has a power coveted by many, and now, it's mine. The Dragon Slayer's blade was lowering towards the boy, marking his end. Sloslish. Surprise and disbelief reigned on everyone's faces as they saw what happened in just a few seconds. Yamato was engrossed as he watched what happened, blood running down Ascalon painting its edge a crimson red. Laughter. Her emerald eyes looked at him with a strong shine, stretching out her small and weak arms to try to touch him, to feel his touch. Even without one of his senses, he could feel it. With the blade on his shoulder, Issei gently brought his only hand towards where he heard those laughs, feeling how two soft, delicate and small hands took his own. Beat. The newborn infant caressed Issei's hand as if it were something unique. For his part, Issei began to tremble. The touch he felt caused his heart to start beating 1,000 times an hour, along with small tears forming in his empty eyes. Issei. What is this? Why do I feel happy? Why? Many questions were running through his mind. The brown-haired boy unconsciously took one of Basara's little hands, who only gave a small squeal of joy. Issei slowly brought his face closer to the blur he saw, closing his eyes. Basara placed both of his hands on Issei's eyelids while laughing happily. A green aura surrounded both brunettes. Yamato was thrown backwards, leaving Ascalon embedded in his brother's shoulder. A sweet and beautiful melody began to be heard. Everyone closed their eyes, feeling their body begin to relax with that melody as if it were that of an angel. Basara just laughed with his hands still on the brunette's closed eyes, who took both of his hands and then removed them from his eyelids. When he opened his eyes, he could only see two green eyes with a glow of innocence and happiness when seeing him along with his still toothless smile. Issei didn't know it, and didn't notice, but he got up with the baby in his arms still looking into his eyes. The melody faded away. Issei finally came out of his world, looking everywhere only to see the child again. As they met glances, the baby laughed again. Issei. This child. He tried to formulate something but couldn't. This child had cured him of recent blindness. Venom. Issei. Look at his bracelet. Issei noticed in Venom's voice both seriousness, disgust but largely disbelief, so following his words he looked at the bracelet on the baby's right hand where his name was, only for his eyes to almost pop out of his sockets. Basara Hiyoto. I didn't understand anything. Was this child in his arm his son? His first child? But how? He had never had sex with a woman, much less gotten her pregnant. Many questions were generated in his brain, until he remembered something from his past, and in just a second he had his answer. Hizumi Hiyoto was the answer that passed through his mind. Looking back at him, the little brown-haired boy was still laughing at his father's attention. As he was about to speak, he heard a low laugh, so he turned his gaze towards where it came from and saw that it was Yamato. Yamato. It seems that you already realized. I speak with a twisted smile. Issei. He didn't say anything, he just stared at his brother seriously while the wind hit him by the sword. Yamato. Aren't you going to say something? Nisan, he said while standing up. Issei. What do you want it for? Were his words while his eyes took on a slight red glow. Yamato. It's not obvious. That child has the energies of the dragon gods, but even more than that, I want what he has inside. The brown-haired boy responded hostilely while pointing at the baby who had long since fallen asleep in Issei's arm. Issei, for his part, unconsciously pulled Basara closer to him upon hearing what Yamato said. Venom. What are you going to do, Issei? The symbiote asked seriously about what happened. Issei didn't say anything, he just stood still while the wind hit him on his back. Issei. Valley. Valley was still surprised by the revelations of a little while ago until he heard the brown-haired boy calling him. In a blur of speed, Lucifer was already next to the brown-haired boy. Valley. What do you need, Hiyoto? Issei looked at the baby sleeping in his arm. Take care of him. Issei carefully gave the child to Valley, who didn't know how to carry a baby. Valley. What are you going to do? I asked, holding Basara awkwardly while Issei took 2 steps forward. Issei. We'll take care of the trash. Venom soon made his appearance again, ready to create chaos, to impart his own justice. A lethal justice. With Rito. The hooded man was standing on a small mountain of rocks watching the light brown-haired man who was kneeling on the ground panting heavily as his flames weakened. Rito. Carnage. The hooded man soon felt someone coming towards him. When he turned around, he saw the symbiote coming towards him with its hands transformed into two axes. Slash. The symbiote managed to cut the enemy, returning to where Rito was to enter his body again. Carnage. We did it, Prince! Exclaimed the symbiote. Rito was about to say something, when he saw a piece of black cloth and a piece of the vulture mask fall in front of him, which made him look surprised. He quickly looked at the hooded man, only for his eyes to open in shock, while a few small tears fell from his eyes. Carnage for his part was almost the same as Rito, but he knew that something was wrong with all this, and that had to do with the fact that both of them were present. Rito. And Yami. Current scene. Issei, Venom vs. Yamato Round 2. Yamato stepped back, leaving his feet marked on the ground, then covered himself with his arms, protecting himself from a blow from Venom, causing him to step back again. The symbiote lowered his fist, walking calmly towards the purple-eyed brunette who recovered from that blow. Even having Ascalon on his shoulder, he pulled out the Dragon's Slayer with one jerk and then threw it like a javelin towards Yamato, who took a step back only to hit a rock. The sword stuck 0.2 centimeters from his crotch, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Venom. Dick fail, the symbiote growled. Once again he launched himself at the brown-haired boy, who moved away from his spot, causing Venom to pass by. Rolling on the ground, Yamato formed a magic circle in his hand from which a barrage of fireballs came out in Venom's direction, who took out a piece of earth to use as a shield. But it didn't help him much, since the explosions turned it into dust, forming a layer of dust. When Venom dispersed, he found two pieces of earth that he threw and then saw the brown-haired boy. Both, without wasting time, they launched themselves against each other, attacking with a jump towards the other. Venom was the first to give the first blow to Yamato's face. Both being sent to the ground, Venom quickly grabbed him by the face and then headbutted him in the face. Yamato leaned back from the blow, so he used his arms to stay in the same place, giving a handstand kick to Venom's face, which was sent back. The symbiote took out a piece of earth that he threw against Yamato that destroyed it with one blow, so taking advantage of the distraction, he forcefully tackled Yamato, going through rocks and burned trees to a stone wall. Yamato hit the symbiote's back with both hands, causing it to fall to its knees. He then kneed it in the face and threw an elbow punch, but Venom was faster and stopped his punch with his hand and grabbed it by the face to slam it against the rock wall. With a blow, he created a hole in the wall through which the brown-haired boy was thrown out. Before entering and killing him, Yamato appeared in front of him wrapped in a violet aura, giving a blow to his face, sending him away from him. The brown-haired boy, without giving him a break, went at point-blank range towards Venom, who continued to skid on the ground. The symbiote, once stopped, only roared and then against the brown-haired boy. A few steps away from him, he threw himself to the ground under Yamato, leaving Issei going towards the other brown-haired boy, who received a punch in the stomach. Venom held him by the arms from behind. Issei, without wasting time, gave a heel kick to the face, causing Yamato to spit blood. Venom gave a knee to his back, so that Issei finished with a kick to the stomach, which caused him to vomit on his leg. Venom. No way, that's disgusting. The disgusted Castle gave a hook to his jaw and then grabbed him by the head and began to apply pressure, trying to make his head explode. To the satisfaction of both, the creaking sounds accompanied Yamato's screams. But out of nowhere, a giant yellow fist hits him, stripping him of his activity. Venom caught him and then entered him. Issei looked up to see a blonde loli with red eyes. What seemed strange to him was that part of her hair was shaped like a solid fist. Issei. That girl is not normal at all, whispered to himself. Venom. That girl is not human or a supernatural shit, she is an alien. Her planet, I think, was called Kurosu. She can transform her body into whatever it is. It is almost the same ability that the symbiotes have. Venom spoke seriously in the mind of the brown-haired boy, who only looked at the girl seriously. Issei. Her appearance is the same as Rito described to me days ago. Could she be Yami? By the way, where is Rito? I ask when I don't see the prince. With Rito, moments before. The light brown-haired boy stood still, on his knees, looking at her, looking at his lost love. He couldn't believe it. It was Yami who was in front of him, one of the women he loves with all his being, the one he would now protect regardless of her life. For her part, the blonde loli stared at the brown-haired boy. Her gaze was cold, more so than usual. She could see how Rito looked at her with tears in his eyes. His eyes showed happiness when he saw her, something that she didn't take seriously. The light brown-haired boy stood up awkwardly, repeating his name in a trance. The blonde went down the small hill she was on until she touched the ground, then looked at the brown-haired boy and then closed her eyes. Rito. Yami. He spoke again, stretching out his hand in the direction of the girl, who looked away and then looked at him with a sweet smile. Rito, seeing her smile, couldn't stand it any longer and ran towards the blonde loli. He wasn't going to leave her alone ever again, he wouldn't separate from her again, and he would never let her go. But in that, Yami hit him, breaking the brunette's neck as he fell heavily to the ground. Yami slowly approached Rito's dead body until he was in front of him, staring at him coldly. The brunette stood up and then adjusted his neck with a crack, to then look at the blonde who didn't change her gaze. Surprise reflected on Rito's face. Yami had attacked him to kill, although he had already been hit many times by her when he made his crazy falls by accident. Yami didn't do it like he did a while ago. Rito. Yami, I speak in a low voice, looking the girl straight in the eyes, which had no shine. The brown-haired boy stretched out his hand towards the blonde loli, only for it to be cut by a blade coming from Yami's curls. Rito held his arm in pain, then looked back at Yami, who didn't change his stoic look. Rito. Yami. It's me. It's Rito. I'm your boyfriend, he exclaimed with tears about to come out of his eyes. Yami. I don't know you, was the blonde's response before turning around and starting to go to where the two brown-haired boys were. And I don't belong to you. I belong to Yamato-sama. Rito didn't know what to feel. On one hand, he was confused by all that coldness Yami had towards him. But now, he didn't know whether to be devastated or furious. Yami didn't remember him, as if she had never met him. She herself had just killed him. If it weren't for Carnage, he would already be in the other neighborhood. She herself had just said that he wasn't her girlfriend, and that she was Yamato's property. Rito. Yami, whisper. The blonde managed to hear him, but she didn't give it any importance. She had to go to Yamato. But out of nowhere, she feels someone hug her from behind. Strangely, her heart began to beat strongly, feeling a pleasant warmth in her body. She didn't know how to describe it, but she didn't want that feeling to go away. Rito tightly held her closer to his chest, his nose catching Yami's scent, which drove him crazy. Despite what had happened, he no longer wanted to continue fighting. He had already found his beloved and nothing would separate them again. Rito. Yami. Please. Remember who I am. Remember who you are. Please. His words were accompanied by tears in his eyes. He was afraid that she had forgotten him forever. Yami, for her part, felt the light brown-haired boy's tears on her shoulder. Her body began to tremble unconsciously. She felt a great oppression in her chest. Something told her to turn around and look at, hug, kiss Rito, but she had to be faithful to her master. So I throw away those strange feelings, and choose to get rid of him. Rito watched as Yami slowly turned around. When they were face to face, he heard something from her lips that left him petrified. Yami. Shinu. From one moment to the next, Rito felt something pierce his stomach. Looking down, he saw with disbelief how Yami attacked him with her hand made into a blade. The blonde transformed her bloody hand into a claw and then pulled it out with one pull, removing half of Rito's abdomen. Four hands formed in her hair which held each limb of the brunette, and then ripped them off, bathing the ground in Rito's blood, who fell between the edge of life and death. Yami didn't say anything, he just wiped the little blood that splashed on his cheek and then left. Current moment. Issei put aside his question, looking at where Yami was, who helped Yamato get up. Issei. This is weird, she is supposed to be Rito's girlfriend. Why is Yamato helping? He said so Venom would come out of his shoulder and looks at them. Venom. You feel that, don't you? The symbiote spoke in a dark manner. Issei. He has Yamato's essence. Maybe no. It's something else. He must have her under mental control. But if that's what I really think, I don't want to know how Rito will react. It was the last thing he said before going against the purple-eyed brown-haired boy. Before he could touch Yamato, Yami blocked his blow with a shield made of his hair. The brunette only growled through his teeth, before Venom came out and grabbed the blonde and then threw her away from them. In that, he freed Issei's body, who walked towards Yamato. Issei. It's all yours if you want, you can eat it. Venom just smiled evilly. He was going to have a good appetizer before devouring the trash present here, meaning the factions. Issei just walked towards his brother who had recovered and went in the direction of the ex-Securite. Both were face to face, looking into each other's eyes with the same expressions. Hate. Palm. From one moment to the next, their fists were already in the other's face without even taking their eyes off it. Yamato in a treacherous attack swept, causing Issei to lose his balance and fall. But he quickly used his only arm to hold himself, where taking advantage of this he gave a kick that Yamato dodged by stepping back. Issei with a pirouette stood up and then went against Yamato, throwing a punch that the All for Honor mentioned stopped with his hand and counterattacked with a kick to the chest, and another to the knee. Being covered by the violet aura, he punched Issei's face, which sent him flying backwards until he was trapped in a rock. Issei with effort got out of the rock to go against his brother again, but he was already in front of him, taking him by the face and then hitting him in the abdomen several times, causing Issei to spit out a little blood. Already bored of hitting him, he lets go so that before he hits the ground he holds him again and knees him in the face. But to his surprise, Issei stopped his blow with his hand before he expelled a bit of black electricity and sent it to his nerves, which caused him to move away from him, which he took advantage of to tackle him. Both falling to the ground, with Issei knowing Yamato, he began to hit him consecutively. Before he gave another blow, Yamato grabbed him by the face and headbutted him, causing some blood to come out of Issei's nose and mouth, which made him step back. When he stood up, he looked down while the other brunette stood up. Issei. He. Yamato. What's so funny? He said angrily that he was making fun of him. Issei. He. This reminds me of that time when I broke your nose by hitting you, isn't it nostalgic, Bakato-chan? I look at him with clear mockery, which made Yamato angry at the insult. Yamato. Son of bitch, he growled as the violet aura increased until it looked like fog. This time I'm not going to have mercy on you. I'm going to make you pay for what you did to him, he exclaimed as a small tear fell from his right eye. Issei. I don't know what you're talking about. Issei didn't finish speaking as Yamato was in front of him in the blink of an eye, punching him in the stomach and creating a wind wave behind him. Yamato. Don't lie anymore. Believe me, things will get worse for you. And for your son even worse than what I'm going to do. Issei. Yes, you touch it. I'm going to kill you right now. I speak while spitting blood. Yamato. Why are you defending him? After all, I'm doing you a big favor. That bastard is the product of intercourse between you and Oka-san. That child should never have existed, the brown-haired boy spoke coldly. The supernatural beings were only stupefied by the information of the origin of Issei's son. They would have expected that this child to be given birth to by any woman, but they never expected that Hizumi, their own mother, had given birth to him. The girls only felt their hearts break even more into pieces. They had already heard about the son of their Issei, and that the one they considered another mother was the biological mother of the child who was in the arms of the last Lucifer. They only hoped that the broken heart of the one-armed brown-haired boy had not been usurped by a bitch. Issei didn't say anything. He still had Yamato's fist in his stomach, but he still decided to respond to his brother's words. Issei. Why? If there is something I learned from a person, is that not everyone is guilty of my past. And that child, he held Yamato's arm that was still on his abdomen tightly, is not responsible for anything. Even though I did not know about him, even though it is something that I did not decide. He is innocent of everything. With force he began to separate Yamato's arm, which was trying to free itself from Issei's grip, who was applying pressure. So Yamato, he looked up, showing eyes full of anger towards him. Issei. I won't let you touch my son for anything. Issei exploded again. Now he was going to end his revenge once and for all. With Rito, moments before, Rito strangely came back together, while his flames began to not only heal, but also transform his body. Yami. I don't know you. And I don't belong to you. I belong to Yamato-sama. Those words echoed in his mind, over and over again. His eyes were already devoid of any sparkle. Rito. Yamato, his whisper was carried by the wind. Marks began to appear on his body, releasing a turquoise vapor from the heat they emanated. Closing his eyes, his entire life flashed before him in a second. Until suddenly he opened them, revealing his anger. Rito. Yamato. The entire underworld began to burn blue. With the Hyodo, Yamato was sent flying backwards. Still standing, he wiped the blood from his mouth before charging at Issei again. But out of nowhere a sea of blue fire separated him from his brother. Looking back, he saw Rito, who had his gaze downcast as the tattoos on his body shone brightly. Rito suddenly slammed his fist into Yamato's face, who could see his eyes. Rito. Tomorrow. You will not see the sunrise again. Yamato. Issei. Why we? Issei, Rito. We're going to slaughter you. Underworld. The whole place was buried by silence. only the wind and the crackling of the blue flames sang among the fight that was about to take place. The three boys in the middle of a dome were surrounded by a ring formed by Rito's fire. Issei, despite being in a condition where he could not continue, nothing was going to stop him in his revenge. Yamato just looked seriously at Issei and Rito in front of him. Right now, he would take care of them without leaving a trace. On the one hand, Rito was in a different state than Issei. He could not reason. Only one thing was going through his mind, and that was to kill Yamato and get Yami back. At least he could still distinguish between allies or enemies. With the factions, everyone was silent. The moment was deadly. Their efforts to break the dome were useless, even for the leaders, and the only thing they could do was watch everything from the front row. Valley was the only one inside watching the events from as far away as possible so that he and his brother, rival's son, wouldn't get hurt. Albion watched everything carefully. If someone could see her in person, they would see how sweat ran down her scaly face, while she trembled drastically. Being a dragon, she could see through the eyes of both brown-haired girls who carried two beings she didn't know, an ability that only dragons can use, which is to see the soul and heart of the person in front of her. In Rito, she could see purity in his soul, but his heart showed a bit of hatred, but it was nothing serious. But in Issei, the one thing she saw was enough to leave her like a scared little girl. A brand. She wasn't stupid, she knew what that emblem represented, but even more who she saw inside it. A sweet, but dark smile. An empty, endless eye. She believed it was just a myth, but apparently it was real. She just hoped that Issei would find a way to put her to sleep one more time, to avoid a catastrophe. Basara opened his eyes, awakening from his warm sleep. The little boy turned his gaze towards where a turquoise light and another red one were coming from. He only focused his sight on the red light, where Issei was expelling his rays. The brown-haired baby stretched out his hand in his father's direction, clenching his fist several times, thinking that he had caught him. With Issei and Rito versus Yamato, Issei disappeared in a blur and reappeared in front of Yamato, launching an electric kick that the purple-eyed man dodged. Rito, not wanting to be left behind, launched himself at Yamato, who didn't react in time, receiving a blow from the light brown-haired boy that sent him skidding on the ground. Even though he was dragged by the force of the impact, Issei appeared behind him again, giving an axe kick, sending his brother flying. Yamato crashed into a rock pillar which cracked. Once he recovered, the brown-haired boy managed to dodge another kick from Issei, who did a backflip and then hit him with his electrified fist. Yamato blocked the blow with his fists, but as payment his hand shattered. Before he could scream, Issei disappeared again. Two flaming hands grabbed him by the feet, and with great force dragged him to where Rito was, who once he was close to him hit him with much more force than before. Yamato was shot out again, but out of nowhere a black hand grabbed him and slammed him against the ground, generating a mini tremor. The brown-haired boy once laid him against the ground, threw him against Rito, who received him with a kick. Crack. Several of Yamato's ribs were broken by the blow. Rito mercilessly began to hit him aggressively. When he gave one last blow, Yamato managed to stop him, but Issei appeared as if he were a missile, grabbing his face with force. Rito covered himself in fire to go to the other side where the two brothers were going. Covering his fist with fire of an even more intense blue, he launched a punch that hit Yamato's back. Crack. Both his back and part of his skull broke. Yamato began to get fed up, so as quickly as he could he grabbed Issei by the face and slammed him into the ground. With a backward sweep he managed to make Rito fall. Standing up with one hand he did a pirouette, stamping his feet on Rito's chest, but Rito reacted in time, stopping the attack with his hands, and then vanished in fire and appeared in front of him with a side kick that Yamato stopped with his hands. Once he was standing, the purple-eyed brown-haired man threw a punch that Rito dodged by bending his head to the other side and then sending a right hook that was stopped with the other brown-haired man's hands. Endless blows came and went from the two of them, each time with more aggressiveness and speed, but none of them hit the target. Issei got up with difficulty from the ground. Spitting out a little blood, he looked towards where Rito and Yamato were in a back and forth of punches in the air. With his arm made of black rays positioned on the ground, he began to accumulate electricity, which generated an explosion, sending it against the two, who upon noticing the explosion looked towards the place, only to see Issei slamming his knee into Yamato's face and then crouching to the ground and delivering an uppercut with his electrified right arm. Yamato furiously stopped another punch from Issei and then gave him a palm strike to the chest. The brown-haired boy, after receiving that blow, his rays disappeared, his eyes went out again while his body collapsed to the ground. Crying. The crying was born again in that place. Her cry reached the heavens. Venom felt a strange sensation throughout his body, as if something had gone. Yami was on the ground, completely injured. Even with her ability, she couldn't stand up to Venom, who had no mercy in hurting her. Venom. Issei. The symbiote now understood what had happened. With Rito, the brown-haired boy was motionless, trembling. He had just seen his companion die before his eyes. His flames slowly covered his body, exploding in anger. With fury, he went towards the brown-haired boy to avenge Issei's death. Yamato, feeling all that heat, turned his gaze only to be tackled by Rito, who gave him 2 blows to the abdomen, then grabbed him by the shoulders and kneed him, sending him flying. Without giving him a break, he went at him like a comet, hitting him repeatedly. Everyone watched a beam of turquoise fire hit Yamato in the air and then hit him against the ground. Rito grabbed him by the collar of his shirt to headbutt him, and then kick him in the ribs, ending with him slamming him against the ground once again. Rito was going to give another blow, but out of nowhere his flames went out, falling to the ground on his knees. Rito. What's happening? I can't move, he muttered in alarm. His body had collapsed halfway through the fight. He soon felt the whole atmosphere grow cold. It was a cold accompanied by a murderous instinct with a thirst for blood. When he looked up, he saw Yamato standing, but what paralyzed him was seeing how his arms gave off a freezing aura. Yamato. You're going to pay. The brown-haired man brutally hit Rito in the face. Behind Carnage's host, a strong icy blizzard was generated that froze the ground. Rito was thrown backwards, but Yamato appeared behind him to hit him with his fist covered by a black ice gauntlet. Yamato. What is this? He murmured, looking at his hands wrapped in a cold, almost black, purple air. Kill them. A voice rang in his head, one filled with evil. Yamato didn't pay attention to it and looked at where Rito was, who was trying to stand up but his body wouldn't let him. With a broken smile, he reappeared on top of Rito, stomping hard on the light brown-haired boy's chest, who screamed in pain. Yamato mercilessly grabbed Rito by the neck so that a black ice dagger formed in his free hand, with which he stabbed him in the left eye, earning a heartbreaking scream from the brown-haired boy. Wanting to make him suffer, he slowly pulled out the dagger, allowing everyone to see how he ripped out Rito's eye, who was desperately trying to free himself. Once he ripped out his eye, he buried the dagger in his stomach and then made a vertical cut, opening his entire torso, scattering all of Rito's organs on the ground. With the factions, disgust, horror, among other sensations were felt by each and every one of them. Yamato was committing a massacre, something very inhuman even for them. The women paid no attention to this. They were devastated to see Issei die without being able to do anything. If they had enough power to break the dome, the first thing they would do would be to make Yamato suffer the same as Issei, but much worse. With Rito versus Yamato, the dark brown-haired boy put his foot on Rito's head with the intention of crushing it. Yamato. Last will. Rito didn't say anything. He couldn't even speak anymore because of the torment he felt. Just as Yamato was about to end his life, a scythe came out from Rito's back and pierced his shoulder, causing him to move away. Once far away, he saw in disbelief how another being came out of the light brown, a being as red as blood and more monstrous. Carnage. I'm going to rip you apart. At that moment, a small mountain of rock is destroyed, revealing Venom, who was in a rage. Venom. I'm going to paint the paper with your blood. With the factions. Surzix. What are those things? Mao Lucifer asked in the air. Azazel. I don't have the slightest idea, but it seems that those two want to help Issei and the boy who came with him. The leader of the Fallen spoke. While they were discussing what symbiotes were, Odin looked at Yamato. He could see something in his aura, something that gave him that control of ice. He felt the same thing he felt in Issei, only this one was weaker. But yes, just feeling it was enough to make him tremble with fear. Thor was on the same train as his father. For a moment he thought he saw the ice giants of Jotunheim when he saw Yamato's aura. However, he was not the reason they should worry, but Issei, since he died, he felt that instead of his essence leaving, it spread throughout the dome without anyone noticing but him. With Venom and Carnage versus Yamato, the brown-haired boy sent a blow towards Venom, who covered himself with his arm made into a shield. Soon he launched a claw strike that Yamato dodged at high speed and then took him by the arm and launched it at Carnage, who only dodged it, and went towards the brown-haired boy with his arms turned into axes. Giving a downward strike, Carnage only hit the ground because Yamato jumped away. Taking advantage of this, he spread his hand under the ground, from which an endless number of stakes came out under the brown-haired boy. To everyone's disbelief, Yamato formed a sphere of purple fire in his left hand that he threw towards the stakes, pulverizing them. This caused Carnage to separate that part of his body so as not to burn himself. Carnage. Now use fire, son of a bitch. Don't fuck with me, he exclaimed angrily. Once he said that, he turned his thorny body and then went against the brown-haired man at full speed. Once face to face, Yamato received him with a blow, causing Carnage to freeze. Venom took advantage of this and sent several symbiotic snakes across the ground, which went towards Yamato, who upon seeing them pulverized them with purple fire, not realizing that Venom came out of the ground behind him to hit him in the back, but Yamato disappeared again in a purple mist. Venom roared angrily while Carnage had already thawed, but this time he looked more upset. Carnage. And the fucking thing. Where is it? The Crimson Symbiote exclaimed euphorically. Venom. I escaped like a coward. Shit. We have to go for Issei and the prince. As the two went to their guests, a yellow blur fell in front of them, allowing the two father and son to see Yami, but now she was a little changed. She was half naked and now had 2 horns on her head along with 2 black wings on her back. Venom. Idiot girl, now I'm going to eat your head, he growled to go to Yami in his darkness form. Before going against the blonde loli, Carnage looked towards where Rito should be but didn't see anyone, but he did manage to see Issei's body where it was. With Yamato. Yamato reappeared near the pit filled with magma where the remains of the colossi lay. He was confused. He did not know what was happening to him, but he was going to take advantage of it to kill his enemies. As soon as he thought about what he would do, he instinctively jumped, dodging a blue fireball. Once on the ground, he looked where the attack came from and saw in disbelief how Rito was standing. He saw how his torso came together again with small blue flames until it was as good as new, but he was tired. Yamato. Are you immortal? Why the hell don't you die? He exclaimed as he launched himself at the light brown-haired boy to give him a blow that Rito stopped with his hand. Rito. I will not die until you pay for everything. I will avenge the death of Issei and all those you killed for your ambition. I will kill you even if it costs me my life. I swear it will be the last thing I do. After saying those words, Rito hit Yamato hard in the stomach, causing him to spit blood, but Yamato responded by hitting him in the face with his fist wrapped in purple fire. At the touch, Rito's face began to burn as his flames slightly extinguished. Rito. I am not going to give up. Rito hit Yamato in the stomach again, causing the two to separate. Without wasting time, Rito ran towards him, starting a fast counterattack that Yamato could barely dodge since Rito's fire increased in intensity as his speed increased, until he broke Yamato's guard, leaving him exposed to his blows. Rito gave one last blow with his flaming fist to Yamato's face, which sent him flying towards the same rock pillar, which collapsed into the well, falling to the other side, forming a small bridge. Rito quickly approached Yamato to hit him, but he caught him with his hand. At the full touch, Rito felt his flames go out until they were completely extinguished. Yamato glared at him before punching him in the face, then kicking him in the chest, causing him to fall to the ground on his back. Once on the ground, Yamato stomped on Rito's knees, turning them into dust, earning a scream from Rito, which was silenced when Yamato began to strangle him with his right hand, and in his left another dagger of black ice formed. Yamato. End your suffering. The brown-haired boy lowered the dagger straight to Rito's heart, causing his only eye to close. But suddenly, someone grabbed him by the arm, preventing him from continuing with his task. When he turned around, Yamato was paralyzed when he saw who it was. Rito, not feeling his death, opened his eyes so that they only crystallized when he saw who saved him again. Rito. Issei. In front of everyone present, Issei was standing, taking Yamato's arm, preventing Rito from dying, who couldn't believe he was there if he had seen him die. The brown-haired boy was looking down. Yamato was about to speak, but Issei hits him with his black arm, sending him to the other side, hanging from the stone bridge. Rito was about to get up in pain, but then he sees Issei offering him his hand to get up. Once standing, he decided to speak, but Issei interrupted him. Issei. This is my world. Don't meddle. Rito swore that Issei's voice sounded feminine again, so with a nod given as a response, Issei went over the small bridge where Yamato was climbing, only to see his brother walking towards him. Yamato. Issei. Are you still alive? He exclaimed, annoyed to see that he was still alive. Issei for his part didn't say anything. He just watched as Yamato ran towards him. Issei. That's it. Come here. Let's put an end to this once and for all. With those words, Issei went towards Yamato. Just several meters from him, he jumped to turn and hit the bridge, sending thousands of electric shocks that Yamato dodged with a jump, but he didn't wait for Issei to tackle him so that they both fell again on the rocky surface. Yamato pushed Issei away, who did a pirouette getting back to his feet. The two were standing in the middle of the bridge, while beneath them a sea of burning lava flowed. Both of them launched themselves against each other. Yamato threw a punch that Issei dodged by crouching to counterattack by hitting him in the stomach. Then he punched him in the face, and then grabbed him by the shoulders to kick him while he was in the air. Yamato furiously began to throw multiple fireballs that Issei dodged with agility. Yamato, why don't you die? Throwing an even larger fireball, Issei safely managed to pass through the fire, delivering a strong kick to Yamato, who responded with a roar of fury, throwing thousands of black ice stakes that Issei managed to break with blows, but one or another hit his body. Yamato, you're tired. After saying that, Issei took out a stake that was on his shoulder. Issei, no. It just hurts. Using the rays on his feet as a propellant, he went against Yamato, crashing his knee into his chest, causing him to spit blood. Why did you betray me? The brown-haired boy exclaimed, blocking and counterattacking. Everyone could see tears in his eyes, which shone with anger and pain. Yamato, no. Why did you betray me? He exclaimed, kicking Issei's chest, who fell back to the ground but got back up. Issei, I don't know what you're talking about. I never betrayed you. He shouted, dodging a punch from Yamato, spinning around to kick him in the head. It's because of her, right? Are you still blaming me for what happened? Yamato hit him with a monstrous force that pierced his stomach. Yamato, it was your fault. It was your fault that she died. You took her away from me. You knew well what she meant to me. He exclaimed angrily, tears falling from the eyes of the two brothers. Issei, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do it. Hit Yamato in the face, who moved away, leaving a hole in his stomach that closed at an incredible speed. She herself was the one who asked for it. I had no choice. Yamato. Issei and Yamato roared with pain in their hearts. Punches, kicks, they came and went. They were slaughtering each other. But still, nothing and no one would stop them. They had to put an end to everything. Issei, you were my brother, he exclaimed, hitting him in the stomach, causing Yamato to vomit large amounts of blood. Why? Why did you do this to me? Yamato. Because I hate you. The purple-eyed brown-haired boy hit him in the face, and then threw punches left and right. Yamato. I hate you. I always hated you. It was always you above all, and I was the dishonor. Hit Issei one last time, who was on the edge of the bridge. You took from me what I loved the most. And I took from you what you loved. All this wouldn't have happened if you hadn't crossed my path. She would have loved me, but you made her despise me. Issei. I never took anything from you, Yamato. It wasn't my fault that she fell in love with me. She still loved you. You were someone special to her. It was you who despised her. Yamato. Liar. He roared, knocking him to the edge of the bridge, almost losing his balance. Issei. I hate this, whisper being heard by everyone there, and by the other factions. Yamato. What are you saying? Issei. I hate all this. After shouting, he tackled Yamato, leaving them both on the ground with his brother starting to hit him. I hate all this. You were always someone important to me. And you betrayed me. Issei's blows were getting stronger, carrying all the pain he felt at this moment. Despite all that hatred in his being, he still loved Yamato. He is his brother, and that would never change. After finishing with a hammer blow with both hands, Issei separated from Yamato, who was now spitting large amounts of blood as he tried to get up. Yamato. Why don't you kill me? Issei stared at him, panting heavily as his dark arm disappeared and his eyes returned to normal. Issei, because you are my brother. His answer surprised everyone and even more Yamato. Yamato. Wow, how can you say that? I took everything from you. Issei. I know. But everything can be solved. We have to leave everything in the past and look to the future, Yamato. Even though I have the desire to kill you, I know that you can still redeem your sins. Issei approached him to extend his hand. Yamato. We still have time to get out of the path we took. You have to forget your hatred. Forget the past. Forget about her. Yamato didn't say anything, he just stared at his brother, who was crying silently just like him. Maybe he was right. He had to forget everything, bury his past forever. In pain, he raised his hand to take Issei's. But when they were about to join together, the bridge began to collapse. Issei grabbed Yamato's hand and put his arm around his shoulder to start running to the other side. Rito saw this and ran towards where Issei and Yamato were coming from. Rito. Issei, quick. Run. He exclaimed as Issei went faster with his raise. When he was about to arrive, that part crumbled, causing the two to fall. Rito threw himself to the ground and grabbed Issei's hand, but this caused Yamato to fall into the lava. Issei formed his black arm holding Yamato's hand, preventing his fall. Issei. Resist Yamato. Issei Arag. He roars in pain as his body begins to show the side effects of his power. Rito. Hold on, Issei. I'm going to try to get them up. Crack. At that point, the part Rito was on began to break and he began to fall into the sea of fire. Yamato saw this with the little strength he had to be conscious. Yamato. Let me go, whispered, being heard by the other two brown-haired. Issei. What? Yamato. Let me go, he exclaimed, looking into Issei's eyes, who was in shock as was Rito. Issei. No. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to let you go. Little by little the ground began to slip, causing Issei's hand to begin to slip from Rito's. Yamato. There's no choice. If you don't let me go, all three of us will die. Issei, hearing those words, a strong memory came to his mind. There is no choice. If you don't let me go, all three of us will die. Tears began to flow from her eyes as she tried her best not to let go of Yamato, but his black arm began to dissolve. Issei. And no. I won't let it happen again, he exclaimed as his tears were lost in the air. Yamato. Please, Issei. You know there is no way out. Besides, it is just as you said. We can still get out of our way. And this is my only option. Issei. No. Yamato, no. Yamato. Go home. Issei. There are still people waiting for you. People who love you. Take care of Basara. He didn't deserve anything he was going to do. Goodbye. Nissan. With his final farewell, Yamato let go, falling to his death. Yamato disappeared from everyone's sight, ending his story. The piece of land fell, but Rito managed to get Issei up and get away from the lava pit. Valley quickly went to where they were, as well as Venom and Carnage. Rito looked around for Yami, but he was no longer there. Rito. Yami, whisper as the wind carried away his words. Minutes later. Valley was standing looking at the scarlet sky of the demon realm. Rito was sitting on the ground with his gaze down. The two symbiotes were already inside their hosts. Issei was sitting on a rock. In his arm was Basara, who was sleeping comfortably, feeling the warmth of his father. Valley. It seems that everything is over, Lucifer spoke with his hands in the pockets of his trench coat, with the wind hitting his face. Issei. No. The two look at him to see how he looked at the sky with a look that showed all his feelings. Issei. This isn't over yet, I still have something to accomplish. Valley. What are you looking for? Hyodo. Issei. My revenge is not over yet. I look at Basara, who is still sleeping, sucking his thumb. Also, I have questions that I want answered, and there's someone waiting for me in Tokyo, and I am waiting for her too. The two saw Issei smiling sincerely, along with a slight blush on his cheeks. Valley just smiled at that. It seemed like Issei already had someone in his life, just like Rito. POV Issei. Maybe everything is calm, but that doesn't mean it's over. Yamato died. He managed to realize everything, but it was too late. In the end, he sacrificed himself so that Rito and I could live. I feel empty. I thought that seeing him die would make me feel better. But I see that I was wrong. Maybe it wasn't hatred that I felt for Yamato. Most likely it was just rage that I felt in these 7 years. What I really wanted was to save Yamato, not kill him. He was my brother. There were always times when we fought about everything. There were times when we cried, laughed, enjoyed, loved. Those memories will always remain in my mind. Stan was right. Hatred leads to revenge, and revenge leads to death. It was too late for him, and that's why he sacrificed himself. Yamato was never to blame for anything, he was just in the cage of the past. I made a lot of mistakes in my life, but I will never forgive myself for not being able to save Yamato from his hatred. Maybe I have accomplished my goal, but that is not the case. I still have to continue. I have a long way to go now that Basara, my son, is in my life. I'm Hyodo Issei. And we are Venom. Seeing change. Unknown location. So he died. I never thought he would be able to reconsider in his last moments. But at least it will no longer be a problem for the future. After all, his destiny was to die at the hands of Darling. But he himself sought his death. Soon everything will burn. The supernatural world does not know what awaits it. After all, me and Darling are one. Soon, very soon, I will be free. Until then, may you live happily while you can, Darling. Because I can destroy everything you love. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.